Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the AM show here on the Joy News channel. Well, where are you this morning? I pray that the good Lord will open the doors that you are praying for you, because he's done it and he will do it again. He is the Almighty. You know what? Now, let's run you through how the day will be here on the AM show. We'll bring you news updates, followed by sports, and then we'll bring you the news review. Now, this morning on the news review segment, we examine series of matters arising here in the country. Now, communities in Sandema and Aboso have once again been hit by devastating floods and an explosion, respectively. Because in Sandema, there are floods. In Aboso, in the western region, there is a devastating explosion that has claimed lives. And those events are raising fresh concerns about disaster preparedness, infrastructure resilience, and whether enough is being done to prevent recurring tragedies here in this country. Because from the Akosua incident, we are told it was what they were trying to deal with, is it a snake or something, but they were using dynamite, and that resulted in that particular explosion. So what kind of preparation did we do before undertaking that explosion? We'll delve into these matters and more. And the flooding in Sandema, what are we doing? Now, we'll also discuss growing concerns over indiscipline in senior high schools. Whoa. Following the alleged assault of the headmaster of Obuasi Senior High School by students. Why are these happening? Where did we go really for this to be happening? That students will have the temerity, the audacity to attack a headmaster. You could never have imagined that in our days. Attacking your headmaster? No. So is discipline in our schools breaking down? And what reforms are needed? I mean, discipline has broken down entirely, completely. But we'll delve into that particular one. And I'd love to hear from you as a parent, as a caregiver, as an old student, and probably as a student, what you think is contributing to this, that discipline in schools, is so on the rise now. What can we do? And the new Patriotic Party is today undertaking a nationwide demonstration, arguing that Ghana's democracy is under threat. Are the concerns justified, or is this simply part of the country's normal political contestation? Yesterday, the national organizer of the party, Henry Nanabuache, was very upbeat about this particular demonstration and calling on Ghanaians to join for the party to demonstrate against what they deem as the democracy of the country being under threat. Well, we'll be there to bring you live coverage of this particular demonstration. And the Bank of Ghana has reported 22 billion Ghana cedis loss from its gold purchase program has reignited debate over the cost of stabilizing the economy. Now, has the policy delivered value for the country, or is the financial burden too high? We'll delve into that. Now, joining us for us to unpack these issues are Dr. Joshua Jebuntie Zato. He's a senior lecturer and political analyst. Hamza Soyini is a member of the legal team of the NDC and also a member of the communications team. The director, Solomon Owusu, is director of communications for the United Party, and Kofi Tonto, a spokesperson on employment and jobs for the MPP. Do stay with us as we go through this from now to 10 a.m. We'd love to hear from you. So go onto our social media and leave your comment there. We'll try and share some with our viewers. Remember that the AM News is now up by Nicholas Yamwa. My name is Samuel Kojo Brace, and as usual, I do this with Emefa, Akosua, Adeti. On behalf of the production team, I say thank you very much for making us part of your morning. Do stay on.
Good morning and welcome to the AM News. I am Nicholas Eko Yamwa. The AM News is sponsored by Palladium Residences. Now, it was one of the darkest days in Ghana's recent history. On the morning of August 6, 2025, a Ghana Armed Forces Z9 helicopter took off from Accra, bound for Obuasi. On board were 8 people, including senior government officials and military officers, traveling to launch the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Redevelopment Program, an initiative aimed at formalizing small-scale mining and intensifying Ghana's fight against illegal mining. But the helicopter never reached its destination. In the following report, Nancy Kumson looks back at the events on that fateful day.
As reports of a missing military helicopter began circulating, uncertainty gripped the nation. Hours later, the Ghana Armed Forces confirmed the aircraft had lost control with radar.
I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adeti area in Ashanti region.
The confirmation sent shockwaves across the country. The helicopter had crashed near Adeti in the Ashanti region, killing all 8 occupants. Among those who lost their lives were Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omani-Boama, Environment Minister Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator Alhaji Limuna Mohammed Muniru, senior military officers and crew. The delegation had been heading to Obuasi to launch a program designed to transform Ghana's artisanal and small-scale mining sector and help curb illegal mining. As rescue teams secured the crash site, another painful reality emerged. The bodies had been burnt beyond recognition. The following day, the remains were flown to South Africa for DNA identification to eliminate any doubt over the identities of the victims.
We need to do further examination and investigation just for the awareness of doubt. And some of the forensic that needs to be done, taking samples how to be done outside the country.
President John Mahama later addressed the nation, declaring 3 days of national mourning and announcing a national memorial in honor of the departed.
May you find strength in their memory and their legacy. May we all be comforted by the knowledge that though they are gone from our sight, they remain forever in the spirit of the nation they so faithfully served. On Saturday, 9th August at 5 p.m., the nation will gather at the forecourt of the State House for an evening of reflection and memorial in honor of our departed colleagues.
On the 9th of August, families, colleagues, and state officials gathered for a national memorial service. Days later, the nation bade a final farewell at a state funeral marked by military honors, solemn tributes, and overwhelming grief.
It's been days, and you have not called at 5 a.m. for us to pray. On the morning of the Wednesday, I called you and I told you that I woke up very sad. I do not know why. Immediately, your first solution to everything, which was prayer, was what you suggested. You prayed, and you said you had a flight to Obuasi, and you'll be back. I'm still waiting.
We're pained, but even in our pain, we choose to hold on to your legacy and take consolation in the fact that you're resting in the bosom of the Almighty God.
That was Muhammad, always in demand, always important to someone, but still finding the time to care for his family.
And that is all over now. I am supposed to be consoled with the fact that you died knowing God, and that there is rest for you until we meet again.
We are going, heaven knows where we are going. We know the name.
1 year later, the pain of that loss remains. But beyond the grief lies a question that still demands an answer. The departed 8 were not traveling on a ceremonial assignment. They were on a mission to launch a program intended to strengthen the fight against illegal mining, one of Ghana's most destructive environmental and economic challenges. 12 months on, has that mission achieved the impact they envisioned? Has Ghana made meaningful progress in formalizing small-scale mining, protecting its forests and rivers, and reducing the devastation caused by galamsey? Or does the mission that claims 8 lives remain unfinished? Nancy Kumsis reports for Joy News.
May the souls of the departed 8 continue to rest in peace. And today, a remembrance service will be held in their honor in Accra, and we'll bring you details in subsequent bulletins. Away from that, the Central Regional Minister, Akufo-Addo, has called for stronger collaboration between the Regional Health Directorate and Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies to improve healthcare delivery, especially in underserved communities. Now, speaking at the Central Regional Health Directorate 2026 Mid-Year Performance Review meeting, he urged MMDCs to support efforts to address infrastructure and staffing gaps to achieve universal health coverage.
Central Regional Health Directorate held its 2026 half-year performance review meeting under the theme Accelerating Universal Health Coverage through Free Primary Health Care, CHIPS and Networks of Practice. Regional Director Dr. Alberta Brichum-Nyakon said the theme reflects the service's commitment to expanding access to quality health care without imposing financial hardship on patients.
Our theme for this year, actually starting even from last year, is to ensure that we can reach everyone with healthcare services without causing impoverishment. So that is what we mean by universal health coverage, making sure that people have access to healthcare at any geographic location that they are at. And it also does not need lead to financial hardships. So that is why we are working. It is our overarching goal as a Ghana Health Service, also as the Ministry of Health. So that is what we are working towards.
Speaking as the guest of honor, the Central Regional Minister, Akufo-Addo, underscored the importance of the Networks of Practice initiative and commended health workers for their dedication to improving healthcare delivery across the region.
For the Central Region, it is on record that this model presents enormous opportunity to improve maternal and newborn care, reduce preventable deaths, strengthen emergency referrals, improve chronic disease management, and enhance overall quality service delivery.
He assured the Regional Health Directorate of the Regional Coordinating Council's continued support and collaboration.
As a regional minister, I assure you that Central Region Coordinating Council will continue to work closely with Regional Health Directorate to support infrastructure development, improve environmental sanitation, strengthen intersectoral collaboration, and mobilize resources for health. I will also ensure that the Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assembly prioritize investment in chief infrastructure, staff accommodation, water and sanitation, road accessibility, and emergency transport services through their developmental plans, which is why I thought that it is very important for them to participate in this program. And then also we should have a program, specific tailor-made program for the District Assembly, for them to appreciate what is it that you are doing for us.
He also urged stakeholders to intensify efforts towards achieving universal health coverage and a healthier central region.
As we move into the second half of 2026, let us commit ourselves to evidence-based planning, stronger accountability, innovation, teamwork, and continuous quality improvement. Together, we can accelerate universal health coverage and build a healthier, more productive Central Region.
From Cape Coast, Abigail Lisol Nkoma reports for Joy News.
Kasona Imaging Limited has been recognized as the best imaging equipment supplier of the year at this year's 5th Medical and Diagnostics Excellence Awards. The recognition comes as government signals plans to expand access to users. Now, Chief Executive Officer of Kasona Imaging Limited, John Tigbu, speaking after receiving the award, says government efforts can be achieved through deeper collaboration with the private sector, arguing that such partnerships can improve efficiency, expand access to modern diagnostic services, and strengthen healthcare delivery across the country.
We want to be able to finance patients. So when a patient comes in and the procedure is 1,000, don't expect them to have 1,000. You may take $10 from them and allow them to pay gradually. By doing that, we expand the pool of people who come to our centers. We make it affordable for people to get health care. So diagnostic imaging equipment was just a start. We want the whole ecosystem, including financing, expanding access, and making sure that people are happier. You see, that is why we say government ought to partner with private people, because when you partner with private people, they will bring the efficiency required. Governments are not there for profit, and because they are not there for profit, they don't quite bring the same level of efficiency as somebody who is there to make a profit.
Now to the Western region, Ghana's long history of mining has brought global recognition as one of Africa's leading gold producers, but questions remain about whether the country is converting its mineral wealth into lasting development. At a time when debates over mining leases, local participation, and environmental sustainability continue, stakeholders at the University of Mines and Technology are calling for a new approach, one driven by innovation, technology, and responsible investment. Natalia Kwanzaa has more in the following report.
For more than a century, Ghana has mined gold. The country is now Africa's leading gold producer with globally recognized mining operation and growing pool of mining professionals. But the question confronting stakeholders is whether the wealth extracted from Ghana's soil is translating into lasting prosperity.
We have become Africa's leading gold producer. Yet, in too many mining communities, and in too many national balance sheets, the scale of extraction is not matched by the scale of transformation. That is the tension captured in the phrase pit to prosperity. The pit is visible, prosperity is not automatic. Between the two lies policy, capital, enterprise, technology, governance, and trust.
At the University of Mines and Technology in Takwa, industry leaders and academics say the future of mining must be measured beyond production figures.
The public debate is often presented as a choice, either Ghanaian ownership or foreign investment, either national interest or investor returns, either mining or environmental protection. I believe the framing is false and dangerous. We need national ownership because minerals are held in trust for the people. We need investment because modern mining is capital intensive, technologically demanding, and exposed to geological, market, and execution risk. And we need real sustainable development because a profitable mine that destroys water, weakens communities, or leave no productive economy behind is not a success.
The call comes at the University's biennial International Mining and Mineral Conference held under the theme Innovation in Mining and Mineral Processing, Expanding the Frontiers of Mining Technology.
Over the years, this forum has been a center for dissemination of information in the field of mining and minerals engineering, as well as other disciplines like mechanical, electrical, and other kinds of ideas that can push the mining and allied industries forward. Across the world, rapid technological advancement, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, demographic shifts, and changing labor market demands are reshaping the purpose and practice of many of our educational systems.
To the National Science and Maths Quiz, the historic qualification of Pentecost Senior High School Akufo-Addo to the NSMQ National Championship sparked wild celebrations among students after its school secured its first ever ticket to the national stage. The breakthrough triggered scenes of jubilation and pride as students celebrated a milestone that had eluded the school in previous attempts at the Eastern Regional Qualifiers.
Feeling that you can never quantify. When your school qualified for the most prestigious academic competition in Ghana here, for the first time in the school's history, you will put up such a marvelous drama here. Let me get some of the students, how they are feeling. I know you are excited. First time your school is going to the national. How are you feeling?
I'm very, very proud. I'm very, very proud. My school, I'm proud of my school. And shout out to our headmaster, Headmaster 1.
Right, thank you. Your school, Pentecost Senior High School, has made it to the national championship for the first time in the school's history. How are you feeling?
Ecstatic. I'm so proud of us, how much they worked hard and seeing them all the efforts they put in. I'm just so glad that they were able to achieve what they did.
Coming up next is Business with Samuel Kojo Breeze.
Let's do some business update and Head of Finance at Melbourne Capital, Nelson Kojo says the Bank of Ghana's directive for all non-performing loans to for banks to reduce non-performing loans to 10% or below by December 2026 is achievable if banks take decisive action now. The Bank of Ghana issued a directive as part of measures to strengthen asset quality and financial sector stability. Speaking to Job Business on the issue, Mr. Akufo-Addo identified discounting and selling of NPLs as the fastest way for banks to clean their loan books.
I wouldn't say it is not realistic. If you look at the statistics given by the governor, June 2025, the NPL was around 23%, and then it reduces to about 18.9% in December 2025, and then currently in June 16%. So I think the 10% is actually achievable. However, the only issue is that the banks are not having the same credit portfolio. And to the extent that they are not having the same credit portfolio, their NPLs percentages may also not be the same. Now, when you check the second quarter financials of most of the banks, I think most of them are gradually reducing their NPLs, and so the 10% is actually achievable by the end of December 2026. One of the strategies that the banks can adopt is to sell off those non-performing loans. They can discount them to discount houses. I mean, there is no need for you to carry those MPLs on your book, and they will make your books not looking so good, and so they can discount it. And those that are fully provisioned with the approval from the Bank of Ghana, they can also proceed to write them off. The thing is that if you have a high MPLs, what it technically means is that it will impact on your profitability and your liquidity. And so the prudent approach is either to sell them or discount them, or better still write them off.
Now, the head of cybersecurity technology standards at the Cybersecurity Authority, Jake Franz, has warned individuals to desist from involving corporate names and acronyms in any search using artificial intelligence AI tools. He says the practice is exposing sensitive corporate data and creating new avenues for cyber fraud and phishing. Speaking at the Made in EcoBank Joy Business Financial Dialogue series, Mr. Franz said many Ghanaians and employees are unknowingly leaking confidential information by typing company-specific details into public AI chatbots.
If you are fond of using AI to do your work, please leave out your company name. Leave out the company name in your searches. Personally, you can do what you want, but leave out the company name in your searches, because the moment you put it there, the tool is smart enough to gather all that stuff, aggregate it, and start figuring out how things work. We've tried it. We've tested it with some companies where we said, what are you working on? And they said, we're working on this project. We said, okay, tell us a little bit about it. They said, no, it's private. We just went online and typed in 3 keywords, and everything they are working on came on, because at one point in time, or at some point in time, somebody had gone in there to do a research to complete that work. So I would advise all of you to please stop using your company name, acronyms in searches to do your work. Find a better way, because the moment you type in anything resembling or close to what you do, the AI is smart enough to aggregate all that stuff. It's a machine learning language, so it's going to start learning that. And if I ask it a question, it's now going to give me the 2 responses and say, for now, this is what I know.
And that's all in business update for today. Back to you, Nicholas Yamwa.
Thank you so much, Brace. I mean, today is exactly 1 year since we lost the 8, the 8 in the helicopter crash. I mean, so soon. What do you think about it, and also our fight against illegal mining so far?
No, it was a very sad incident, very sad day, because they began the day not knowing or thinking about such a tragedy.
Yeah.
We all didn't think that we would wake up to that particular news. So it's, I mean, looking at the people involved, look, even if it was one life, and these were 8 gallant men, and the fact that we have not been able to do enough in the fight against Galamsey in memory of these 8 is also speaks a lot about us, really, because Galamsey has not, the fight against it has not really improved.
Yeah.
We are not winning it, and we must, as a country, be frank with ourselves to say we are losing this battle. What can we do? Because I thought we'd do something, but we haven't. So that's it. But I hope that we'll win it for them.
I mean, hopefully we'll win it in some time to come. Anyway, the AM News was sponsored by Palladium Residences. Now, before we go, let me tell you about CompuGhana Mobile Prime Week. Your phone keeps you connected, helps you capture special moments, and support the way you work, create, and also live. Now this season, CompuGhana brings you Mobile Prime Week, the biggest mobile phones festival featuring top brands at best prices. Now, it started on 27 July and will be ending on the 9th of August. Enjoy exciting discounts on phones from Samsung, Tecno, Infinix, Itel, Vivo, Xiaomi, Huawei, Hotwave, and also Duje, and also receive amazing gifts. Now, whether you need a phone for work, photography, entertainment, gaming, or everyday use, CompuGhana has the right choice for you. You can also visit their shop or showroom, or also shop online at CompuGhana.com, or call them on 030-752-020, or WhatsApp them on 0243-143-143 for more details. And that's it for the AM News. I am Nicholas Eko-Yamwa. We have more coming up for you on the AM show with sports with Haruna Mubarak or Mufta or Nabila Abdullah. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Ghana. How was the trip to the UK?
It's normal.
Okay. This is your 5th Commonwealth Games, is it?
No, that is my 7th.
7th Commonwealth Games. Yes. And how different was this from the previous ones then?
Well, I think this one was very disappointing. I'll be bold. Very disappointing in terms of many things, logistics, so many things, even during our preparation, up to date. If I have to continue talking, we started this training after there's a national individual championship. And the national individual championship is selected, there was a technical committee who selected the team and the coaches as well to the camping at Winneba. We were supposed to train non-residential at the stadium for some time, but all of a sudden we were told they have to move the team to camp very fast. So the team moved to camp. There was a problem, so I didn't follow the team to the camp. Because
what was the problem?
The problem was that I'm the head coach, and they called me and they discussed everything, how we are going to the camp, everything to me. And later on, when they are giving me the letter, they didn't explain so many things to me, and they made on my letter, they made it like a lead coach. We are 2 lead coaches on the letter, and I asked for explanation, and they didn't give me explanation because I'm supposed to be the head coach, and I know that 2 captains cannot stay in one ship, so I was asking for explanation. And they told me I'm still the head coach, and I said so they should let it be in the letter. So when I was arguing about this because the other coach was the assistant was a coach that I trained. It was a coach that I took him through a coaching course as well. Yeah. So he cannot be the same share the head coach with me, because maybe how do we plan?
Who was this person?
Charles Quote. He's a good friend of mine. Yes. I train him in the national team. He's a very a good person. He's not a bad person, but they are not putting things the way they are supposed to put. Even later on, when I didn't go to the camp, I was training. They called me and I said no. I don't want
so
to.
So he took charge of the first phase of the team's camping?
Yes.
From Winneba to the Accra Sports Stadium?
Yeah, from the Accra Sports Stadium to Winneba.
Okay.
I was there at the Accra Sports Stadium, but when the letter came, and I didn't explain it to me, I withdrew.
You didn't go to Winneba?
I didn't go to Winneba. I think 2 weeks or so. Right. I wasn't there. Okay. The first week and the second week as well. Okay. So I was called by the GOC, and they were talking to me to go to the camp.
Were they the ones who wrote this letter to you, the Ghana Olympic Corps?
It was the federation.
The Amateur Boxing Federation.
Okay. So when I explained it to the reason why I'm not coming to the camp, and they make it clear, and they called the federation heads and things, and so we came there, and everything was resolved that I have to go back to the camp. So I told them my hands are tight now because I was preparing Theophilus Alote. So we know Theophilus Alote is ranked in all the major bodies, and very soon he's going to fight for world title. Yeah. So I can't just leave Theophilus Alote like that. So the only option that I can come back is that then I have to find a way to bring
allocate
to the camp so that alongside I can prepare allocate. And they agree on that. So together allocate has also been an amateur boxer, so it was a help even to the team for his experience and everything. And we went there. So when I went there, I called the coach there. We discussed about the training plan. I even sent him a copy of the training program that we will use to prepare the boxers. And we started very fine, comfortable. We weren't having any problem where I have to allow him to play a role. I allow him to play a role where if I'm going to do something and I have to leave it for him, I give him all that respect. And there was other assistant coaches as well, Coach Daniel Latekwe, and then one called Ben Amano.
Right.
Yes. So we were there preparing the boxers. And but then the team has been already selected because I told you there was a technical.
Who were the members of this technical team that selected?
I don't know, but I can say I think there was one person I know. It's called. It's a soldier. I don't know his rank, but it's called Charles Bernard. And so they made everything. And so I was there. And we started training the boxers. They were doing well. We were doing.
So the 10 that you took to the Commonwealth Games were the products of this technical committee.
The 10 and there were other boxers also there.
Right.
There were other boxers. They were about initially. I think I didn't know the number actually, but I think they were more than I think 20 or so. So even before I read there, they've thrown the team down. That in some which I've never even seen them has been reduced already, and remaining about few of them, together with the 10 boxers that we took to the camp. And the 10 boxers that we took to the competition, there are other boxers also there who are part of the team. Their weight category that they are going to fight and all those things has been already done before I reached there. I wasn't the one who arranged for who to be the number, this 55 or 57, but I know that all the boxers that are in camp are good boxers. All we need is to train them. So I wasn't too much interested in that side about that kind of selection because it has been selected, and the people who selected, I think I didn't have anything against them because they select the team from the championship, the championship that was held here in Accra. So I don't have anything to say about it. I was around watching the championship because I have a club also participating. So I was there and I saw everything. So I'm not against anything that the technical committee did. But when I went there, I was working with the
now let's
other
talk
coaches
about
there.
You before when the team returned from Winnipeg to Accra. What was that preparation like? You've mentioned that the contract issues and the letter issues had been resolved, and you had a good working relationship with your assistants. In terms of what the team needed to prepare here, so maybe it could be the equipment, it could be the kits that they would wear to train, the apparel, their feeding, and the regular stuff that they need to train. What was that experience like?
Yeah, when I reached there, some of the boxers, they were training with their own gloves, the gloves that they brought from the club. That is what they were using. So sometimes somebody is holding 10 ounces gloves, another person is holding 14, another person is holding 16, and they were working together with all these things. It is not good, but that is what I came there and met. And when we are going to do sparring, we have some few gloves there, which the federation provide. That one, we use that one for sparring. And so the boxers, they are using their own thing. I even discovered that some of them even have a torn canvases and things. So I even used my own. I gave them some of my canvas that I brought to the camp out to train for them to train.
So you had to even be giving them
canvas. some of them, they can testify by going to, and we'll see. I gave out some of them canvas. Even when we were there and they were asked to come and fight Nigeria at the sports stadium. Yes. When we came there to fight, there were things that we need to hydrate them after the weighing. I was the one who bought those things and gave it to the boxers to hydrate. I was the one, and I gave the receipt to the one who is the camp commandant there. But nothing was even paid. But I didn't care because it's a small money. But
wait, you have seen all of these issues. So no proper equipment, kits for the boxers. Did you ask questions at that point? Because I feel like these are things that, given your experience, you should not be comfortable. Did you ask questions?
Yes, I asked questions about it. But
what did you ask?
I even asked for ice bath for the
boxers.
The boxers. That one they provide when they provide. And then as for the gloves, the reason why I didn't continue putting pressure on them is that we were using it for the ordinary combat school, and we're not using that for the sparring because we have few equipment for the sparring. So it would be like I'm disturbing. So I didn't put that too much pressure on that. But it was the boxers individually having their own gloves that we used to do other things, and they don't have kits like giving them canvases, which previously that is done. Previously, when you come to the camp, they will give you training equipment, and you will have your canvas, you have your windbreaker, you have your things that training things that you use. And this is a Commonwealth Games, you see. So I am expecting that all these things must be provided. I saw them giving out T-shirts to brand them, but even that T-shirt, they share it only for the athlete. And when I asked for mine, they told me it's finished. They told me it's finished.
They didn't plan for you?
I didn't plan for me. So I didn't say anything because it's just an ordinary...
in terms of the equipment and the kit issues that you raised, after the Amateur Boxing Federation did not come forth or did not solve these issues, did you escalate it to the Ghana Olympic Committee?
That's why I'm saying that when we were there, the Boxing Federation, they don't have control over us there. It is the
Commonwealth Games Association
that have control over us there.
Did you escalate it to them?
So they were coming there, the federation, they were coming there, they were complaining, the federation itself, because I have to complain to the federation.
And the federation
has to, I can't go straight to them. So the federation were complaining about so many things, but it's like they weren't giving the full this thing to do what they are supposed to do. So I'm also a coach, and I have to play my role or whatever the situation, which sometimes I does, like how I contribute by giving out my canvas and other things.
When you arrived in the UK, some of the concerns that you raised about the training kits, the equipment like the boxing gloves and those other things, did you get these equipment when you arrived for the tournament in Glasgow?
No, first we were told when we get there, we'll get equipment. But I told the boxers to at least have a backup. They should have what they were using. So when we reach there and there's nothing like that, then we will continue using their own things. So when we reach there, truly, there wasn't something like that. So we were using our own gloves. When we go to the training center, sometimes we borrow some of the head guard and other things that
you borrow them from who?
From the camp of those organizers, the teams that are there. They have an organizer who is controlling the camp.
Yes.
So we borrow it from them.
Did they ask for money for these things?
No, but it was a borrow, so right. They didn't ask for money, and so they also provide some of it for us, even some of our own things.
So let's talk about the specifics and what you borrowed. So you borrowed the gloves.
we borrow. Well, we were using their gloves, the one that for the competition.
Yes.
We were using it.
Yes.
But those one that we have to do for combat school and things,
yes,
like what we were using from the camp in Ghana. That was what we were using.
Right.
And sometimes you may need head guard, which we don't have.
You have to go and borrow
a car protector. That one we will borrow.
So at that point, from the very first week, it became clear that the equipment will not come. So
that one, because it was for training.
Yes.
I didn't say anything because we were managing the ones that we have. But in terms of going to the games, we are sure that everything will be provided for us there. So we know that when we reach there, we will get all those things. But we reached there and they told us, it will come. It's on its way come. By Friday, everything will be here.
But when the game started, we saw your boxers wearing very nice jerseys, so at least that's what appeared on TV. You don't seem excited because I said it looked nice.
Yeah, I was surprised when he said it's nice. What the work I was doing, and I was doing it for Mother Ghana.
In terms of the previous experiences, how different is this from other Commonwealth Games that you have led the boxing contingents?
Yeah, this is very, very disappointing because even from the camping, they put up some rules that I don't understand. A coach like me, when a journalist come to want to talk to me, I don't have right to talk to any journalist. And if even the journalists want to talk to me about something else, and I spoke about something else, they will still call me. Why did I talk to the media?
When you say they, who are you talking about? The
I'm talking about the Commonwealth Games Committee. Sometimes they will even call my president to warn me. So my president will even call me and talk to me that I shouldn't talk to the media. Then sometimes I will even get annoyed with my president and tell him that, why can't I talk?
Is there a specific person at the Commonwealth Games Committee who was doing this, who was stopping you from your media engagements?
It was the leader from the camping, and then like I told you, sometimes they will tell my president to stop me, not to talk to anybody, and then the committee leaders, like CDM and all those people.
No, the CDM, we know him, but when you say the leader, who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the camping commander there.
Who was that?
It's called Edmund also.
Edmund.
And then the CDM. Yes. They were the people who they were calling me, I shouldn't talk to the media.
Coach, but irrespective of all of these issues, there were also concerns about the quality of boxers that we are producing at the amateur level, because I, for example, didn't think that after 14 or 12 years, we still have to be relying on Wahib Omar. But the reality is that he qualified here on merits. He beats boxers who he presumably is better than. Are you not worried at the quality of boxers that we are producing?
You see, there was a national championship. Everybody has right to represent his country.
Yes.
And when you pass through successful, there's nothing anybody can do. Boxing, most of the times, boxing, it is like the boxer have effort to select himself more than the trainer. Because if he's beating...
All right, so welcome back from to the AM show. There's something we need to talk about, right? But before I take you to the demonstration grounds, where the MPP has converged at the Supreme Court area to begin their demonstration on democracy under threat or under attack, let me tell you about what is going to happen today at the presidency. You remember that today is exactly 8 years since the death of the 8 gallant men who were on. Okay, look at me. Did I say 8 years? It's 1 year I'm trying to say, but I said 8 years. It's not 8. It's 1 year exactly when the 8 gallant men died. So I'm referring to 8 men, and I said 8 years, right? Now, 1 year ago, at this time of the day, we were all in a jubilant mood. Grateful to God for blessing us with another day. All of us going about our daily activities. Then, around 10:30 thereabout, we started hearing news about a disappeared, chopper or helicopter, as we say. Then it came out that the helicopter had crashed, and all 8 members on board had died. So today at the presidency, there is a national interfaith memorial service for the departed 8. It will be happening at 8:30 a.m. at the Jubilee House. We will be there, at the Kojo Auditorium, rather, UPSA Medina. So the National Interfaith Memorial Service will be happening at the Kojo Auditorium, UPSA in Medina. Dress code is black and white. Well, we'll be there to get to you exactly what is happening. But before that, as has been advertised over the period, the New Patriotic Party has been, announcing that they will be staging a demonstration today to protest against what they describe as Ghana's democracy coming under attack. They list a litany of reasons to back their claim. Now, today is the day, and my colleague Fatau Bayaga is already at the Supreme Court where the march will start. So what is happening there? Let me take you to Fatau Bayaga now to bring us an update on what is happening. Fatau, so you have been there, I can see you, the police station, everything. Bring us up to speed on what exactly is happening now.
So, Praise, at just around 5 a.m., police officers began to take to the frontage of the Supreme Court ahead of this massive protest by the opposition party. So just behind you see the police officers gearing up for this particular protest. They are preparing ahead of that. And at the moment, some party members, just a few of them have arrived here at the moment. I have not cited any of the big wigs of the New Patriotic Party just yet, but a few members who are here are getting ready, clad in red and black, and getting ready for this particular protest. They say that the government or the NDC party has, since assuming office, has been harassing, arresting their members arbitrarily. And in fact, they say that free speech is being criminalized. And that's the reason, among other things, why they have decided to hold this particular protest. So just behind me, you see the police officers getting ready for this massive protest. And Grace, I must tell you that just at the frontage of the Supreme Court, the entrance of the Supreme Court, the police have mounted barricades there. The protesters would be going in there to present a petition to the judicial service. And at the moment, the frontage of the Supreme Court has been taken over by barricades, and some police officers are stationed there just to ward off some of the protesters, because in fact, many of them would like to go in there as well, but the police may want to just allow the leaders of the party into the premises of the Apex Court. So basically, this is what is happening here at the moment as the opposition party is getting ready for this big day.
I hear you mention that you haven't seen any of the national executives around at the moment. Is that accurate?
Yes, in fact, I have been looking through. I've not seen any of them here at the moment. Some of the protesters that I've seen here are just ordinary supporters of the New Patriotic Party. Just yet, I've not seen any of the big words. If they're on their way, I don't know as of now. But what I can say is that I am here, stationed in front of the Supreme Court, and I've not seen any of them yet. Okay. If they are still in their vehicles and they are here, that I can confirm. But I have not seen any of them on the ground.
Okay. So when it starts at the Supreme Court area, where will they go from here? What will be the route or the route?
So basically what we are told at Brace is that they are going to present 3 petitions, one to the Judicial Service, and they will start here at the Apex Court. From here, they would present another petition to the presidency, the seat of government. That's where they will go to submit another petition. And we are told that the leaders of the party in Parliament would also present a petition to Parliament as part of this protest. So basically, 3 petitions will be given to the judiciary, so that the 3 arms of government, the judiciary, the executive, and then the legislature. So basically, this is what the New Patriotic Party intend to do today in order to drum home their demands and ensure that their members, they claim, are currently being, harassed, among other things. They want to ensure that this particular situation is fixed.
Okay. Have you picked any of the briefing for the security services in terms of what the direction or directive is for them?
So at the moment, the security, the police officers who are here, they are yet to speak with the media as to how they intend to do this. But just behind me, you see them getting ready for this big day. In fact, I spoke to some of them off record, and they say that they are here to do their work professionally. They are not here to cause or to intimidate any person. They will ensure that the protesters abide by the rules, the legal rules, as far as protests are concerned. In fact, it's their constitutional, right to protest and all of that. But they should not do anything untoward. If they do that, they are the police officers will ensure that the right things are done in terms of guiding and ensuring that there is law and order in order that the protest will end peacefully. So basically, that's the way that they are trying to inform the protesters. Do not cause any trouble. March peacefully. You can express your views, but do not do anything until that would, in a way, compel the police officers to arrest you on the law.
But I'm grateful to you. Just stay there. Whatever happens, we'll come to you for you to give us an update on whatever is transpiring there. Fatal Bayaga is our man on the beat at the Supreme Court, because that's where the MPP is beginning their demonstration today. The democracy under attack demonstration by the MPP is beginning today. And as you saw, the huge contingent of the police, there to provide protection for the protesters and to ensure that the protesters really conduct themselves within the laid down rules that have been agreed upon. We will bring you, update on this on the show. As we keep an eye here, also we will be keeping an eye on what is happening at the Kofi or in the Konedu Auditorium at UPSA in Medina, because there is a national interfaith, memorial service for the departed 8. A year ago today, Ghana was thrown into a state of mourning. We lost 8 of our gallant men who were on their way to be part of an event which was targeted at fighting Galamsey. We'll take a break here. We'll be back to bring you the news review segment, where we'll try and bring you updates on whatever is happening in the country today. Stay on.
Their death shook the core of the nation. A routine mission ended in an unimaginable loss. For weeks, the country brooded over the sudden demise of 8 of its gallant citizens, including cabinet ministers. A helicopter carrying men committed to national duty never completed its journey. The The Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, the Environment Minister, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, 3 other top government officials, and 3 crew members never returned.
On the morning of the Wednesday, I called you and I told you that I woke up very sad. I do not know why. Immediately, your first solution to everything, which was prayer, was what you suggested. You prayed and you said you had a flight to Obuasi and you'll be back. I'm still waiting.
The painful demise left behind grieving families, shattered dreams, and a nation searching for meaning in tragedy.
In this final farewell, I would also like again to thank the 8 officers and personnel, our comrades, our friends, our brothers, for the love, dedication, and service that they gave to this country. I pray that this funeral will bring closure to a grieving nation. And that today we pray that this will be the beginning as the Almighty God heals our land.
Time has moved on, but the pain has not. For many Ghanaians, the echoes of that tragic day still linger. The memory of those who perished continue to inspire solemn reflection on the national fight against illegal mining.
I can confirm to you that you are going to see a fight that has never been witnessed in this country. President Mahama is going to lead a very ruthless and relentless campaign against Galamsey. He has not minced words at all. We had a brief cabinet meeting earlier today, and the president was very clear. There was no ambiguity that he will be leading a war that we have never seen to deal with this canker, this existential threat, once and for all.
The departed 8 were on a national assignment in a renewed fight to eradicate illegal mining through the Responsible Community Mining and Skills Development Program.
On that note, the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program has been launched. Kabori.
The program is a national initiative that empowers mining cooperatives and small-scale miners through training, innovation, and responsible practices. The goal is to transform mining into a force for safe, inclusive, and environmentally responsible development.
Na no pani edi amruka wo ye wo pesika kokko na wo tu echi na sa police fo na omo bawo sa soldier fo no bawo samre no efi na ekọ no ye pese ye twa so. President Mahama se membra American kire mu se na ban onchi mining kra o pese ye mining o pese mabunu ye mining nemom ye nyina ye nsi abutra ne ye kire mu ekwampa. But
a year after its launch, has the country won the Galamsey War at all?
If you look at the essence of what they had gone there to do, the fact that for Dr. Omane-Boamah and what I know that he stood for in the quest for fighting the illegality, making sure that we will bring an end to the illegality, and the support that he gave the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Unfortunately, I think we have failed them, because the best testament, the best tribute that we could have paid to them was to make their blood count.
In the last year, the initiative has registered over 9,000 miners and 700 cooperatives across 8 mining regions of the country.
The fight against illegal mining remains one of the ministry's highest priorities. During the period under review, NIMOS sustained nationwide operational tempo against illegal mining across 6 endemic regions. A total of 200 operations were executed across 53 districts, recording an operational strike rate of over 84%. I think we can appear in steam.
While the government touts its achievements in the Galamsey fight, many rivers snaking through the country remain dirty and forest reserves dotted with open pits.
Recently, in a town called Ahiri, we chanced upon an irresponsible mining activity just inches close to the Asiwa Road. When we tried to find out, they told us that they have a letter from Comsdep and that one is a cooperative mining scheme. But when you look at what they are doing on the ground, that is pure Galamsey, pure irresponsible mining. They are destroying the wetlands, they are polluting the Subri or the Subin River. That is not cooperative mining. That is not sustainable mining. That is not what these people died trying to bring forward.
Across Ghana, in the western north, Ashanti, central, eastern, Bono and Hafu regions, illegal mining is eating life away from the lands, water bodies and other natural resources. Illegal miners continue to operate with impunity, excavating the earth crust close to roads and in forest covers while local authorities watch on.
River got for back police for back. I'm beje omo there. And you feel for so beje omo there. And nothing or Kojo. Yeah.
A recent video which surfaced on social media showed some youth in one of the coastal communities fetching and washing sand along the beach in search of gold. An aerial view of the country's water bodies reveal major rivers, once crystal clear, suffocating with heavy siltation and the scarlet effluent from the mining activities. Aquatic life and biodiversity are at the mercy of humans' unrelenting quest for wealth.
You are fighting with soldiers here. You say you can fight us. You are holding weapons. Where's the pump action?
At least a total of 163 persons have been convicted for illegal mining since 2020 to 2025, with the majority of them being Ghanaians and the remaining foreigners.
The Minister for Foreign Affairs talks about the fact that, they've had a cabinet meeting and we're waiting for some forceful, push that was going to come from His Excellency the President. We would have hoped that by this time, when you drive from Bonsu through Enyinem to Osino, you will not see the audacity of the criminals who are mining right by the side of the road. Unfortunately, in as much as the President has, the angst to be able to fight this, in as much as the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is pushing from where he is, we are losing the battle. We are losing the battle of illegal mining, and we have not, as a country, we have not honored, these 8 people who have paid the ultimate price in their quest of serving their country. Unfortunately, we have not honored their memories.
We have people who saw the need to change the status quo, to provide an alternative. They believed in the cooperative idea. If we have to honor their memory, I say, let's do it right.
But perhaps the greatest tribute to these 8 gallant souls will not be found in the wreaths, monuments, or anniversary ceremonies. It will be found in the rivers that run clear again, in forests that breathe once more, and in a nation that finally finds the resolve to protect the land that sustains us all. Their mission ended in the skies above Adansiasukwa, but the journey they began remains firm on the ground, unfinished and now entrusted to every Ghanaian until the scars of Galamsey fade from our rivers and our forests. August 6th will remain more than a day of mourning. It will stand as a solemn reminder that the price of inaction can be painfully high. Rest in power, our fallen heroes. Demiri Fadri and Mary Mama. For Joy News, I am Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
Through every stage of life, some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era when love was service. The silent statement of love. A thoughtful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes, every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is
this strategy will lead.
Oh no, not again.
Say, relax. The generator will come on now.
The generator is not working. Why stress yourself when the experts are just one tap away? Introducing Left Power, the smart emergency support app from Left Signature Limited. With Left Power, certified engineers respond fast, anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stories.
Hello, sir. This is Left Signature Limited. The request has been received and our engineers are already on their way. Please relax. We've got you covered.
This is professional. Every Left expert is certified, verified, and can be tracked in real time. Oh, you'll know they're coming before they even arrive. From electrical engineering and solar power systems to data center management, cloud services, smart automation, and software development, Left Signature delivers excellence, fast, reliable, and professional. Left Power. Your solution is just one tap away.
Available on Play Store and App Store.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine.
Well, it's the 6th day of August, 2026, exactly a year ago. Illegal mining has cost us lives, cost our land, cost our environment. And today we remember the 8 gallant people that lost their lives, of course, in the journey to still fight illegal mining. Thank you so much for sticking and staying on the AM show. Let's bring you the weather forecast, and then we should get to know what's happening in front of the newspapers. Their Hunter Pele is on standby. Right, so thank you once again for staying. Let's bring you the headlines in front of the newspapers. Kojo, of course, by now you know that the NPP is hitting the street from the Supreme Court. They say that democracy is under attack, and to drum home their concerns, they're protesting. We'll be bringing you everything that's happening on that demonstration if you stick and stay with us here on the AM show. The AM News Review is sponsored by Syntex Spice, Pegasus Publishing, and Awake Purified Drinking Water. Kojo, what's happening in front of the papers?
Oh, let's start with Daily Guide and this story. Boise SHTS students beat headmaster over baby burial claims. 6 arrested.
Yeah, I brought that news yesterday. It was one of our headlines yesterday at 12 o'clock. And I had a conversation with Nana Boachi, who's been following that story. And if you, just a casual understanding of the story is that there were rumors on campus that he had allegedly impregnated one of the students, the female students, and had caused the girl to abort the baby. Now, they've been following him, and one student said that they saw him bury a thing that looked like fetus in the bush. So after following him, all of this is alleged, the police is still investigating, by the way. Following him, and after the burial of the thing, they went to check, and they checked, and then they say that it was a fetus. So they didn't just wait at all. They went on and decided to want to brutalize him. And yesterday, as at the time we're bringing the story, he was still at the hospital. We know that the school has since been closed down. 6 persons have been picked up or arrested for investigation.
But since when did students have that?
The share.
Yeah, that we can attack our headmaster.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. No matter what you suspect of him. Yeah.
Anyway, well, Sedina Tamaklo still caged. That's according to Kwacho Fosu.
I am also very confused. If a person has been acquitted and discharged, I am not a lawyer, but I don't know why she should still be caged.
Well, let me flow with you. NPP NDC lock horns over democracy demo copter crash anniversary.
Why are they locking horns?
I don't know, but the intent is on one breath, the NPP is staging the democracy under attack demonstration today.
Okay.
On another breath, the government, NDC, is having a 1-year anniversary, or there's something called the interfaith memorial service for the copter crash victims. I guess that's what the paper is just reporting, that today the NPP and NDC, they've decided that at the same time one is doing that, the other is
we'll confirm this headline on the show today.
Okay, yeah.
Whether they'll lock horns or
they won't.
Yeah. I hope they don't.
But I can see a lock horns here.
They didn't come with horns. They won't lock it.
But the way they are sitting and everyone is very concentrated on his phone, I'm not sure it will happen. But
I've seen it many times. Oh, they come quiet, calm like this. Those are the days they are more like a volcano. But let's see.
Okay. And then, if you are going to pray in Achimota Forest, please bear in mind that your fee has been increased to 10 Ghana cedis. So, if you want to go and pray to God in Achimota Forest, you have to pay 10 Ghana cedis. Yatum incrementa kano.
I don't know if you have to hear. Let me check.
Check it for me. Check it for me.
Okay.
We are increasing for, so we have to increase the prayer gate fee as well. Okay. Have you seen it?
You go on other papers. I'm going to look.
Now, the Daily Searchlight, Dame Atachia protest justice by railroad in petition to Chief Justice. Now, we know that there's a legal vacation, but the trial of Abdul Hanan and also that of Eduboine, we are told, will still take place. And that's what their lawyers are writing to the Chief Justice, that no, we cannot be part of this process, because the long-standing practice is that when we are on legal vacation, every hearing ceases. The details are there in that paper. Government 2 Ghana cedis diesel relief won't offset past fuel hikes, MPP says. You know, the chairman of the Policy Coordination Committee of the MPP, Kojo, yesterday addressed the news conference at the party headquarters, and he made the revelation that, look, the government said they are going to take off 2 cedis on diesel, but that does not offset the increases over the past 18 months. The Aboso story is also captured here. RTI Commission fines 234 public institutions 20,000 cedis each over failure to submit 2025 reports. That is what is there. Insight: 2 cedis for price cut. Varsity lecturer hails Mohammed's intervention as strategic and timely amid global oil volatility. Palestine applauds Pan-African TV at 10, celebrates station's decade of courageous journalism. Nkrumah and the Kulungugu bomb attack. The day a bouquet of flowers nearly changed Ghana's history. So those are the stories there. Emefa, maybe once you get done with this, go onto my online and get all the details that we have. Emefa, let me leave you here because you have a lot on your plate this morning.
Well, thank you so much, Kojo. So the Achimota Forest Pastors Association, so there's an association, and they have petitioned Parliament for the increase, and that there's already some ground fees that they pay, but they say that there are no facilities to help their prayer life in the forest more conducive. So 10 cedi, it's quite a sharp increase. The adults are paying 10 cedi and the children are paying 5 cedi.
Children's with you. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Kojo. This morning we're joined by Solomon Owusu. He is Director of Communications for the United Party. We're also joined by Kofi Tonto, his spokesperson on employment and jobs for the NPP. We're also joined by Dr. Joshua Zato, Senior Lecturer and Political Analyst. Hamza Suhaini is lawyer and member of the NDC Communications Directorate. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you join me in studio this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, today at 8:30 on Thursday, today, of course, we're joining the government at the Kofi-Addo Auditorium, UPSC, Medina, to have the National Interfaith Memorial Service for the 8th Ghanaians that lost their lives when they were journeying, still in the fight against illegal mining. I'll start with you, Solomon, because you look the part. The dress code is black and white.
Yes, because I'm going there. From here, I may not end this program. It's very important. These were comrades. These were patriots. These were people that some of them I knew personally, that I've been on set countless occasions with them, especially Murtala Mohammed. We had a lot of banter when I was in the MPP and when I left the MPP on Alaji and Radio Gold. So, and also on TV3. So is still with me. I can't imagine someone that a year ago we were sitting on the same set and to die in such a manner and still be okay this morning is something. But like we said, we are all mortals. We will live one point or the other. Nobody can determine how you are going to live. So we will be consoled by that. But only to reaffirm the point that why did they die? What were they fighting for that led them to die? They were fighting against Galamsey. And that the death will be meaningless until we deal with the issues of Galamsey. I know for a fact, as Mutala himself discussed with me, he wasn't comfortable with the way and manner lands belonging to CSIR were being dissipated, were being shared like biscuit. And so in his absence, some of us want to take it upon ourselves to pursue what he was already fighting for, to see whether or not those lands that he vehemently opposed his sales are still intact. So it's a solemn morning. We'll go and then commiserate with the family. That is what I can say.
I mean, a year after the fight against illegal mining, how will you score? If I gave you a score sheet, how would you score it?
No, we haven't improved much. I mean, the effects are still there. We are still busily destroying our existence. We are destroying the environment, whichever way or form you look at it. And I believe that it must not be a lip service. We know the people that are doing it. Galamsey, it's not something that is done in secrecy. It's done in the open. So for anybody to come and tell us that we don't know those that are doing it, it's marks of incompetence, marks of a country that does not have a national security. And interestingly, any area that Galamsey takes place, we have the DISEC, we have the RECSEC, and we have the national security available. So what work do they do? What work do they do? We must put everything aside and save the survival of this country.
Kofi.
Yeah.
Good morning once again.
Yeah.
Are you going for the interfaith ceremony today?
No, I wouldn't be able to.
Okay, but are you demonstrating today?
Yes, from here I'll be joining my party people to express our grievances and to ask the government to take off its hand, intolerant and abusive hands of our democracy.
Okay.
So I'll definitely join them after this program.
It's a year after we lost these 8 gentlemen, all in the fight against illegal mining. 1 year on, I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, so first of all, let me once again express my deepest condolences to the families of those departed. Solo, I had engagement with Mutala as well. At least we met several times on TV and then on radio, but mostly TV programs. So he was more like an acquaintance. I wouldn't say we were close friends or anything like that, but anytime we met, we had a very fiery discussions, and then after the program, of course, we'll have our discussions as brothers. So I was quite saddened when I heard of his demise. For the others, I knew of them, but never met them personally. And so for any life lost, it's a life we must cherish. So I deeply express my condolences. And so if the government intends to do a program to celebrate their contributions and to honor their memories, I have no issues with it, except to add that Ghana belongs to all of us, and we must be seen to be doing well and doing good by all Ghanaians. And for me, was it yesterday or 2 days ago where we lost 21 people on the Kumasi-Accra Road?
We never lost 21 people.
Okay, how many people?
3 people.
3 people.
Oh, 3 people.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then I think from the...
There's an explosion, or you're talking about the explosion in the Western region?
No, that was the Aboso.
Yes.
That one I think will come to.
Yes, yes.
But from what I read from a media house,
Is it from us?
Not from you.
I'm a catcher.
No. But no,
read from the MPP propaganda.
No. Actually, this one I read it from a station in Kumasi, which initially had doubts about the number. But then I think they did further research and said about 30 people had been affected, but then ultimately 21. That's where I got the 21 from. I haven't even seen any statement by the MPP. But if it is 3, then we thank God. I mean, not that their lives don't matter, but at least it's 19 less than the people that I expected. Nevertheless, we've had other forms of accidents there. You know, remember the 8 or 6 students who, young people who died at Elwak. You know, it's also a year, right? So I think we could have equally added them to this program because they were young people looking for jobs, and through no fault of theirs, they died. You know, so my point is, let's not be seen to be celebrating a few. Of course, these were Ghanaians who were working at the time of their demise for Ghana. But any and every Ghanaian, whether private or public, is doing or contributing something to Ghana. So all these things have happened. And there seem not to be any sort of, commitment. We must show equal commitment to such people as well, especially for the 6 people who died at Elwak, you know. And so we need to go a bit further, a step further, and do more. That's all that I would say. But as far as the program, I don't have any problem with it. I think it should go on, and we must commemorate their memories and their contributions.
Okay. Hamza, so Kofi thinks that we shouldn't just celebrate these people in isolation. Last year, we had also some young people who were seeking jobs, employment. They also lost their lives. And so why won't we also add them to the program that's going to be happening today? But it's a year after these 8 gentlemen lost their lives. Pursuit, illegal mining, 1 year on. I want to hear your thoughts.
Good morning to you, Emefa. Good morning to my colleagues in the studio. And of course, our cherished viewers out there. And your production team as well. It feels like it happened yesterday, all over again. Especially having to wake up, preparing to come to this show, and all what you see are images of these gallant men on our social media platforms and many other television networks. It is painful, not just for them and their families, but painful for the government and the people of Ghana, regardless of our partisan affiliation. And for me, it is also a timely reminder, especially being a religious person, it is also a timely reminder that we are visitors on this earth. Any of us could be called to join our Maker anytime, though we pray and hope that it is not soon. But Emefa, I think that beyond the marking of this 1 year anniversary, and the call to action in terms of prayer, we must rededicate ourselves to many of the values that they sought to represent, especially the likes of Dr. Omane Boama. If you look at the politics of this country, he was a fine politician. Principled, but very intellectual in terms of his engagement. You simply could not take away the cloud of humility that characterizes politics. And I think that in celebrating or marking their 1 year of passing, it is important for us to manifest these attributes of these great men. Somebody like the late Honorable Murtala Mohammed, another fierce advocate for those who are less fortunate in society. They are underprivileged, and also he upheld principles to the core in terms of his politics. And he was known for speaking his mind, regardless of the implications, even on his political party. These are attributes that we must manifest. And so many of us, I'm sure after this program, will be there to support the government of Ghana, not the NDC, but the government of Ghana mark this important day. But Emefa, I am resisting the temptation this morning. But the reality also is that, you see, it is disappointing that in marking such a solemn occasion, many of our compatriots, especially in the NPP, have decided to use today, such a solemn day, to continue their political trajectory of advocacy, when at least a single day could have meant a lot for even the image of the New Patriotic Party. These are Ghanaians. Let us show let us be sensitive to their families and to the collective conscience of the state. And you think that today of all this is one that you should be organizing demonstrations, making wild claims that only you guys can speak to and experience? Not long ago.
Could have been mere coincidence. If you
No. If that couldn't have been.
That couldn't pick a day.
Emefa, please, that couldn't have been. This is serious. So they are not following the events of this country. They don't know what is happening in this country.
It's
such an important date.
It's not like the government announced the
any strategic
weeks ago.
Listen, they did a week ago before the announcement came. They knew. And so Emefa,
every day, a particular day you use for the. We have to look at all the instances.
I think I still have the floor. Do I? Do I still have the floor?
Yes, you do.
So, you see, it's disappointing to say the least. But what is even most disappointing is the reasons being given for the demonstration. In this country, a journalist was murdered in cold blood.
That's what the demo will come to it.
Yes.
It's a whole discussion.
Was simply daring to do his work.
What are the reasons?
But you see,
it's a whole topic.
Please, when you were speaking, I was quiet. When you were speaking, I was quiet.
To a different topic.
But you
introduced the demo.
You introduced it.
Well, I introduced what?
But you introduced.
But he didn't stay.
No, I didn't introduce.
But I'm not staying on. I'm moving on it.
You don't stay on that
question. She asked me a question
that you could have ignored, but you stayed.
How
ignored the question. Ignore the number of questions that he had ignored for you. Why am I sitting here?
So now you see sometimes the problems I have.
No. I'm saying that don't dwell on the demonstration too much because it's a
major topic. Is that what
yes. I agree, but that doesn't mean that my preliminary response is.
No, because you're going to the reasons, which is subject of discussion.
Emefa, back to the gallant deeds. Another, I can understand the argument that all lives are equal.
Of course.
And for that matter, if you have Ghanaians dying for simply looking for jobs, it is important for you to mark that day as well. But you see, I think that this country, politics should not reduce us to levels of absurdity. And I say so because even if you look at our political architecture, and my brother agrees, there's some kind of reverence.
Who agrees?
You. There's some kind of reverence. That's what I'm coming to tell you. There's some kind of reverence.
You said what you are going to say, but I agree.
Why are you doing that?
So let's wait to hear. Let's hear.
Okay.
There's some kind of reverence that is given to our leaders because we mandate them to take certain decisions on behalf of us. And the tax is a key. It is the reason why that even if he is in a room and his flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, walks in, he gets up for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to sit. It is the reason why, if he's in a room and a minister walks in, he shows that respect. He won't do it to me or for me. Because even as a country, we know that our leaders symbolizes our dreams and our objectives and manifest the image of our country. So the fact that we are celebrating these gallant men, it is not suggestive of the fact that all those who have lost their lives for nothing. We can't celebrate everyone in equal measure. It is because of that reverence we have collectively agreed that we should give to our leaders. Whether they deserve it or not is a discussion we can have. And we are also taking advantage of this demise to champion certain interventions that we consider important for the safety of this state.
Okay.
Like Galamsey. And so it's a rallying call. When we sit and we seek to do politics and to downplay.
I didn't do politics with this issue.
Well, okay. This gentleman is not a patient man. I will allow it to.
I want to hear it.
No, you should end because I didn't
because in all fairness, Kofi, when he stressed the argument, I was like, a lot of people sacrifice for the new patriotic party. Yeah, they have the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition. Are you by that saying that the others don't matter? So that was why I was growing in the that area was just slippery. It was a slippery.
I really wonder if a person wants to go to a very
I couldn't believe that Kofi-Addo would go in that direction and try and then.
He is a full-grown man above 18.
Tell him to pronounce my name well.
Be
very careful how you pronounce it.
When we go down there, we call it Tonto.
Look,
you guys say Tonto. You see,
went to America. Today is a very solemn day. Today is a very solemn day, Kofi.
I brought in the issue because the young girls died, if not a day or two, just about a week apart. Is that not so?
I think it happened in November.
November? Okay.
It happened in November. So I would have pushed back to say that why don't we wait in November if the government doesn't do anything?
If it's November, that's no problem.
Yeah.
When President Akufo's wife passed, did we do a state burial for her?
I like to think that
President Akufo's.
I like to think that we didn't do it in a crash.
I don't recall exactly what happened.
Okay. I wanted to know where the question is coming from. But Kofi, just to equip you with the information, this happened at LWAC November 12.
Okay.
I was just checking. So maybe 12 November comes.
No problem.
They don't do anything. You'll be back on this show.
And I think my request is still appropriate.
I agree.
It's logic. There shouldn't be any Dankwa Buzia Dombo tradition. They must celebrate everybody that was part of the population.
First of all, that logic.
But for your information,
that logic doesn't make sense. That logic doesn't make sense because on that day, on August 6th, other Ghanaians died. Not just the 8 people.
So what's the argument that you're making?
No, your argument.
You are the one that's right. You see, now you are saying that it doesn't make sense. So you are rather speaking to yourself. Now, where you were going, it didn't make sense.
See, I was referencing national disasters. That's what I was doing.
Which one is not a national disaster?
What are you
he
about?
considers the 6 people that died.
I consider that as a national disaster.
Yes, but then we should celebrate all of them equally.
Yes.
In equal measure. That was
what is wrong with you?
So I'm saying, I agree with you. I'm not going on the same tangent that your political party has singled 3 individuals. Dankwa Dombo Buzia and celebrating them. Meanwhile, they were not the only people or personalities that formed the party. You see, now you are now
okay. You let me hear, Dr. Maybe the political analyst.
You belong to UP.
UP, yes.
But you will not celebrate every single individual in UP like you would Alan Chemartin.
Exactly. But that's the point. What is your point? But you would rather kick it against your position.
What is your point? I am saying that we should equally celebrate them, not in terms of that they are at the same as ministerial.
So change your position. Now rephrase.
No, not at the same as ministerial. I'm talking about equal recognition.
What is he saying?
To celebrate them, how does that even measure?
That's why I'm giving the information that these young people who were searching for military recruitment didn't pass 6th August.
Yes.
When I looked it up, it was he didn't know. He just cited disasters, national disasters. So the information that I've provided, what he uses it for.
Came to do politics.
Anyway, Dr. Zato, it's 1 year.
Good morning to you. And
was that you I saw in the Vandal video?
Yes, it was me.
Okay.
What was he doing in that video?
Well, he's
we
there.
were singing inspirational songs.
Hey.
We were there celebrating our jamboree. It was liberating to be back to the hall that murdered us, the hall that...
Dr. Zato, you only answer me, not him. So, answer my question.
But a very prominent vandal was missing the president, and next time I hope he...
Anyway, Cambodia greets you.
Budi, how is he doing? It's sad. I remember that Wednesday very well. I was with Solomon on a sister media house, and I think the last message he sent to the media house was something he was saying about me. Literally communicating to me to the radio house, and they read it. And in fact, we were just about to end the show. Yeah. Only for me to get back to Legon and start hearing this, so I couldn't believe it. It was literally like that. What's his name? Mutala was we met in Legon. He was a farmer, a proud vandal. We knew each other in Northern Union and those kind of things. So, so it's something. I know he loved his country, he loved his politics, and he eschewed a certain politics that today we need a lot of. I knew Omaniwama briefly when he was the NUC's president and I was the PUSA president. I remember inviting him to a program, he came, so it was brief, but I did that. And so we say that may their souls and that of all the faithful departed continue to rest in peace. Sometimes what happens is that grief and death can lead to a reawakening. They can lead to people asking important questions. Sometimes when somebody close dies, you also try to do some introspection. And the question I want to ask, which is very important today, is that have we done that? This is the easy part. It's easy to organize memorials. It's easy to erect, statutes. It's easy to do the things, to do. We can do that, and we should do that. They are part of the mourning, they are part of the healing, they are part of the going forward. But the biggest problem, did we do the challenges? Did we do the heavy lifting that is needed? Did we do that? What I thought was that their death should have been a coming to Jesus moment. Their death should have made us to say, okay, what happened? And I thought that their death should have given this country an opportunity to make decisions that under normal circumstances we wouldn't make, especially in the Galamsey fight. And it's important that we say this. If Omanibuama's son wakes up today and say, my father died on his way to go and try to find a solution to Galamsey, 1 year on, what has the government done? If he stands up there in the auditorium and asks the men, the patriots that are sitting inside and say, look, yes, he died going to do this. 1 year on, what have you done? If, Mutale's son or daughter were to stand there to memorialize his father, and he looks at those men and women sitting down there, these powerful men and women, he looks in your face and tells you, okay, this is why my father, he was on his way to try to find a solution to this. 1 year on, you, those sitting here with all the powers you have, what have you done to memorialize his father? You were to ask you, did my father die in vain? They will say yes, because they have nothing. We have not been able to honor any major event to say that this, we are doing this because of them. The strategy we are talking about, the Ghana Armed Forces has taken steps to avoid such tragedies. You understand what I just want to make a point. Now they split the exercise, they put in more emergency measures. They've learned from it.
There are different locations.
Different things. They learn from it.
Are they affected the helicopter? The helicopters, I think they have a new one, right?
Yeah, they've ordered a new one. So
they're retooling.
I'm just talking about
the real cause, which is illegal mining.
I'm talking about so two things. What as a country we've learned from Galamsey and what the Ghana Armed Forces have learned from their tragedy of how recruitment are done. They have learned. They have put in pragmatic measures, and we've seen them. We can see that they did this. So tomorrow, the young girls that died, we could say that yes, because you died, or precisely because of the tragedy that lived there, we have improved the system so that nobody else will die the way you did. That we've done whatever that is, let me say, humanly possible. And we'll continue to improve it. And I hear they even give them water, they send a medical crew in. They do these things. What has the government done? What can they say that because you died? I'm a Catholic, I'm a Christian, I believe that Christ died for our salvation. So we can say that. What have you done? And that is the point. You have chosen the easiest path in this sense. Get it? But look, if you really are sorry, if you really are sad, if you really want to memorialize these people, take that podium today and announce things that you felt are uncomfortable.
Like what?
Take that podium today.
A year on, Mr. Government has been convicted for illegal mining.
Exactly.
What kind of announcement?
That has nothing to do with
it's a fight against illegal mining.
Wontumi was not.
No.
Wontumi was not jailed for illegal. Wontumi was not jailed for illegal mining.
The judgment is here. The judgment is here.
Wontumi was not jailed for illegal mining.
What was he charged?
So we will come back to that. No.
Everything will come back to that.
No. Emefa, you cannot use Wontumi as a reference.
But we should use you.
You cannot use Wontumi as a reference.
But until the appeals are stayed. So what will I use?
He was not jailed for that.
For what?
Wontumi was jailed for, quote unquote, giving his land to somebody that he shouldn't have.
And that is under what?
No.
What sort of theories are you providing?
The law says that if you have a land, you cannot give it to anybody else for any activity.
So why were those people arrested?
No, please. Those people were, in fact, those people who were arrested were not even jailed for illegal mining.
Why were they arrested?
Were not jailed for illegal mining.
Have you read the judgment?
No,
you have not read the judgment. Okay, let's go into the judgment.
Okay, no.
Let's go into the judgment.
Dr. Zato was the one on the floor.
No. Let's go into the judgment. You will not allow them. Now when you say, let's go into the judgment, no, you said you were not jailed for. What are you talking about?
Solomon.
Yes.
All of us. Today I deliberately came
who
to
was jailed for illegal mining? Give me one person.
What are you talking about? You said he was not jailed for illegal mining.
He was not.
So, for what?
Well, I will come to that.
This propaganda business will not help.
Because I would have thought today, 1 year on, there's no single independent SO there who will say that because of this tragedy, we are winning the Galamsey fight. Absolutely zero. Today, there's absolutely no independent data, verifiable facts out there that says that because of this tragedy, we have taken the steps, we've done things that we shouldn't have done or we're not comfortable doing. To say no. There's something in public policy we call a policy window. And sometimes some of the policy windows are emergency windows. They are routinized, some are emergency. As a country, we could have used the depth of this report as a policy window. It could have been an emergency policy window, it could have been a central policy window, but we could have used it to declare a state of emergency in mining. That is something that the Ghana Catholic Bishop Conference have asked for. That is something that the coalition against Galamsey have asked for. Everybody else has asked for this except the president and the government. We could have done it under the banner of these people's death. Two, we could have used their death to say that we are going to go on a system and we are going to freeze accounts of known prominent Galamseyers in this country. Because you see, if we go chasing the fingerlings, the boys and girls who, because of economic challenges, are inside digging the pit, they are not the Galamsey. One, they don't owe the concession. Two, they don't owe the bulldozers that came there. Three, they are not those financing it. We are just chasing shadows when we do that. When we know, everybody has told us, even the president has told us that we all know the big players, the big fish there. If we have started freezing people's public accounts, freezing accounts of known Galamsey or people that are associated with it, if the president who said that fighting Galamsey is a significant KPI, if we started firing the MCs whom Joy FM themselves have said that are complicit in the Galamsey fight, then we would have said that we are honoring this people. If we start, last week you and I we were here talking about Galamsey in front of a police station. It's okay. Galamsey in front of a police station. Galamsey behind an Agenda 11. If we start fighting today, all these people that are complicit, their complicity is very explicit in the Galamsey fight. If we started firing them, then we would have said that we've learned something from their fight. If we started saying that the people, the MPs and the people who are elected have organized a mob to attack Colonel Boa, almost killed them, that has faced no, no sanctions, no retribution for what they have done. If we started doing it, then we could say that we are honoring the member of this people.
Okay.
Look, don't choose the easiest path out. Don't choose the easiest path out. It's easier, it's simple. It's just cosmetic to sit down and say you're having a Memorial Day when you are not prepared to do the heavy lifting, when you are not prepared to do the real things that you know you can and should do to honor these people. Okay. If we don't do any of this, it's a massive failure.
Dr. Zato, you have spoken quite substantively a long time this morning. Are you comfortable? Are you happy?
I've decided not to heckle anybody.
Okay. I don't understand that. But let's take you to the Supreme Court because in discussing it 1 year on, the 8 persons who've lost their lives, you definitely see that because the day is also the day the NPP is going on the demonstration, they seem to be tidy. It will be a good time to go to the Supreme Court where my colleague Fatal Bayaga is reporting on the democracy is under attack. Demonstration Bayaga, if you can hear me, bring me some updates from the Supreme Court. I can see behind the sights and scenes happening at the Supreme Court. What's going on?
Yes, so we are standing just in front of the Supreme Court where the New Patriotic Party will begin their protest from. They will deliver a petition or submit a petition to the judicial service today here at the Supreme Court. So a number of the party supporters have, massed up here ahead of that protest. It was supposed to, according to the party's, schedule, it was supposed to commence at 6 a.m. But as we speak now, this is the time that a lot of the party members are now arriving here at the frontage of the Supreme Court. The police officials here are here in their numbers to, provide security ahead of this very crucial protest here in front of the Supreme Court. But let me just begin to speak with some people to appreciate what they make of this particular protest. And we are going to speak with the Ashanti Regional Communications Officer of the New Patriotic Party, Paul Yando, who has also come here to participate in this very protest at the Supreme Court as part of efforts to, drum home their demands. Let's listen to him.
National security threat what you say? Communication officer for Asante Achem.
Emefa, we'll speak with Paul Yando shortly, but let me just put a picture to you about what is happening here. So the party members got here around, many of them began to arrive here around 7 a.m. and they say that at the moment free speech has been criminalized. They talk about harassment of party members among other things, and that's the reason they are here today to participate in this very protest. Dennis Miracles Abuaji has arrived here just a few minutes ago, and other top officials of the New Patriotic Party, and that is a signal that this protest would begin very soon. And you see the water cannon of the Ghana Police Service has also just arrived, and many of the police officials themselves are here, and the entrance to the Supreme Court itself, barricades have been mounted there in a way to ward off some of the protesters when it's time for them to go inside the Supreme Court itself to present a petition to the judicial service. So in fact, what we are told is that the leadership of the party would be allowed into the inner perimeter of the APS court whilst the supporters themselves monitor this particular protest from the outside. But we will speak with Paul Yando shortly, but let's engage some of the party members who are here and their numbers to participate in this particular protest. Pacho, good morning. Thank you very much. Are you members of the New Patriotic Party?
Yes.
So why are you here today? I don't know why.
Pacho, me be support Kakra. Yes.
Because of what issue?
Because almost 1 year now, no water. We are suffering the water. No water. Don't know no water, and that's all.
So you're here to protest because of water issues?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me talk to you too. You are here this morning. Are you a member of the New Patriotic Party?
I am part, but since my sister has spoken,
you are a member of the New Patriotic. Yes. Why are you here today?
Yeah, we are here today of what is going on in the country now. I think a lot of issues that even as I'm afraid that I will be caught. I'll be arrested. Now I think petrol is high, electricity is high, water bill is high, education is even in danger, especially the free SHS. And now, all of a sudden, we hear this one has been arrested because of what he has been saying. You see, now petrol is high. They are not talking about that one. Just arresting, and it is too much, brother. Democracy is under attack. You are in danger. We are in danger. We are all afraid. That's why we are here today, my brother.
Free speech doesn't mean that you should be insulting people, isn't it?
You are right, my brother. I think a lot of them are not insult. one person like that, I thought he was, explaining or, telling people about what some people have said. Like, especially the man who said he has called 30-something cows for the NDC. You see, and that guy was even explaining, and later you heard he has been arrested. These are all things that is not good for the country.
Right, thank you.
It's under attack for sure.
Thank you very much. So he said he's afraid of his life because he believes that when he makes comments, he's arrested, among other things, and that's the reason he's here today to join this particular protest. But these women are already dancing here. Let's hear from them what they have.
Hey, yeah, that's the new Japan 2028. Yeah, but life and colored.
But why are you here?
Yeah, but support democracy in Yaba, democracy.
All right, so these are some of the supporters of the New Patriotic Party who are clearly dancing ahead of the commencement of the protest. Let me try and get a word from Paul Yando, who himself is here to support the protest. He came all the way from the Ashanti region to support the protest here in front of the Jubilee House. So today, Emefa, what they intend to do is that they'll start the protest here at the Supreme Court, and then they'll proceed to the Jubilee House where a petition would be submitted there, and then the leadership of the party in Parliament would also submit another petition to Parliament in order to inform the government that their party members are being harassed, their party members are being arrested, and that's the reason they are protesting today as far as this particular demonstration is concerned. So basically, Emefa, a lot of the police officers are here, and the supporters themselves are gearing up towards that very important, protest according to the party. So we will bring you more interviews as the protests begin.
Some impressive numbers so far at the Supreme Court. It's quite early in the day, but I can see that there's some numbers. Some people are coming out really. Let me start with you, Kofi, first. Kofi, which part of the democracy is under attack?
Okay, thank you very much. From here, as I indicated earlier, I'll be joining patriots to express our grievances. See, Emefa, if there is a singular person who has benefited from insults, vile attacks, it is President Mahama.
Benefited?
Benefited. In fact, his presidency came on the back of insults and attacks.
From who to who?
Look, this is an opposition party that weaponized insults as a tool to win elections.
Like this 2024 election?
This past election, nobody was spared in this country, from the clergy to the media to the party in government. Every single individual who, for whatever reason, felt that they supported the activities of the government of the day, that person had a fair share of the insult. They literally institutionalized insult to win power.
How?
Why? I'm very surprised you are asking me why and how.
No.
Were you not in this country? Didn't you see what Kevin Taylor did in this country? Didn't you see what Kevin Taylor did in this country? To date, as I speak to you, the back of his program has the vice president's image to date as I speak to you. To date, as I speak to you,
has our former vice president or
vice president's image as the backdrop of his program.
Okay.
To date, yes, it means something, because if I sit here and somebody uses my image for an activity I don't support, it will not last for a day.
That's when we're going to court.
To date,
has he gone to court to enforce that?
Lies, smear campaign. All manner of things were said about Akufo-Addo. He was called a monkey. He was called I don't have to tell you. I don't respond to you, but anybody in this country knows.
I don't know that.
So it surprises me.
I'm hearing it for the first time.
Oh, no problem.
I don't know that.
No
and
problem. Of course. You didn't have ears at that time. Of course.
That's not true.
Of course. But any objective person will tell you that indeed,
he was called a moon.
People were insulted. Journalists were insulted. I remember what was done. I remember what was done to Efia Pokuya, for example. She was shredded apart. Now,
who is that one?
Please. Former journalist.
Yes. Journalist of this of multimedia and
now despite. Okay.
Look,
what did she do?
Look, please. Let me talk. Okay, you are interrupting me.
Hamza, please.
So the point that I'm making to you is that nobody can dispute that over the last several years, insults were part of a campaign. Anybody who's objective will admit that we saw it. So I'm surprised the faces you are making to me as if you didn't know what happened.
Oh no.
The lies. People sat on platforms. Look, I will give you several examples.
You said that the current government benefited.
Yes.
President Mahama benefited from insults.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand it.
I gave you an example of a campaign agent.
And I
gave you an example of a campaign agent of the NDC who has insulted, vilified every single human being in this country. From clergy.
Kevin Taylor?
Yes. Now this gentleman...
Is he NDC?
No.
He's an MPP man.
Please.
And he's on their rule.
Please. You see, this whole bogus argument of somebody being MPP, somebody being NDC. Take, for example, were you not MPP?
Yes.
Are you MPP now?
No.
So where from this nonsense? Please, I can claim I'm UP. Can just claiming that can I
he has a card.
Can me please
he has a card.
You see, Emefa, what is happening?
Kofi, because anybody can claim anything at all. There are things that we all have accepted as a country as the tools we use to verify. I cannot work with speculation. That's why I asked Kevin Taylor, which party does he belong to? I don't deal with the speculations.
Nobody has to belong to any party for their actions to benefit somebody.
That's a
let's even. So the question of was he NDC is not even a starter because
when I hear you, I have a fair pushback and let it pass.
Yes.
Then you just agree to it. It doesn't have to be nonsense or not.
No problem. But you see, there is a deliberate strategy to say that somebody is holding a card, that somebody was a member. And I am trying to disabuse the minds of Ghanaians that I could be MPP today and be UP tomorrow. If I become UP tomorrow, I don't remain MPP. Just like you. You were MPP at a time. Today you are UP. So if you go and pick your MPP card from 5 years ago and claim because you have MPP card 5 years ago you are MPP. That's not logical.
But Kofi, if I come along with this your analogy, what you're suggesting is that this person we're discussing belonged to a particular party. Now he has moved on, and yet
I never said that. No, I never said that. I never said that.
Okay.
He brought the argument that he is MPP and he supported it, and I'm saying that look. That argument is on the back that at a point, he said, no, please. Somebody being a member of a party is not just saying it. As Emefa,
he has a card.
Yes, that's not.
He has a party card.
And I just gave you an example that you could have a party card from 10 years ago. If you flash it on
your
TV
party
today,
constitution says when you leave, you go and take your property, you hand over the party. The man says he's still a member of your party. Why are you denying him that right?
But the people in the party say that he
does not lie in the mouth of Kofi Toto to say I am a member of the MPP.
We have a way to verify. A person can just show a card.
The man says he's a member of MPP of Wasi West.
Okay.
I am the. He has shown you his card.
I am the general secretary of UP. I sit here today and declare myself the general secretary of UP.
So if you declare yourself the general secretary of UP, and you are misbehaving, the UP will sack you officially.
Of course,
you have not done so. No, and you are here ranting.
Okay. Let's go back to the MPP. We cannot make democracy about individuals. So let's open it up.
So let's put it aside. Now the point that I'm making to you is that
Emefa.
Kofi.
A government comes into power. That person has a legal issue. He's let off the hook. 18 months or 17 months in, about 21 people have been arrested. I was listening to Felix Kwachu-Fusu, and his argument was that if you threaten the president, or if your actions is harmful to the state, or could be a security threat to the state, then you'll be arrested. So I asked him, of the 21 arrests that they have done, how many of them threatened the president? How many of them threatened the president? Except for one lady who invoked curses. Of the 21. Then his second argument, if your action poses security threat. Emefa, were we not in this country where the president's security was literally splashed on TV? His flying itinerary, his travel itinerary, his hotel rooms, everything was put on TV. Everything was put on TV. Was anybody arrested? Was Okujeto Ablakwa arrested for putting out President Akufo-Addo's itinerary? So the argument of national security in itself is bogus. Look, I fully comply that any action that jeopardizes the safety of the state must be reined in. I don't have any issues with that. But the point that I'm making is that you did worse in opposition. And today you use that as your basis to arrest people. That today, when people invoke curses, that forms the basis to arrest them. Apply onerous bail conditions. I mean, and what even beats my imagination is that this guy should have been arrested if the logic they are mounting is anything to go by. This guy, he should have been the first to be arrested for the reckless comments he makes. This guy.
You are referring to me?
Yes, you.
Me and you are referring to me?
If anybody should be arrested, it is you.
Don't go there.
You see,
don't go there. Don't go there.
Nobody makes reckless comments like this. Nobody. Yet this guy is walking free. So it is not about the government caring about comments that people make. It is about the government saying that a group of people who belong to a political party, we are going to shut you up.
Okay.
We are going to shut you up.
Okay.
Look, this is disgusting.
You are done.
This is unacceptable. This is abusive. This is intolerant.
So that it makes the conversation so beautiful.
You see, you not
naturally I have to follow.
You not talk today.
Because I have to respond equal measure.
You not talk today.
So, Kofi,
for what you
how do I allow you to talk and Solomon won't talk? You have just named him his right.
I left myself to
fair that he responds.
Because after all,
Kofi, have you landed?
He's landed.
How can I land? I'm still in the air. Look at the way this guy is treating me. How can I land? How can I land?
And you should just say, "We must kakra meba." What does it say? We meba why?
It's my brother. When he's struggling, I cannot be struggling.
Solomon, what do you want to respond to? He thinks that you make reckless comments. I haven't asked him which one. He should cite an example. Luckily, you're here.
I make cogent.
You make
cogent points. I don't make reckless statements. Every statement that I make is backed by evidence. Every statement, every single one of it. You understand? Because you see, listening to him, they have no business whatsoever being on the street.
Well, why not?
And I say it from the heart of heart. I think that they decided to do this demonstration just to mar the 1 year anniversary of our departed souls. That is all that they are.
To what end?
Either than that. What did he say? That people have been arrested for what speaking. Is that the truth? Is that the case? Is that what you believe in? Well, in this country that last year they embarked on 2 demonstrations. One, save the judiciary. The other, well, in this country. They themselves told that they are not afraid of anybody. And they embarked to showcase to the entire world that, yes, they were not afraid of anybody. Now you are listening to say, when people insult in this country, Fortunately, I've been a member of the NPP before. There has not been any political party that has insulted more than the NPP. And it started not today, way back. You know what we did to Jerry Rawlings? No, as recent as 2002, you know when Gabi Asaro referred to Professor Mills as a podel. No, his own candidate, there, former President Akufo-Addo, after election of 2000, by March, he referred to Professor Mills as Professor Doolittle. He gave me a nickname. So what are we discussing here? Now he moves into the arena of 21 people have been arrested, forgetting that in 2024, he was at the Jubilee House. He was there. He saw the Jolobi demonstrators, 50 people being arrested in a single day. Was it not in this country? So if this is the reason, then you have no business whatsoever being on the street.
How is this an argument?
Now I can understand.
How is this even comparable?
I can understand
if a group of people are protesting.
And the police, it's my time.
How is that comparable to individuals?
Did you arrest them?
Being picked up in their rooms?
Did you arrest them?
How is that comparable?
No, did you arrest them?
Individuals being picked up.
No, did you arrest them?
Look. Police have a right to step in if they feel the peaceful protest turns into something else.
Then what are we discussing?
What are you saying? Set of police. Is it not the same police that is arresting?
No. Police can arrest every single Ghanaian. Police. Let's not compare.
But it's my time.
Let's not forget. No. Emefa is raising a point. It's conflicting.
It's not raising the point to you.
If somebody does something on the streets and it is bad,
yes,
the police will arrest that person. It doesn't change the fact that the police can mete out injustice on others.
But the police,
let's not conflict.
So let's make the point clear that 50 people were arrested in a single day during their era. He is saying that now it's 21 people, and at that time he was at the Jubilee House. At that time, his boss, the current flag bearer of the MPP, was the chair of the police council. Would I be fair in saying that by virtue of him being the chair of the police council, that he instructed those people to be arrested? So when you are going into a certain arena, then you must be careful. But let's deal with the democracy under attack. Yes, indeed, democracy is under attack, and I believe that democracy has two parts. We have internal democracy and external democracy. I believe that the democracy that their own party is practicing is hugely under attack. And I'll give you a few examples for want of time. This is a political party that issued a statement calling on two constituencies in the Ashanti region that they must not. This memorandum is coming from their own party.
Dated when?
Dated the 6th of July 2026. And you are here, you can verify whether it is true or not. Let's take to the title. Constituency Elections Committee, Fijasa East, Asante Achim Central. I write to communicate the decision of the National Steering Committee of the party taken at this meeting held on Monday, 6 July 2026, regarding the conduct of Constituency Executive Committee elections in the Fijasa East and Asante Achim Central constituency of the Ashanti region. The National Steering Committee was duly informed that the party has been served with orders of interim injunction and subsequent motion on notice issued by courts of competent jurisdiction, restraining the party from proceeding with the conduct and supervision of the Constituency Committee elections. Now, listen to the last paragraph. As a law-abiding political party that upholds the rule of law, the party is bound to comply fully with the terms of the said court orders while taking the necessary legal steps through its lawyers. What happened after this? A party that believes in democracy. Your national office, the National Steering Committee, issues a statement saying that two constituencies cannot hold an election. They flouted this and went ahead to do those elections. And the same party comes, but listen to what they are saying here. And you are talking about democracy. Do you know democracy? Listen to the very party.
You are ridiculous.
National Steering Committee decision on Asante Achim Central Constituency Executive Elections. Following the submission of report of the Electoral Affairs Committee on the Constituency Executive Committee elections in Asante Achim Central Constituency, the National Steering Committee at its meeting held on Monday, 3rd August 2026, considered the report and all related matters. Upon its deliberation, the National Steering Committee resolved to uphold the Constituency Executive election. This was a party that had issued a statement that elections must not be held in the constituency. They flouted it with impunity. Go ahead to do it, and they uphold the elections. You are talking about democracy. When democracy is attacked, it means there is no accountability. This is a political tradition, a political party that left government not long ago, whose members are being alleged of stifling, of taking, of stealing more money from the state that has the potential of destroying our democracy. And if you say democracy is under attack, then understand. Oh, it's alleged. What is it? It's alleged that monies have been
so alleged. Now alleged. No, he's using it as a basis of saying that.
Let's let him
when he gets your time. When he gets your time.
So you mean that they've been alleged to have stolen?
Now you need to accept that the court has convicted. So you have to say that
if that holds,
then the one that attacked democracy is your political party.
This is a political party.
This is a political party. Let me give you realities. This is a political party that we have been talking about monetization of our body politic. In their last presidential primaries on the 31st of January 2026, candidates that were contesting, Baumia paid 500 Ghana to each of the 211,000. Kennedy Japan paid 500 to each of the 211,000. Brian Champon paid 700. If you these figures translated,
how much did Alan pay?
Alan didn't take part in your election.
No, the last election.
Alan didn't take part.
The last election, he took part. How much did he pay? So why doesn't he want people to talk? How much did he pay?
Why
much did Alan pay?
So what?
Alan has been part of MPP.
Alan was not part of.
How much did he pay?
He never paid anything. If you are a liar,
but he cited 30th January.
Was Alan part of
how about citing 2020?
How about citing? As you speak, listen.
How about citing 2020?
If Zato will be truthful to himself, if Zato will be truthful to himself, and I'm pushing him on the line, he belongs to Commonwealth, and they say truth chance. If Zato will be truthful to himself, let's ask Zato what has happened to the album, the constituency album.
Why is Alan called Alan Cash?
That somebody has hijacked.
Why is he called Alan Cash?
Hijacked the album. Somebody has hijacked the constituency album and putting delegates' name into the album, and it cuts across all the entire 276.
So in the national,
so if there is anybody that is attacking democracy, it is the internal party activities of the New Patriotic Party, and I see this whole demonstration as members of the MPP who are so furious with the internal arrangement in terms of democracy, trying to fight against it. That is why you see them. You will see what will happen.
So for the UP party, you think that today's demonstration is just...
It is just, they are demonstrating against themselves.
Okay.
That we have not done well in terms of democracy, and for that matter, the world must know what is happening within the MPP so that they refrain from that. I don't know what is there. There's nothing there.
All right. Hamza, I'll come to you, but let me come to Dr. Zato first. I have a question for you. So Reverend Jones Latte is in London, and he is our viewer. He says that, put this message to your guests and ask for comments. Says that political party public demonstration is unproductive and a waste of time. Politicians must produce alternative ideas rather than taking to the streets. The evidence is overwhelming that politicians have not solved the very problems for which they took to the streets when they were in power. The democracy under attack demo shows the immaturity of the NPP. Ghana's democracy is not in jeopardy. Parliament is functioning. Apenyoma King is rising on his feet. The executive is working. His Excellency Mahama is in Jamaica. The judiciary has not broken down. Wontumi has the right to appeal. Sedina won her appeal. So for Reverend Jones Latte, he thinks that if political parties have alternatives, it's not to hit in the street. While I acknowledge that demonstrations are a very potent tool for sharing your views or protesting certain things in the country, he believes that this is not important. Do you agree? I came to you because you're a political analyst, and
I do not agree. I think he's wrong.
Okay.
He's completely wrong. First of all, it doesn't lie with him to tell a political party how they should conduct their business. It doesn't lie with him. Political parties in this country have chosen how they persecute or prosecute their agendas.
He says that this particular one has proven to be unproductive.
So that's what I'm saying. The thing has not even happened. He says it's unproductive.
Not the demo. He says that hitting the street. Largely.
Exactly.
So it's not exclusive to the MPP. He thinks.
But the point I'm making is that it doesn't lie with anybody to tell a political party how they should prosecute their agenda. Do you understand? It doesn't lie with anybody because they know what they are doing. Whether you agree with it or not, whether you think there are other venues or not, in fact, and they are, just because they are demonstrating doesn't mean that they don't acknowledge that there are other venues. They've not also said that. They've not also said that there are no other avenues, yes. But they are saying that of all the plethora of avenues that this man has talked about, they have chosen the demonstration part. That's what they have chosen. So it's a menu of avenues they have. They've chosen one. So for you to down sit or somewhere and pontificate that they are wrong by choosing that avenue when you don't know what then I disagree with him. That is why I disagree with him.
Okay.
Now you come to the issue of democracy under attack. Democracy is a very nebulous, so the NPP has not defined what they mean by democracy. It's under attack. They have not defined it, and I'm sure that going ahead, maybe today they will do it. There are a lot of interviews going, they will tell you why they are. But when you now look at the whole concept of democracy here, we are looking at the democracy we are practicing and the legs on which it stands. Democracy here, I want to look at, what's the name? The concepts, or some of the concepts that undermine democracy. Separation of powers, freedom of the independence of the judiciary, freedom of movement, of assembly, freedoms of speech, and all those things. These are the cornerstones of any democracy.
Rule of law.
The rule of law, that's what I put it under independence of the judiciary. Look at them and begin to see. For me, one of the biggest threats to our democracy that has happened was the removal of the Chief Justice token, a co-equal arm of government, something that has happened under this democracy ever before. Even Jerry John Rawlings, the PNDs and this has never done that.
But if the act has not happened ever to occasion a removal, why would there be a removal?
I don't understand your question.
You say that...
My point is, removing a Chief Justice
has never happened.
Potential or threat to democracy.
Some people see it as rule of law.
Again, that's why I'm here. I have my opinion, they have their opinions. I'm not saying they should make their opinion. I am making my opinion. I'm saying that removing a co-equal arm of government poses grave danger to democracy we are going. And doing it under circumstances that today we can all then begin to understand that you make the system so partisan in how it is done, and the whole process, for me, poses a threat because nothing, and I've said this before, nothing then stops any new government from coming, from also appointing their own new Chief Justice. Nothing prevents or stops any new government from coming, from also saying that we don't like this Chief Justice, we are going to bring on, and we can come on with, at any one particular time, you can come on with the reasons why you need Chief Justice, and all the reasons can be legal, all the reasons can be fair, everything, you can pass through them, as so far all the courts have pronounced that the removal was justified, but it's not always right, and you can always do that. So for me, that's marks of something. It has put a certain dent on the judiciary, and I believe that going forward, it is one of the things that stands out as very important. Number two, we can talk about the increasing criminalization of speech in this country. Freedom of speech is a fundamental, basic issue of democracy. Don't take it from me, Emefa, take it from this media house. Take it from one of the most celebrated journalists in this country, lawyers, Samson Ladi Anyanani, who has demonstrated, who has presented that the criminalization of speech and using those law consequences have seen a marked increase under this administration compared to the previous administration. Who has argued that the rate at which ordinary citizens for TikTok posts, for social media posts, have been arrested and imprisoned in jail is unprecedented in this democracy. There's a woman right now serving in prison for a TikTok post. There was a guy who was picked by national security because he put out a billboard that said that Dumswa is back. Those things do not speak well. And when you are an opposition party and you see the full might of the state being deployed to do these things, it strikes fear at your heart. It seems that the whole state is out to get you. So when they then say that precisely because of that, because of all these innocent citizens who are in jail or being prosecuted or taken through this ordeal, democracy is under attack, then you can understand where they're coming from. Number three, one of the biggest threats to democracy in this country is a a suit at the Supreme Court right now challenging the presidential three-term system. That suit keeps me awake at night.
Which one?
It scares me. The one that is trying to say that
the third term of a president.
That whole argument. I was a bit relieved when I heard the national chairman of the NDC sit down here, and he also actually said that he said.
Well, why does it threaten you? Because one of the petitioners, or one of the citizens headed to Supreme Court, I've heard panelists say there's an MPP member. Ken Crunchy, is he not?
It doesn't matter. I'm saying that it scares me.
Okay.
Ken Crunchy is MPP.
It doesn't matter who.
That was one of them. He was. He's no longer.
Let's be very careful. And that's why I keep saying.
You see, when people belong to a particular party and it's publicly known, when they withdraw and it's not publicly known, then we can only reference what we know.
But certain actions have been done publicly by that person, which goes contrary to the party rules.
Is it my turn now?
No, but anyway, sorry.
Is it my turn?
You coming, Dr. Zato?
You go ahead.
Yeah.
So that suit scares me. That suit makes me uncomfortable. Because it's going to the Supreme Court, and if we wake up tomorrow and the Supreme Court rules that the president can go a third time, that is how dictatorships begin. That is how autocracy begins. Take Zimbabwe. When the current president, what's his name? He has a very complex name. When he came, his whole argument was against Robert Mugabe for being there forever. He has used constitutional means to literally make himself another Mugabe of Zimbabwe. Take next door to us, Ivory Coast here. The same issues that was the president of Ivory Coast. The same issues that he was Ouattara. The same issues that he was again. He has come back, made himself the president for life. Take our neighbors to the east, Yadema here. The same argument. So my point is that ruling and that potential ruling scares me. It scares me because it may, once it's in the Supreme Court, nobody knows how it's going to rule. If tomorrow they were to rule that yes, the president can go a third time, that becomes the beginning of what? Entrenchment of what? Autocracy and lack of democracy in this country. Jerry John Rawlings, for everything he has, will always be celebrated. You can have everything you do with John. But the day Jerry John Rawlings handed over power peacefully to J. Akufo-Addo 201 is the day that we should never entertain this. And so, and I'm praying to the justices of the Supreme Court, please, for the sake of our democracy, for the sake of the infant democracy we are serving, for the sake of what we are preserving, for the sake of what we are doing, please strike down this thing. And I don't even think they should be entertained. Okay. If that lawsuit is a major threat to democracy in this country.
Okay.
And then we can come up with how, what people, even members of the current government have talked about what? The increasingly weaponization of bail conditions, the judiciary in this country, as a bigger threat to democracy. Because look, bail should never be seen as an instrument to punish somebody. Bail should never be seen as an instrument to make somebody suffer. And sometimes even the bail conditions become a bigger punishment than whatever punishment the person would have gotten. Members of this government have complained about that. It's not only members of the opposition. And for me, that is a bigger thing, because what it does is that it leads to something in politics called path dependence. And people learn, institutions learn. That becomes, because tomorrow then there's a new EOCO board, tomorrow then there's a new, let me say, police administration, and they begin looking at or asking for very ridiculous bail conditions. So you can have the Supreme Court or the laws guaranteeing almost all the freedoms.
But there are ways and nuances in which the institutions can use that same laws that have been laid down. And then what? Then democracy. I want to see where you're landing.
My point is that the Constitution and the laws can guarantee all the freedoms.
Okay.
All the liberties, yes. But what the state prosecutorial and investigative bodies are doing and the kind of bail conditions they are demanding becomes a bigger affront to people's liberty in a democracy. Don't take it from me. Take it from Mr. Martin Pebu, whose landmark cases in the Supreme Court of Ghana have actually gone ahead to entrench the rights to what? Bail conditions. And it is the same Martin Pebu who is crying that under the current regime, weaponizing the bail condition and exclusively against political opponents is a threat to us. So, in the whole cabal, I believe that as a country we've come too far. And our democracy is worth cherishing. This democracy is worth fighting for. This democracy is worth dying for. This democracy is worth celebrating. But some of these things, if we should look at some of these things and see how we can avoid this unnecessary, some of them are unnecessary, so that we can protect the democracy that we have cherished and protected for this long.
Hamza, so would the NPP be right? And I'll cite a few things that they have said since the conviction of Chairman Moon to me, that it seems as if there seemed to be some selective justice delivery. And I thought to just look back at the time that Gloria Akufo was Attorney General, and even now moving to Godfred Dame, to see whether they had discontinued certain cases when they took over. I saw that there was scanty information. You're a lawyer. If you have more information, you can furnish me. I could only see the Gregory Afoko matter. But if I compare what happened under the regime and the current Attorney General and the discontinuity, I mean, I know that they're exercising their constitutional right of issuing noli prosequi, but would the NPP be nearly right to feel that there seemed to be some selective justice?
Absolutely not. And the most dangerous attempt to make is to want to compare this current NDC to the NPP that just left office. And so to understand where this nation is headed, it will be an exercise in futility if you want to compare the two, because they cannot be compared. We detested that regime for 8 years, we abhorred it, and we wanted it gone for good. And the NDC promised a reset. And so if you want to measure the successes of the NDC, measure it against the promises that the NDC made in our quest to reset the democracy of this country. And so it is important. But you see, Emefa, first of all, claims have been made on this platform about the so-called democracy under attack. And for me, what beats my imagination and what saddens my heart mostly is the politics of selective amnesia that the NPP appears to be engaging and hypocrisy. And I say so because, you see, even on this platform, you see the branding, they call us settings. They refer to the NDC government as, you see the settings? Was this the shirt he was wearing? That's how they deceive not just the Ghanaian people, but their own people.
But he's headed for a demonstration. I
know he's headed for it. He left his house.
Yeah.
If he was instrumental, as he wants us to believe, his first appearance on this platform, this is not trivial. He would have been it. He has criticized himself for leaving his compatriots out there and coming to city. So now he needed to belong and to give a sensational message to the NPP foot soldiers that, look, I'll come and join you.
Hamza,
your settings, I'm talking about your settings. Was that what you were wearing?
Does it matter?
It does.
I can't change.
You can. But I'm just telling you about the settings you are doing.
What is settings?
You could have waited after the show and go and change and go. But why do you think you have changed?
He's publicly said that right after here. He's headed to the demonstration.
Yes, but let me make that point. I'm just, why? You are deceiving your supporters. But I'll go to the substantive issue. Emefa, claims have been made. Oh, Nana Addo was insulted. Really? And I'm going to start on that trajectory. Really? In this country, we are living witnesses to what they did to His Excellency President Jerry John Rawlings of blessed memory. All kinds of insults heaped on him. Murderer, wicked man, tribalist, all kinds of unprinted language used on His Excellency of blessed memory under the NPP. Indeed, we woke up one gory morning to dead bodies scattered of women, if you remember that story, on some selected streets in Accra.
I've heard that story.
Yes, and Rawlings was accused by the NPP of being behind it without a scintilla of evidence. This is your stock in trade.
Wait,
and you are talking about
evidence that the NPP did that? Is that what he's suggesting?
No, I didn't hear him say that. He said
this is our stock in trade.
Can I?
Who's stock in trade?
Lies, deception.
Who's stock in
NPP.
trade? No, you cited an example. Are you on record saying that we put the dead bodies on the street?
No, that's not what he said.
But he
is that what you are telling the guys?
No.
Because those suspicions were there too. So because and I have not made reference to that. Those suspicions were there too.
Example and said that example is our stock in trade.
Kofi, here's my understanding. He says that.
Yeah.
He said that you say that Nana Addo was insulted.
Yes.
But we woke up in this country. He even asked where I was in this country when the former president of blessed memory was also insulted.
Emefa.
He went on to also say that there were dead bodies of women splashed on the streets of Ghana here. And the time he was accused without any scintilla of evidence. So he's talking about the accusation, not the fact that you put the dead bodies.
You believe this guy?
You see,
I give you people the same credit, all of you.
You see, first, again, Emefa. So these are the facts you can't contest. Who started politics of insult, especially against the presidency of the Republic of Ghana? It's the NPP. Remember Professor Doolittle, who used that term on His Excellency of blessed memory, John Evans Atta Mills? Was it on Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo? As if that was not enough. They proceeded with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and he referred to his own elder brother, a senior family man, if you go back to the north, as an incompetent man. Incompetence. That was that was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia who used it on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. What do you think that he was doing? So if today we have social media communicators of the NPP.
Incompetence is an insult?
Well, it's not.
It's an insult.
Ask Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, your flag bearer, whether in our parlance, in our language, that is not an insult, especially to an elderly person.
That's not an insult.
Who is older than you. Ask him.
That's not an insult. Calling somebody a chimp.
Ask him.
Is rather insult.
So, if you look at the trajectory, this is their stock in trade. And are you therefore surprised that after emulating such gesture from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, even when they attack the system and the institutions of state act, he blesses them for engaging in such vile politics that we all must condemn by inviting them to his office and embracing them? We have seen the videos. Mind you, which democracy is under attack? Under an NDC regime, when His Excellency President Mahama was president. Our laws have always worked. 3 NDC activists, Muntie 3, were jailed for publication of false news and attacks on the judiciary. You remember who was the president then? The laws worked even under President Mahama, especially even now that we promised a reset. Many of the laws they are talking about, who presided over the promulgation of those laws? Is it not Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia? You remember Mensa Thompson of ASEPA? You remember? He made a simple allegation as a citizen of this country that indeed the president had traveled with his family members on the presidential jet.
But why do you call it simple? An allegation is an allegation.
But he's a citizen of Ghana. He's right to make an allegation. This was not an insult. This was not calling for the head of the president that the president must be killed. Just an allegation. He was picked up, arrested, under them. Then democracy was not under attack. Bobiansa alleged that he suspected that the first lady and second lady had interest in some state lands. He was picked up, arrested, under them. Then democracy was not under attack. A student of University of Ghana, his only crime was simply lifting a placard and saying that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, please open UG Medical Center. That gentleman was arrested. A mother of 4 under them in government went live on TikTok criticizing the government and saying that it was becoming difficult for her to take care of her kids. They picked her up under the same laws. Then we accepted same that the laws were working, regardless of the misgivings we had about it. Is that the kind of politics you want us to go on? That trajectory?
Is it a tit for tat?
It is not. And that is why I am disappointed in their logic this morning. I am giving you examples of what transpired when they told the good people of this country that they were using the law. Why? Have you seen President Mahama directing anybody to take anyone to court? And that's why I gave you the Muntie 3. If there is a political party that demonstrates fidelity to the 1992 Constitution and objectivity, it is the NDC. That is why under the same President Mahama, even leading members of the NBP activist forum were arrested for engaging in what the court termed as reckless political commentary.
Would you like to amend your submission as the Muntie 3 were not jailed particularly for false publication? It was for contempt of court.
I said, it was false contempt of court, but it included false publications. They made certain, they were, when they brought them before the court, what is your understanding of contempt?
Well, I mean, were they jailed for
issues,
that one? That happened during the trial?
Contempt is the umbrella. Issues come together to establish that contempt.
To intimidate us here. If there is clarity of thought. Somebody committed an offense. In the process of trial,
what
the
issues
person
establish
committed contempt. Those are two separate issues.
What issues establish contempt?
The fact that you've gone to law school and you're a good lawyer doesn't mean
your ignorance.
We won't allow that to happen. What is ignorance about this? What is this ignorance about?
They sat on radio, made false claims, threatened judges, according to the judgment, which constituted these acts together, constituted contempt. That's basic law.
Okay.
And so, Emefa, when I say that, no. I'm not trying to play with the words. That's basic law.
Stop.
And so, it is important for you to understand that if there's a political party that has demonstrated fidelity to our democratic principles, this is the NDC. Indeed, under your own internal politics, can you claim to be democratic? You, under Nanado and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, went to attack your national officers, Paul Afoko and what's the name of the gentleman who was General Secretary? Kwabna something. They are General Secretary. He knows him.
Who attacked?
You people aired it on your platforms.
Which one of it?
Oh, you don't know the General Secretary who wanted to be flag bearer? Kobna Japan.
Who attacked Kobna Japan?
You didn't see videos of Kobna Japan's vehicle at the MPP head office, mold and glasses broken under Nanado. We saw how Nanado, through fictitious ways, with the support of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, took out these gentlemen from office as national officers of the party.
First of all, is it Emefa?
Yeah. Emefa, you have forgotten that history.
It's absolutely
it was as if it's not in...
You said that MPP through fictitious means.
Yes.
What fictitious means?
Fictitious means...
What fictitious means? You are alleging...
Oh, are you going to allow me to make my point?
No, but how do you... What are you saying? What false claim did I make?
When you're making all the when you lie that and you couldn't demonstrate who called Nanado a monkey.
Nanado, your party calling Nanado a monkey.
Let me make it. Can I make it?
Okay, so how about we cite examples that we all can substantiate?
But I'm giving you examples that
both of you. I'm just saying that.
Yes, but Emefa, don't allow him to do that because when you were speaking, I was quiet.
But Emefa, he's spoken for so long.
I can understand because you are uncomfortable. That's why you feel that I'm speaking for so long.
I just came in for
because you are uncomfortable. Anytime they hear me speaking, he's spoken for so long because they can't take what I'm talking about.
What are you saying that we can't?
That's the beauty of my part.
What
we speak to facts. We don't speak to propaganda.
You interrupted me. Was it that you?
And you see, Emefa, this is important.
What?
You see, even within your own internal political arrangement, how democratic are you? And you are organizing demonstrations that democracy is under attack. That's why I'm interrogating what you subjected the likes of Paul Afoko to. Indeed, you went as far as even murdering your original chairman.
Sorry?
Emefa, you have
come again.
As murdering the Upper East regional chairman in their internal political wrangling. Why do you think that Paul Afoko was taken to?
Who is we?
Going through that ordeal that he went through.
I mean, how are these things?
Have you forgotten when acid was poured on the original chairman because of their internal political commentary? Was that democracy?
Who is the we? Who is the we?
Party murdered.
Who murdered him? Was it not their internal political victory that led to the pouring of the acid?
So
was that
the party murdered him? What are you saying?
Hamza, you know
this is ridiculous.
Hamza, you know you can say
is that a democratic party? No, I stand by what I'm saying. Is that democratic?
You stand by what? Your falsehood, your lies?
He's a lawyer. He understands the consequences.
I stand strictly by what I'm saying.
He's a lawyer. He understands.
So if we are talking about democracy and the attack, you should be the last to speak. And I hear the so-called neutral also made statements to the effect that what the NDC and this government is abusing the law in terms of...
If he came here to give a lecture, let us know.
If
if this guy came here to give us a lecture, let us know.
Kofi,
he's spoken for too damn long.
To be fair to Hamza, today he's been very quiet.
That doesn't mean he hasn't spoken for too long.
No, don't do that. When you and Solomon were on, I gave you all the time. I gave Dr. Zato. No.
You didn't give me enough time. You kept me in the air, remember?
Hamza just be landing, but no.
Oh, you because of him?
No, that's not because of him. Just make the point.
And our so-called neutral on this platform, who clearly is a member of the New Patriotic Party in good standing, also makes certain wild
Why can't you just address him, Dr. Zato?
No, because, yes, he's Dr. Zato. I'm not feeling, I will ask for his name, he's Dr. Zato. But that doesn't erase the fact that he's a good standing member of the MPP. That's the fact.
Has he told you that?
I mean, he's ever contested for even parliamentary seat on it.
Has he told you that?
Yes, I know.
Okay, you proceed.
And he participated actively in their recent primaries, internal elections. He knows, he can't deny that. So, Emefa.
You say you're rapping.
Yes, and he also makes the allegation that, oh yes, nothing, the most undemocratic act is the removal of an institutional head, the judiciary. What kind of logic and inconsistency and deception is this? Is it the first time an institutional head has been removed?
It is the first time an equal arm of the government has been removed in this country. No, you cannot make your point. You've invited me to this debate. I've said you.
When you were invited,
you called my name. You invited me. I will came. It's the first time that an equal arm of government has been removed.
But let me make my point.
No.
Okay, so are you done?
I'm not done. No. This whole conversation, the two of us are in this together. You've invited me.
I cannot be in the same.
You have invited me to this debate. I will make it. Go ahead.
I'll allow it.
So you see, and he claims that it's undemocratic. Really? My brother is a lecturer. And he knows the arms of government.
Exactly.
You understand?
Yes, I do.
And he knows that the fact that you have been elected as president doesn't mean that you cannot be impeached. It is democratic.
I've not
for you to entertain the possibility of
I've not said that. I've not said that.
The fact that you have been appointed.
I've not questioned that. Go ahead.
If people are patient enough to follow this logical.
This is what he wants. This is what he wants. This is what he wants. This is the whole thing.
I like it
to look like we are attacking him. I don't. That's why you are doing. That's what he wants. I don't want.
If you allow.
No, because I don't want him to try. He's trying to create this perception that myself and this guy are attacking him. So that's why I want to stay outside. But he's inviting me to it.
Okay. So Hamza, in 30 seconds.
No. You allow all the interjections from the two of them.
In 30 seconds, Hamza.
I will make my point.
In 30 seconds.
First of all, it is democratic to elect a president and avenues for impeachment. It is democratic to appoint and confirm a chief justice, and it is also democratic for avenues of removal to be included. It is democratic to elect or appoint a speaker. It is also democratic for avenues for removal of the speaker to be employed. So if you are a lecturer, especially of political science, you ought to know this.
I know that, and then I'm also a lecturer of political science. That is why I then also know that you have an abuse system. You use this, you make this in a very partisan chamber called the Council of State. You did that, and then throughout the process, when you then did that, you abused the system.
I know your loyalty for the point you have done. I know how loyal you are to the MPP.
The removal of the Chief Justice is equal to the murdering of the judge.
I know how loyal you are to the MPP. Calm down. Let me make my point. Are you done?
That point will be made, and I'm going to make that point.
Are you done?
By doing that, you have put in some kind of fear.
Both of you are landing.
That is wrong.
In fact, both of you are landing.
You can't allow him.
I've not so landed.
I want to hear.
We are not. I've not so landed.
So,
I want to hear Kofi. Your 30 seconds.
So because he has interrupted.
Because you don't do that. You don't go ahead and do the
You see,
that's what he was looking for.
Let me do my job. Let me do my job. I'm saying that your 30 seconds was up before he interjected.
No, that's
so
not.
You can check.
That's not.
Do you not have friends who watch the show? Do you not have friends who watch the show? Do you not have friends who watch the show? Ask them to check whether your 30 seconds was not up before. You verify. Trust me. I'm saying that 30 seconds. I can give you a second round. I will give you a second, but I want to hear Kofi.
You see, Emefa.
And come back and hear him.
What is absurd? What is absurd is when people who should know better deliberately use internal issues which happen within all political parties. These are excesses of democracy. It happens in the MPP, it happens in the NDC and any and every political party across the world. Internal issues happen. So when people, in an absurd manner...
Can you give me an example of what's an excessive democracy internally? Or some of the actions...
No, I'm saying that when two political party conducts an election, for example, and people fight, sometimes even brandish weapons, etc., that is an excess of democracy, where people are trying to achieve a democratic outcome, but in the process, violence emerge. Those things happen. It's not just in the NPP. It happens in the NDC. It happens elsewhere. Sometimes it may not even be violence. It may be other forms of accusations, verbal attacks, etc. across the world. These are excesses of democracy, especially internally. Now, when somebody cites those excesses as an example of democracy under attack, that person is mischievous, because you see, they are trying to compare that to an arm of state being used to suppress people.
Kofi, let me have your attention.
Yeah.
We all agree that we use smaller portions of things to mirror the big ones.
Yes.
So I can't see how I can take away the internal party, the excesses that you're just drawing me into. I can't see how I can separate it, because before we go into the bigger picture, we must look at the small.
All that I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not saying that those excesses are good. I am saying that those excesses are part of the challenges of democracy that we all know.
So why aren't you seeing this also as excesses of the bigger democracy?
No, because in this case, there is an arm of government with power. You know, when you study, do you know why one of the reasons why it's not acceptable for a teacher to sleep with a student? Because one has power over the other, right? Even if it's consensual, it's not morally right because one has power over the other. The same is true here. When a state uses an arm of the state, like the police, like other forces like national security, to suppress others, largely that arm has more power over the other. Do you get the logic that I'm making? Because I cannot, so if I make a speech and Zato calls me out, or Zato verbally calls me out, that is two individuals bantering. But if I make a speech which is allowed under democracy and I am arrested, that is a special force, a higher force being used against me. The same cannot be compared.
While I agree nearly to some of the things that you have said, the case in point here is the judiciary. Right? Because we know that they have the power in terms of one arm of government, and this is the judiciary you're talking about.
The judiciary is one arm.
The executive is one arm.
Executive, no, see, you are talking about the branches of government. When I speak of arm of government, maybe you are taking it too technical, because you are looking at the executive, judiciary, legislative.
That's actually not technical. That's true.
No. I'm saying that is the technical meaning of it. But let me break it down. Let me make it simpler. When I refer to an arm, all that I'm saying is that...
Man is confused. Can you move on to the next one?
It's okay.
I'm not confused.
You have nothing. The demonstration is wasted effort. So let us...
No, Hamza, I want to hear Kofi. Yes.
Let me speak. Even if you want to stretch the argument, the police, etc., fall within an arm. All that I was trying to tell you is that... I don't know if the word is...
You have nothing to
Hamza,
say.
let me hear Kofi. Kofi, you have my attention.
They have embarked on a fruitless exercise.
The reason I want to hear Kofi is that if it is democracy that is our attack, one of the arms of government that permits me to use a technical arm of government, my understanding of it, that ensure the democracy really is the judiciary. Do you understand? And it's the reason why you're still... Okay.
No, you see, democracy... The judiciary has a role to play.
All of it.
Legislative has a role to play. Absolutely. They all ensure democracy functions.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that one arm of the government is using resources available to that arm.
Which of these?
The executive arm is using resources available to that arm, i.e. the police, national security, other things, to suppress the rights of people. And that cannot be compared to internal bickering. That's what I'm saying. That somebody is using a higher power. And I gave you an example that if two people are having verbal bantering, The same cannot be compared to a police officer walking into, or the national security or BNI walking into my house at 2 a.m. to arrest me.
Are you kidding me?
You can't compare the same.
Political parties are allowed to violate the rights of its members. That is the allegation he's making. And yet, we have people out there trying to demonstrate for this party.
Again, you are being,
it is normal.
You are being upset.
For democracy to be abused within the politics of the
Well, he's here, so let him make his own point.
Seriously,
I preempted my argument by saying that there are excesses within internal political.
They are not excesses. They are violation of rights. What happened under you were violation of rights.
And the reason why I'm coming along with Hamza nearly is because internal issues matter exactly as the bigger issues. There's a reason why even internal elections have found its way to the Supreme Court for interpretation.
No. I'm not.
The two of them can be the same. Your internal activities.
No, I'm not disputing that internal issues can be democratic issues as well.
They are actually.
Yes, I'm not disputing that. What I am telling you is that if a political party has internal issues and they go to the court or they use internal means to solve that issue, that cannot be compared to a state using force to arrest, to suppress views, because in one arm of the argument, someone has a higher power. That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
So how is this confusing? And I'm telling you that you and I, do you have the same powers like the police does? If you make a comment and the police comes to arrest you, will that not be a higher power being used against you for just speaking your mind? That is the point that I'm making. So let's not confuse the two. The state has used resources within the state that belongs to all of us to suppress people.
So if I understand that democracy is under attack, if I'm supposed to rewrite this, the understanding is that the state is using its resources available to it to do what?
To suppress
people.
Yes.
That's the sub-understanding of democracy under attack.
The sub-understanding, that is that we are making...
That's your understanding, that's the argument.
Look, democracy has different facets. We are making the argument that in this particular instance, the state is using police and other forces to suppress and judiciary to an extent to suppress our right to speak. That is the point that I'm making. So if somebody uses internal bickering, that happens
to compare across, but you will not agree to that comparison. Okay. That's the point. Kofi's point. Hamza, do you agree? I want a yes or no to his point. Do you agree? Yes or no? Oh, I'll come to you, Hamza. Come along. I want to know who speaks first. Do you agree to his point? Hang on. Kofi just made a point. Do you agree or not?
I don't.
Hamza, Dr. Zato, do you agree to Kofi's point?
Yes.
Okay. Now then, let me go to you. Who's dissenting? Let me hear you.
You see, first of all, political parties are not just like any other private institution. They have a pride of place, even in the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Our activities internal must manifest and reflect democratic principles, because that is what will mirror what we will do in government. And so even within your own political arrangement, you cannot guarantee the rights of members. Then it betrays the principle of consistency. When you allege that democracy is under attack, when within your own internal political arrangements, democracy has been under attack for ages.
He's inviting you to the fact that one is higher than the other.
It is not. That's what I'm telling you. It is the murder of the former Upper East Regional Chairman is lower than the arrest of those people.
Who murdered who?
I'm asking you a simple question.
I mean,
so that is why I'm telling you that it is not. Now, he makes a claim that, it is the police. The police are powerful. If you know the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, you know that as citizens, we are more powerful because the courts are there for us to go and enforce our rights. They used to tell us that when they were in government. Have you forgotten?
Jesus.
Suddenly, they cannot rely on that same institution to guarantee their rights. These are critical questions we need to ask them. And I gave you examples of how this NDC government had to endure the pain of having its own supporters sent to Nsawam because of so-called reckless political commentary. We endured it. I've given you a litany of examples. Under them,
how they use these same laws. And if we preach reset, does that mean that the state or the police should fold their arms and watch all kinds of vile commentary in the name of democracy? Even within the politics of the United Kingdom, there are similar laws that are being used, and people have been jailed for less in their bid to protect their democracy. Because remember, our responsibility also is to ensure that we protect democracy and it doesn't degenerate to levels that we cannot control. And so if it is done, what you need to do if you have issues with the system is to use the legal channels to address your concerns. Remember when Abronye DC was before the law courts.
Is that your
do you remember the ruling of the High Court judge that some of us had cause to criticize? He referenced an example of how somebody had insulted Nana Addo as sitting president in that judgment. And he was the same judge who sat on it and sent that guy to prison for insulting Nana Addo. It is in the judgment. So what are you demonstrating against? Okay. What the heck are you demonstrating against?
Okay.
My brother.
Dr. Zato, let me hear.
Is that how you deceive your people?
Dr. Zato, what are your concerns? What are you addressing?
Going the same voice.
What are you addressing? A few things Hamza said.
Yes, you see.
No, he cannot address anything else.
No, he agrees to everything Kofi says.
Conflicts. No one political party has full monopoly over internal conflicts that have happened. Nobody else. We can sit here and we can list internal conflicts, violent conflicts that have happened at conferences and congresses of political parties. We can list them until the cows come back home. We can do that.
List them.
We can talk about Fonka games. We can talk about Machetes. We can talk about the very famous or infamous Azoka boys. So we can talk about the things, the kind of violence that they have unleashed on NDC members itself at their congresses and their conferences. We can do that, but we shouldn't do that. Because I believe that since 1992, our congresses between both political parties and political activities among all political parties have grown increasingly peaceful, have grown increasingly safe, and have become better. So yes, I can understand those things. But if you have, as I said, we can list them, and doing that will cheapen this debate. Doing that will not move this debate forward.
That's not accurate.
The issue is this. A political party believes that the state is weaponizing power for power, to oppress and to suppress them. A political party feels they are compelled, they have no other alternative than to go on the streets to let the whole Ghanaians, to let the whole world see that they are under oppressed, they are suppressed, and that their fundamental rights, even to operate full a political party, have been suppressed. That political party has every right to do that. And I am happy that they are going out there doing it. Demonstration is another means of talking.
Dr. Zato, what's your understanding of democracy under attack? Because Kofi has put it in a more deeper perspective.
Yeah, that is.
Whilst you support
should I go? I told you I don't want.
When I wake up in the morning tomorrow, and I hear that MPP went on demonstration on the theme democracy is under attack. I want my lecturer to simplify it for me. That's all. Good. Don't be exasperated about having.
No, I'm not. I'll go back to tell you why I think that they said that what I understand.
Yeah.
That the MPP says that they have seen that the state power has been used to remove a co-equal arm of government that is unprecedented under this democracy, and they think democracy is under attack. They have seen that. They have stated that. The NDC the MPP is saying that they have seen the increasing criminalization of speech, and that a lot of innocent Ghanaians are currently before trial or in prison for mere social media posts and things. One of them is, for me, the most ridiculous one was the guy who said Dumso is back, and then he was picked by national security, not even the ordinary police. I have said that. They have said that. And I've told you, one of the biggest concerns for me, or the biggest, the one that keeps me awake at night, is currently a suit before the Supreme Court trying to, for one or just end the presidential term. And I'm saying, it scares me. And I'm telling you that if you are a student of democracy, and if you believe that power should come and go, and you believe in the term limits, it should scare you too.
So is it true, Dr. Zato, that somebody just posted Dumso is back and was picked?
Yes.
Is that the real issue?
Unless you have,
it wasn't generated.
Unless you have.
No, isn't all that he said that he had cited a signage somewhere that says that Dumso is back, and the police was inviting him to go and show him.
No, in that case, it wasn't the police that picked him up. It was national security.
You see the reception.
Even the approach
I've tried.
We'll talk about the approach. Let's discuss one after the other. Let's go after one.
I'm saying under that, you asked me specifically about that case, and I want to talk about specifically that case.
Yeah.
In that case, it wasn't the police that picked him up.
Okay.
It was national security.
I don't mind.
Then the question I asked, the question I asked is, what is the business of national security in somebody put on the platform that Dumso is back?
Right.
What national security?
That was not what he put on.
So the person,
and that's
you see, and then you go back. So
you are a lecturer. You shouldn't leave this example.
Hang on.
You are lying. It's a lie.
I've come here. I don't know why you're so insecure about yourself.
Let's have a very good conversation.
You are so insecure about yourself. Why can you lie like that? If you want to be a lecturer, also go and be a lecturer.
The reason why I asked this question.
So why you keep telling me? I've never said here say you are a lawyer. I don't care. I don't give a damn if you are a lawyer.
You are a lecturer, so leave.
So again, it's not manifesting your insecurity. Don't manifest your insecurity.
Don't mind.
Manifest your insecurity.
If bully us with a law degree, don't mind.
I'm not here. It's insecure. It's not my problem.
Here to bully us with
if you are insecure, be insecure. Don't put
But why is it that there's two of us trying to get your attention? There's two of us trying to get your attention.
Okay, I'm here.
You have constantly ignored me and decided to mind Hamza. How about that?
Now I'm here.
Now I don't want to indulge you. Now I don't want to indulge you.
He's an irritant. Now I'm here.
I'm saying that these are two different issues.
Good. Yes.
The kind of institution that invites a person for a particular suspected crime is something we can discuss.
Yes.
But also when we throw it in the air that somebody just wrote, Dumso is back, and then was picked up. And that also is different. That's why I'm saying that let's lay the facts right.
Yes.
Is it the case that the gentleman just said Dumso is back, and then national security thought that with all the apparatus and the things they should think about, they decided to go and pick him up? Is that the fact that you have it?
Yes.
That he just wrote.
Yes. If you have better facts, I'll let you get them. Because and so my point, my overarching point is that the guy said nothing that was a threat to national security.
Okay.
He said nothing, or he did nothing on that post that was a threat to national security.
Okay.
And that even if it was a crime, it was a mere common crime that the Ghana Police Service or the CIA
should have been the one,
and not the BNI or national. So that's my point.
Okay.
That's my point. No.
What's the truth?
You said I should focus on you. I am. I'm looking at you. I am.
No, the clarity of this fact. This clarity is important before we proceed.
Okay.
Before we proceed. Okay. So I'm going to note it. Hamza, you say it's not true.
Yes.
I'll come back to you. What's the true factors? But proceed. You are sticking on this. You're standing.
Yeah. If I get better distance, I can change my bed.
That's what I'm saying. How about we go for with the objection here? Maybe you will change your mind.
You can go. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hamza, what are the true facts?
That's fine. You see, first of all, the gentleman went on social media and indicated that he had seen a giant billboard. I think in somewhere in the eastern region also.
No, Takrady somewhere.
Takrady, Western.
Somewhere.
He had seen a giant.
So you are also not sure.
And he took pictures.
You are supposed to rely on a person who's not sure.
Well, when he goes wrong, I'll correct him.
Right.
And he took pictures of that billboard and posted and gave a direction and posted on his social media platform. So he didn't just say Dumso is back.
So
that's one.
That's one. No, that's one. This is important.
What is egregious about it?
He didn't just say Dumso is back. Now, any national security that is conscious about the state and monitoring events of the nation will be interested in knowing where such billboards have sprung up. Because you see, mind you, it could, if it was true, it could actually be a national security concern for government.
Are you serious?
Are you not out there demonstrating?
Are you listening to yourself?
Are you not there demonstrating?
Are you listening?
You think that national security is not where you are?
Okay. Are you serious?
Emefa.
Okay.
Emefa.
So let me.
You think that national security is not where they are demonstrating?
He has clarified.
No, I'm asking you a simple question.
He has clarified.
And so
as for what constitutes
electricity supply,
we don't know.
You think that the government will not be interested?
Okay.
Stop that line.
Okay.
Okay,
you have made a clarity.
No, let me laugh, please. I'm not. I'm still on it. I beg you.
Your government is on of Dumso. What do you care about?
Especially when the government has a history of power outages. That could be a potential way of what's the name? Pushing demonstration. Any support government. Destabilizing our democracy. This government is not a deceitful one.
Now I get it.
Oh, come on. Keep quiet. Let me shut up and let me.
But no, let's use our words.
Emefa. You should shut it up. That's
I don't care.
Okay.
And I'm saying that any government where it is sourced. Let me give you an example. And the MPP, a journalist was murdered. If the MPP government wakes up today and is in power and they hear that, in Eastern region a journalist is murdered, you think that the national security of that MPP, because of that history, would not want to know what is happening and deal with the situation?
As the things are constitutional.
So if you fail to substantiate it, and they move you from the investigation to false publication, that is national security.
Dr. Zato, these are the facts, which I...
You people don't know the essence of the history. And you don't learn from your history. We learn.
What was the post? Do you think the post was sinister?
I believe that in any democracy where officials, somebody says Dumso is back on the billboard, does not rise to the level of national state. But under the NDC, it has.
Wait.
You don't understand national
Dr. Zato, Hamza, please don't interrupt anymore. Dr. Zato, we're saying that something does not exist. You say that it exists. Come and substantiate it. Does it
that one is a problem.
No. So I'm making a point. I'm living in my Takoradi Akufo-Addo, and I had my Dumso. I say Dumso is back. What doesn't exist?
No, you see, when you say Dumso, we have all said it. I mean, I've said on TV. I've said on TV to say that. Just even yesterday, I had calls to call ECG because my light was off the whole day.
Yes.
Many people have made that assessment. Dumso is back, but I'm saying that this gentleman, but I've not been paid.
Yes.
This gentleman saying that this billboard that we've seen on social media, located at a particular place, reading Dumso is back.
Yes.
And yet, if you go to that particular runner, because it's a public place, there's no billboard over there. Was it a sinister?
So good. Even if it's a sinister, I'm saying no. Okay, she asked me a question. Let me. It's actually focus on you. I am. Even if it was sinister.
Okay.
Even if it was a lie, my point is that warrants the man to be taken from Takoradi or Akufo-Addo, whatever.
Agona West,
all the way to Accra, locked up in BNI or national security cells, just because he says Dumso is back. I'm saying that if that rises to the level of a national security concern, then democracy is really under attack.
So you see that now the conversation now has deepened.
That's the process.
He doesn't know that.
I believe that.
He doesn't know that. And that's why I keep on referring to his profession. He doesn't want me to refer to it.
I'm not saying I'm proud of my profession.
What we consider minimal in national security is actually the key thing.
You know that there's a police station in Agona.
He doesn't know. Because he has no security training.
Dr. Zato.
He doesn't know.
I have to go because I have another program at one of the other stations downstairs, so I have to go. But let me make my last comment. You see, this gentleman here.
You mean Hamza?
Yeah. He posits as if
Who is he?
He posits as if he's the citadel of morality. Look, this guy
has gotten to him.
The things he has said about Bawumia, for example. He speaks about President Mahama is a senior brother. Is Bawumia not a senior brother to you?
Yes, he is.
What haven't you said about Bawumia?
What have I said?
If you have any moral lessons, give it to this young man.
No, tell me what I've said about Bawumia.
Listen, hold on.
Tell me first what I've said about Bawumia.
Hold on.
Tell me.
Please.
But it's easier to deal with the one than go to Basintale. Basintale is not here, so.
You see the one
No, Hamza.
Is Bawumia here?
Come with me.
Is Bawumia here?
I said you made reference to me. Deal with me. Tell me
Is Akufo-Addo here? Is Kwabena Japan here?
Actually, they are right.
What are you saying?
So, but he made reference.
If you have any moral lessons,
you should tell me what I said about Bawumia that he considers disrespectful.
If you have any moral lessons, go and give it to them.
No, don't ship them.
I won't tell you anything. I won't tell you.
So you lie.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. This is what I want to say. Emefa, this is what I want to say. I'm
ready for the 12.
You have no moral. Listen to me. You have no moral right to come and sit here and lecture us about traditions of the North.
Tell me, tell me what I said.
I won't tell you anything. Now, Emefa, please. Emefa, please, let me wrap up.
Without any factual basis.
Let me wrap up.
Is that how you are training MP?
You see, here's the thing.
Is that how you are training?
You see, here's the thing.
Pathetic.
You are a senior brother to younger people in your party who denigrated Bawumia. Denigrated you didn't have a moral lesson to give it to them. Now, lastly, let me finish. Emefa, do you know that caricature, like cartoon,
when Bawumia was disrespecting his elder brother,
cartoon,
he was opening the way for younger ones to disrespect him.
Cartoons and other things are ways. Cartoons and other things are ways of criticizing people and government. I remember when we were in power, there's a cartoonist called Tilapia. He did some cartoon where Nanado, etc., were licking the floor to drum home a point. Very despicable, very disgusting. I mean, if you look at some of the cartoon, the point is that the young man took a picture that said Dumso is back. That is all he did.
He did what?
He posted a picture on social media that Dumso is back. It could be AI generated. It could be anything. But that is his expression of his personal experience that he was having in Agona West. There was Dumso. And then he takes a picture. I can even take a white paper and write Dumso is back on it and post it on social media. It's my right. It's my right to express it.
No, so
that's all he did. That was not what. That's all he did. Is that what? That's all. What did he do? What did he do?
We are telling you that the guy gave location.
Look,
where there was a billboard.
First of all, that's not true. That's not true. It's not true. What he did was to it was David Esando. Listen. It was David Esando.
And Hamza, I want to hear him.
Seriously, you are damaging the
Hamza.
You have no integrity. You have no integrity. You have no integrity. You have none. You have
even out there will not know what you are doing.
See, Hamza.
Let's drop the topic and go to other topics.
If you want to go personal, we can go personal.
No, nobody's going personal. We talk about that.
He sat here to go personal at me.
I mean, both of you do. All of you go personal at each other at some point.
I haven't gone personal. When did I go?
Being immoral.
I'm not listening to any of you here. Any of you here. All of you.
But you are done immoral things here.
Let's not take it. So let's not get talked. Okay.
The point is that at that material point, the gentleman posted the billboard. Did we have crisis in terms of Dumso or not? Was it his right to express that Dumso was back or not? And even if he pointed to Central Region or Western Region that Dumso is back and a billboard says Dumso is back, how does a billboard constitute national security threat? Now he has made it clear to us. My last comment. You see, my last comment.
Learn from their history.
You see, my last comment. And he has made it clear that they are learning from history. Yes. Of course they are. You see, President Mahama is so hurt from the things we said to him, the truth we told him. He is so hurt that he doesn't want those things to be said again about him. And he has confirmed it, that you said Dumso, and for 4 years you accused us of Dumso, so we will not allow you to do those things again. That is all that there is.
But what is wrong with
that? Is all that there is. They are hurt. They are hurt.
What is wrong with not allowing you to do the wrong thing?
You see, you are emotional.
Okay, so the
governance is not about emotions.
It's not about individuals.
Look, they are hurt.
It's not about
one of the things I like about my viewers is that they are very discerning. You can know when it's getting personal or not. Okay, so producer, your permission, I want to move away from this topic. I want to go into other things. No, I'll release you. Hang on.
It's a working example of incompetence.
It's my sister station.
You don't know morally, you are not supposed to talk to your senior brother like that.
I'm paying back.
You don't know, you
I'm paying back
to your senior brother like that.
When you the younger ones, we learn.
Have you muted the microphone?
Where is your
the younger ones, we learn.
You muted it. Okay.
Where's your morals?
So we're showing you shots of two things. One, the interface. Have you muted your microphones? Please signal. Okay, right. So on your screen now, you see that we're bringing you the interfaith memorial service that's happening at UPSC. And arrival now is the Vice President into the auditorium, and you can also see excerpts of the Democracy Under Attack protest that's going on. And I think that let's just go and hear what who's that speaking. It must be Nana B speaking, or it's not a Cabo. Okay, yes. Let's hear him speak, and then I'll take you to the auditorium as well when I can.
demonstration we echi ye catch am say ye pese eya asumdue NDC abai ababa ye almost 3 shifts almost 24-hour economy almost input to Ghana 1 year 6 months to be about MPP 4 and ababa say to be 30 years. Your justice system no higher selective. And we are NDC in India. Also, we are MPP now as a prison. You are an man Santa. It is your fault to control. Your fault quiet about pressing. Your nanti. No, be all God will say. MPP. The Pasuche and I say. So, 2028. Dr. Muhammad Obama.
That's
So we're bringing you footages from the demonstration or protest by the NPP, who believe strongly that our democracy is under attack. And also on the show today, we've been trying to understand the variables that contribute to the democracy that's been under attack. Also on the other side of your screen is also the interfaith ceremony that's going on in remembrance of the 8 gallant citizens, I should say, our statesmen that lost their life a year ago. We'll be bringing you all of that. We do not want you to miss any of it. I'm trying to put all of it together. But as well, you must have heard that an overnight downpour has caused flooding in parts of Sandema in the Bilsa North municipality of the Upper East region, and it's also disrupted movement and affecting residents. So the heavy rains resulted in the overflow of drains, leaving sections of the Dr. Zato, this town, they were teaching me how to say it, Chuchuliga, Sandema Road, submerged and creating difficulties for motorists and commuters to use. Do you know the area? Okay, is it an area that is a flood-prone area, or it's surprising?
Well, it's not far from the whole what's the name, the enclave that sometimes they with the Bagre Dam, all that places.
Okay,
but it's not. There's the river, the Sicily rivers and other things. So I heard actually there were some powerful rains that came up north. You remember, this is the rainy season up north. So sometimes, especially this season, August, the local name for August and Sicily is Jepua. Jepua, rotten walls. You know, those days when you used to build with mud, during this season, a lot of the houses get
submerged,
so soaked that they become wet and some of them fall. That is why in the dry season, people mending their houses.
Okay.
But these days, because of cement, technology, other things, but we are in Jepua, and Jepua is usually associated with these rains. So sometimes, and also because of the global warming and changes, in the season you can have more rain than you do, in others you can have less. But for me, the point is that our emergency preparedness in this country is woeful, pathetic, and nothing to write home about. We have not equipped emergency agencies with the needed resources. Sometimes it's not even physical resources that are needed. Sometimes what you need is the human capital, what you need are relief items to help people. So we have to keep looking at that. We have to keep getting better. NADMO should be getting better, and other agencies should be helping NADMO to get better. And for this, as you can see, these crops are submerged, so it's going to affect yields. It's going to affect the products coming up. What measures can we put in place to make I think this is either Chief Apak's constituency or what's his name? This other guy, the former Deputy Interior Minister's constituency. One yeah, so it's their constituency, so I'm sure they'll be worried now.
Bulsa is Clement Apak.
Yes, Clement Apak. There's Bulsa Saf and Bulsa. No, right.
Okay.
The other one should be this guy's constituency. So I look, it's worrying. It's pathetic. We've seen it. The rains seem to have stopped in the south.
Is it Honorable James
Agalaga? I think it's one of them. This should be one of them. Their constituency. And this constituency border Salawe. So this water should have been making its way into the Sicily River.
Are there drainages?
That's what I'm saying. It could be one attempt. There was a time when the road connecting Upper West to Upper East would even be cut off because of these rains. Cut off. Now they are working on this. So look, as you can see, our emergency preparedness system must be improved, and we should find a way to come to the aid of these people. They are citizens. This is happening. It could be climate change. It could be poor infrastructure, poor drainage, whatever it is. The government or the state has a responsibility to come to their aid.
Well, on your screen as well as the arrival of the President John Dramani Mahama at the UPSC auditorium for the National Interfaith Memorial Service that is underway. We definitely promise you're not going to miss out on anything that's happening at the auditorium today. So do stay with us. But Dr. Zato, you have just also landed on your submission on Hamza, is it also in your area?
Yes. Oh, no. That is in the upper east.
It's further in the upper northern region. This place shares border with Upper West.
So, okay.
I think I agree with Dr. Zato to an extent, especially when it comes to our emergency preparedness as a country. I think somewhere last month or so, I expressed similar concerns on this particular platform, and I particularly criticized NADMO, especially with the recent floods and the way that we handled the floods. I thought that we could have done better. And for me, it is not just about the financial muscle for many of these state institutions to work. The nature of many of these state institutions are such that even without the needed releases from the Ministry of Finance, it should be able to more or less look internally and come out with policies intended to get the needed support from the average Ghanaian. I know, as a matter of fact, that many of us sometimes we look for places to dump our unused clothes. You don't get it. In the Western world, you agree with me because you studied abroad. There are collection points that you even have no interface with a human being. When you have no use of any used clothing, you go and dump it there, and it can be moved to the vulnerable, those who actually need it.
Goodwill and all that.
Yes. We don't have such systems. And it is important for NADMO to begin to explore such avenues. Ghanaians are naturally giving in nature. And so even if you launch such a program and say that, look, we are seeking to raise this amount in food supplies, this amount in clothing, this amount in mattresses, be rest assured that we have benevolent Ghanaians contributing to that effort. So when you have many of these materials around and there's an emergency, you can easily rush in, even before funds are made available. But in this country, we all run at the back of releases from Ministry of Finance or central government. And it becomes difficult for us to think outside the box in coming out with ideas to partner government as far as many of these challenges are concerned. So yes, maybe the time has come for NADMO to live up to that expectation, come out with programs that would enable some of us, and many of us for that matter, contribute to that particular effort.
Okay.
But like Zato said, again, this is not man-made in nature as far as the floods are concerned. It is natural. The rain volumes have increased recently because of climate change. And it is high time we started looking at that direction. Because if you look at even the nature of how we construct roads in this country, it appears that we do not pay attention to the environmental implications of many of these construction sites. Beyond the EPA, there's a need for us to begin to monitor the environmental impacts of construction, not just roads, even school buildings we put up, where they are located, public toilets where they are located. It is important for us to be mindful of environmental implications of many of these interventions. And today, my own government is doing what we call the agenda, what's the name? The 24-hour market. Mm-hmm. I am interested in knowing the environmental implications of many of these infrastructure facilities when it comes to how it contributes or limits or prevents issues of flooding. Because if they are constructed in waterways, be rest assured that
we'll see this.
We would have many of these things. So many of these things we need to know. So the Ministry of Local Government in particular must be interested in letting us know, and releases should be made as to the environmental impact assessments that were done in relation to even the 24-hour markets. Beyond that, parliamentarians who build schools for their constituencies, it is important for us to demand that anytime you come to say that I'm building 6 classroom block, 5 classroom block, we must see the environmental impact assessment of where it is situated. This is how we can meaningfully contribute to national development. And if we all engage in these efforts, trust me, we will waste and conserve so much energy rather than being on the streets under the guise of.
It's okay. This is how you land and break your leg.
Well, how am I breaking my leg? But that's the truth. That energy on the streets of Accra could have been converted to something meaningful and impactful.
Kofi, let me hear you because you have to go.
This government, they don't learn anything. Nothing. They are more interested in things you say to hurt them and how they can come after you than doing the things that are meaningful. You remember this year, early this year, the people, the meteo people gave indication that we are going to experience more volumes of water. As far back as February, warnings came. May, warnings came. June, there was flooding. Then July, there was flooding. One would have thought that by now, they would have learned their lessons. Now look at him, still telling us what NADMO should have done and should do and shouldn't do.
Sure, he doesn't.
I mean, what have you guys learned?
In character.
What have you guys learned?
Even for the first time, his own Dr. Zato has gone nationalistic.
You see, just a month and a half ago, just a month and a half ago,
you don't read the room.
People
mostly
died.
You don't read the room. That's your problem. He doesn't read the room.
But how's that your concern?
People died.
No, he's a brother. I must be interested in the content of his submission. I want him to do well.
He's still in the same room.
In his chosen profession, I want him to do well.
Yet, we still sit aloof for places. Of course, flooding, depending on the topography and other issues, can happen. No two ways about it. But the point I am referring to is the mitigation strategy. You should have known that there are still flood-prone areas at other parts of the country. That you should have measures because you are just coming out of a disaster. Don't just come and sit here in August and lecture us about what NADMO should do. It's embarrassing.
Okay.
It's a shame.
Well, so another issue before I take you to the UPSC auditorium. I'm going to release you because you asked for a minute. So if you don't see Kofi Tonto, he's still around somewhere here. Multimedia. Okay. And give me semi Jawa but Oban next week now the pet time I mean you mention my
Kofi we'll deal with our issues next week. We'll deal with our issues.
Kofi, you when they are not happy.
Kofi, I told you that over here the women lead. On Betiasie, I don't on Betiasie.
No, this one is one-on-one.
It is. Why are you contesting for something?
Oh, but we are protesting.
Oh, then stay. What can be protesting? No, there's a matter. This one you be interested. Listen.
This is going to be there protesting.
So Kingsley said you should sit down for a second. He's discussed with them. Don't worry. My producer says you have the permission to sit.
About what?
You should be there.
So
and you are going to another point.
Listen. So let me just bring this to your attention. Hamza, a minute. Hamza, a minute. So I'm sure you've heard about the explosion at Aboso in the Prisiahuni Valley municipality. So here's what happened. If you didn't know about that story, the incident occurred at a tailings site at Breman on Tuesday. Reports suggest that someone fired a gun in an attempt to kill a python and triggered an explosion involving dynamite, which footage had been stored at the premises. According to the eyewitness, residents were startled by a loud blast, which many initially mistook for an earthquake. So, let me just fast forward. The eyewitness said workers at the site spotted a snake and informed snake. And informed the...
Where was that? Where was that?
Aboso.
And you are looking for a snake?
You're looking for a snake here.
Yes.
You're looking for a snake here.
Anything can happen. And informed the owner, who arrived with a firearm.
Hamza brought it. Hamza brought it.
With a firearm to kill it. According to the eyewitness, the gunshots missed the snake and struck the explosive, triggering the explosion. The blast caused widespread panic in the community. In fact, we're told that the owner of the facility, as well as part of those who have lost their lives, and that's the police probe so far. So now Python, any baby ID explosives shed. Why are they like?
No, I suspect it's the area. You know, those places are still developing areas.
So true for God, there are pythons in Ghana.
No. Yes. No. This is.
It's a snake. There are pythons.
Yeah, the issue is not just the python.
No. Let's answer the first question. That's a very simple question. Are there pythons in Ghana? Yes.
They are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
don't be scared. Okay, you are safe. Don't be scared. You are safe, right?
Oh, but that's sad. 4 people.
No.
So the person who shot the gun, apparently, if I read the story well, is the landowner who was called.
Yes.
He David Fletcher.
Came with a pump action.
Yeah. And then when trying to kill the python, hit
the
an illegal explosive that was hidden on the land.
Yeah.
That belongs to him.
Yeah, the land belonged to him. Yes.
And the explosives, we are told he manufactures them.
I see.
They know.
So the police probe describes him as the facility owner.
I see. Then if he manufactures them, then he doesn't know where he's hidden them.
The question is that to what end? What did he intend to use
the explosives for? But those areas, I think the type of mining they do there, they use explosives. Those areas.
Like they put it to Boa, then they'll find gold or what?
For me,
it's controlled.
For me, the biggest risk.
But the issue is that is it regulated? Was that production regulated?
The Minerals Commission is investigating this.
For me, that is one of the. If you say the gun, you say he manufactured the guns or something.
No, the explosives may not be the gun.
The question is that you see the small arms and this. They have been talking about people owning guns and discharging guns at unauthorized places.
Yeah.
This is what national security
should go after.
And they are doing it.
I'm making a point.
No.
I'm making a point. No. Oh,
those areas.
These are the things, because if you have a gun and you cannot just go and just discharge a gun like that. This is a rather critical national security issues. People with guns that probably, I don't know what.
That's by the time they'll call them shots, the python ran away.
No. I agree partly with him. And understand where he's coming from. The preventive. And you see, it's not as if national security is doing it. He's saying that in the first place, even national security should have discovered that these explosives were there. Are you getting the point? Yes. Preventive measures could have been taken. Maybe the gentleman would have been arrested even before this incident.
I agree. Look, our national security
is not perfect. It is on a self-discovery path to perfection, just like many of our state institutions. That point needs to be made. But it does not mean that the fact that they failed to get this one in time doesn't mean that they have not discovered others in time that we may not know about. That point needs to be made. Because I know how they work. We have a litany of examples when it comes to the work of national security, where they have done effectively in retrieving arms that are not supposed to be in the hands of civilians, and they have been effective at that work. But I agree, Doc, that to a very large extent, proactiveness, especially now that we are all up in arms fighting against illegal mining, a facility like that should not have gone unnoticed. But mind you, this is the same national security that discovered mining communities in forests that for 8 years the past regime didn't even know existed. So let us give them the
point
their due when we have
to. The point is this: we've seen people in control of let me say, controlled substances that they shouldn't have. We've seen it happening in hunting. Some of people using poison others to hunt. We've seen it in fishing. Some of people using chemicals they shouldn't have to fish. And we've seen it in things like this. That combination is deadly. That combination that somebody has his gun to go out and shoot and then blast these things may be a huge national security failure. But of course, that's the thing about national security then. They can get it right all the time. The one they don't get right becomes the deadliest.
Let's talk about it.
So my prayer in home is that they shouldn't just limit it to this. When you do that, it becomes myopic focus. Spread across, because if this person alone has distance in this community, we should look further. Again, it's the other thing we talk about, the lackadaisical approach to galamsey. People then have some of these chemicals and other things that they should not have. And if we leave, remember, look, every security agency has told us that galamsey is an existential crisis. And part of the reason why it is an existential crisis is that people feel the need to be armed. People feel the need to have equipment that they shouldn't have. Equipment that shouldn't be in a normal civilian place. But those then become justified based on the fact that some of them may be used to engage in galamsey. What I'm hoping and praying is that we do a better, investigation, a more thorough one, and that for those that are there, my sympathies to them, to their families. Those that are injured, I pray that they get the help they need. And then for the python to... did they kill the python?
Thank you.
Why should they kill it?
Okay, well, animal cruelty, but...
It's not about...
Wait. Dr.
Zato, pythons, right? Maybe they were killing to eat.
Dr. Zato, this is where we're...
You are scared about pythons, right? Don't worry. When you go, there wouldn't be any python under your bed.
If you see something, say something, because I'm certain if you had reported these facilities,
that field.
Then maybe...
Maybe the python saw something and wanted to report something. Has that okay to
Dr. Zato, thank you so much today. Hamza, thank you so much. If you live in that area, let us know whether the python was eventually killed.
Good morning, python. And don't
loss of lives for this activity. I'm going to have to take you to the Kofi Ohene Kunedu Auditorium, UPSC, and for the National Interfaith Memorial Service that is happening. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Thank you so very much. I invite Sheikh Arimaya Shaibu to come and lead us in Quranic recitation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كل نفس ذائقة الموت. كل نفس ذائقة الموت وإنما توفون أجوركم يوم القيامة فمن زهزها عن النار وأدخل الجنة فقد فاز وما الحياة الدنيا إلا متاع الغرور. لتبلغن في أموالكم وأنفسكم ولتسمعن من الذين أوتوا الكتاب من قبلكم ومن الذين أشركوا أذى كثيرا وإن تصبروا وتتقوا فإن ذلك من عزم الأمور. صدق الله العظيم.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. We give him thanks and praises. We adore and exalt his name. He is good and holy in fullness and perfection. We ask Allah to bestow his peace and blessings upon all the prophets and all those who tread on the path of righteousness till the day of judgment. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency the Vice President, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Ministers of State, the clergy, traditional authorities, sympathizers, members of the bereaved family, both distant and intimate. Let me begin by greeting you all with Islamic greetings of love, peace and fraternity. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. To make it simple for all of us to respond, I like to say, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, we meet this morning in the stillness, the silence, and the momentous nature of this occasion to remember our 8 gallant heroes whom we lost through a plane crash exactly a year ago. But as we do so, we also do so with a sense of equanimity and absolute surrender and complete submission to the will of God. in our belief, God's will continues every moment to unfold in different aspects of our lives, indeed, including the circumstances under which we die. So our gallant heroes did not choose to die the way they did, nor did they even consult their family members in order to get their approval of the circumstance of the death. But the powerful will of God that unfolds caused that. And in our surrender to Him, we make a declaration. Inna lillah wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Indeed, from Him, Allah, we came, and unto Him is our absolute return. A fact of life which remains undeniable. Death remains something very difficult to fathom, enigmatic in the way that it comes. It comes to us in no particular sequential order. But at any time that God declares, the hand of death reaches out and picks anyone whose time is due to go. Death remains the common plight of every human being. The destiny, undeniable, irresistible, to be experienced by every one of us. That's why the Holy Quran says, "Ma kana linnafsin an tamuta illa bi'iznillah kitaban mu'ajjala." It shall never happen that any soul will die except by the leave of God. It is an occurrence precisely determined by God. So therefore, death strikes unmistakably at the time that God has decided. Because life on this earth is transitory. In our belief, the joys and the comforts, the happiness of this world is transient. But life itself, as given to us, is transitory, meaning that death is not coterminous with life, because after death, life continues. The life that comes after death, which we call eternity, could be a happy eternity or a damning eternity. So therefore, life for us here is a matter of accountability that all of us need to take note of. We come to life with a program determined by God. God has a purpose for our creation. And so when we are in this life, we lead a life such that we encounter the destiny as God has made it for us, but also to fulfill a purpose and to accomplish a mission. All this come in the broader sense of the program of life which any one of us has to execute. Failing which makes life wasteful and purposeless. The Holy Quran raises a rhetorical question in order to draw our attention to this important dimension of our lives that we need to be conscious about, of which many of us are also oblivious about. The plan the purpose and the mission of life. The question which the Holy Quran raises, أَفَحَسِبْتُمْ أَنَّمَا خَلَقْنَاكُمْ عَبَثًا وَأَنَّكُمْ إِلَيْنَا لَا تُرْجَعُونَ. Do you think, or do you imagine that we created you for fancy, for no purpose, for play? Do you imagine in your minds that for God to have provided for us all this world in the length of time given to each of us, some living up to 90 years, 100 years, 70, 50, that do you imagine that when God granted you this life, He didn't have any purpose? That's why He raised the question, أَفَحَسِمْتُمْ أَنَّمَا خَلَقْنَاكُمْ عَبَثًا. Do you think that we created you in this world for fancy? وَأَنَّكُمْ إِلَيْنَا لَا تُرْجَعُونَ. And that to us you shall not be made to return. And this is where the principle of accountability, in other words, we have come to this earth, executed what we have to do, successes and failures and accomplishments, but that the Lord who granted us this life for a purpose wants to examine us, how we lived this life. And that is where the accountability comes in, Your Excellency. As we remember on a moment like this, Your Excellency, when people die, at the moment of death, we all get shocked. I watched you during the time. There are some of them, I know how intimate they have been with you. One of them is Alhaji Moniru. And he tells me a story about how he's close with you and the functions and the errands that undertakes on your behalf. And you recounted this during the funeral. So therefore, when it happened, you were deeply affected. But afterwards, and that's where those of us who are alive must take note. I live not far away from the Jubilee House. So that road is the road that I drive to and fro when I'm going home. My attention went to the number of the heap of wreaths that were piled in front of the Jubilee House and the pictures that were mounted so we can know who and who passed on. With time, as we wailed and sobbed, heaved, and then I went through the funeral. A week or two afterwards, when I drove on that stretch, all the heap of wreaths were no more there. I asked myself, so where are they? Where are they? Because they were symbols of memory and an expression of our emotion and how we wanted to show that we were affected by their death. And yet, within the shortest period of time, that memory gradually faded away from our minds. It takes a moment like this to draw back that memory so we can remember them for what they did, the virtues they upheld, the contributions they made, all in devotion to our country and in answering to the calling of the God who created them. This is the moment for us to remember them. Without talking too much, let me end up with what the Quran says. إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات إنا لا نضيع أجر من أحسن عملا. Verily and indeed, those who believe and work righteousness, indeed we shall not reduce to waste the work of anyone who does the best of his life in devotion to God. The final one, إنا نحن نحيي الموتى ونكتب ما قدموا وآثارهم وكل شيء أحصيناه في إمام مبين. Verily indeed, we will bring back to life the dead, but that we shall also cause to go on record that which they have sent forth. Everything that we have done will not escape the attention and the reward of the Almighty God who created us. So Allah says that in his book of records, he will let it go recorded in the books of the Hadith. وَنَكْتُبُ مَا قَدَّمُوا, that which they sent forth for the hereafter. وَآثَارَهُمْ, and their traces. My dear brothers and sisters, Your Excellency, this is where those of us who are alive must reflect on the traces that we want to leave behind. And this resonates very well with the theme that has been given to this occasion: lives of service, legacies of sacrifice. I want to end on a note of prayer that Almighty Allah, we give you praises and thanks. We give you praises for life. For those of us who are alive, we give you thanks for that. Even for those that you have taken away without causing you pain, we say we give you praises for that. May Allah grant all of them his mercies, his forgiveness, his compassion. May those of them who have lived good life be the inheritance of the Jannah or the paradise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Arimayao Shaibu. And I invite Reverend Squadron Leader Richard Esiedu Pedersen and Mrs. Joyce Bawa Mokhtari to do us the honors of reading the Bible reading for today. Thank you very much.
Our first Bible reading for this service can be found in Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1 to 4. Hebrews 11, 1 to 4. A reading from the New Century Bible. Faith means being sure of the things we hope for, and knowing that something is real, even if we do not see it. Faith is the reason we remember great people who lived in the past. It is by faith we understand that the whole world was made by God's command. So what we see was made by something that cannot be seen. It was by faith that Abel offered God a better sacrifice than Cain did. God said he was pleased with the gift Abel offered and called Abel a good man because of his faith. Abel died, but through his faith, he is still speaking. This is the word of the Lord.
The second reading is taken from the book of Mark, chapter 10, verses 42 to 45. Jesus called them together and said, "You know those who are regarded as rulers of the Gentiles lord it over them, and their high officials exercise authority over them. Not so with you. Instead, whoever wants to become great amongst you must be your servant, and whoever wants to be first must be slave of all. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many." Thanks be to God.
Thank you very much. Shall we please all rise on our feet and join the Quality Insurance Choir to sing a song, "Master, Speak, Thy Servant Heareth."
Thank you.
seated. Thank you, choir. Thank you, congregation. We celebrate lives of service, legacies of sacrifice. And we have a message of hope and legacy in honor of our departed eight. To do us the honor of delivering the sermon this morning is the Director General of the Ghana Armed Forces Religious Affairs, Brigadier General Benjamin Godson Kumiwood. Shall we welcome him with a clap offering?
Your Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Permit me to stand on the well-laid protocol by Sheikh Arimineo Shaibu. I lead all of us to reflect on the theme, Lives of Service, Legacies of Sacrifice. We've gone through two passages of biblical text. The first one from Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1 through 4. And the second, the Gospel, according to St. Mark chapter 10, verse 42 through to 45. A legacy of service, indeed of sacrifice, is the enduring impact of a life devoted to God, country, and others. It is marked by obedience, perseverance, humility, sacrifice, and selfless devotion. Andrew Kirkpatrick, an entrepreneur and mentor, has said that, and I quote, "If you are going to live, leave a legacy. Make a mark on the world that cannot be erased." End of quote. The Bible emphasizes that faithful service leaves a lasting spiritual heritage. Abraham exemplifies this through his unwavering faith and obedience, even when asked to sacrifice his son Isaac, establishing a covenantal legacy that has influenced generations and even up to the lineage of Jesus Christ our Lord. Hallelujah. Our key text for this morning, Hebrews chapter 11, and particularly verse 4, reads, "By faith, Abel offered to God a more acceptable sacrifice than Cain, through which he was commended as righteous, God commending him by accepting his gifts. And through his faith, though he died, he still speaks." And the emphasis is that though he is dead, yet he speaks. Though he is dead, and yet he speaks. And I believe that our heroes, though dead, they still speak. At a glance, this verse seems mysterious. How can someone who is dead still speak? Theologically, we must understand that this speaking is not literal or audible, but testimonial. Abel's life, especially his act of faith in offering a pleasing sacrifice to God, continues to speak across generations as a permanent testament of righteousness, obedience, and sacrificial service. And indeed, this morning, we mentioned his name, Abel. The saints of old do not physically speak or return to us, but their lives of faith bear lasting witness, urging us to live faithfully as they did. The idea of the dead speaking literally is unbiblical. The central truth is that God's revelation through Scripture is sufficient for all of us to show us the way of godliness and how to appropriate faith in the Lord. The dead do not return to speak. Instead, their teachings and lives recorded in Scripture are God's chosen means of communicating truth to us. Abel's voice is his legacy of faith. Abel speaks to us through the testimony of his faith. His story, though brief, represents the first recorded act of true worship in Scripture, offering God a sacrifice from the heart. This act pleased God and was accepted, unlike that of his brother Cain. This makes Abel the first among many who lived by faith, as detailed in the book of Hebrews chapter 11, often called the Hall of Faith. His example teaches us that faithful obedience pleases God more than ritual or formality. Jesus Christ teaches us in the Gospel of Mark that we just read that greatness is in service. Greatness is in service. Greatness is in service. An enduring legacy of service to God and country, even at the peril of their lives, is what our heroes are bringing to us. Serving God, even to the point where you offer yourself for the cause of God and country. Contemporary examples of faithful service include our heroes who have committed themselves to their calling, some as politicians and leaders of our nation, some as military officers, some as pilots and all. They demonstrated loyalty, professionalism, selfless dedication, sense of duty, devotion, and even paid their ultimate price in their service to God and our dear nation, Ghana. Peter Stropel, an author, intimates, and I quote, "Legacy is not leaving something for people. It's leaving something in people." End of quote. Our heroes have left enduring legacy for family, for all of us as compatriots, and for our nation by their act of selfless devotion and service to our dear nation. We are gathered here today as a nation in gratitude for the value-based lifestyle of our heroes. About 2 days ago, we were going through the memorial for our late defense minister, and when lessons about his life was being shared with us, you appreciate that this was a man who believed in Ghana, who believed that Project Ghana can succeed, that Ghana can stand tall among the communities of nations. So he did all he could to make his contribution. I pray that all of us also will be endeared to this sacred purpose, that will serve our dear nation well as part of our worship life, serving God through serving our nation. Hallelujah. One's life may be brief, saddled by vicissitudes of life. One may not leave behind a fat bank account or boundless wealth. And as I listened to the tribute during the burial and all, I did not get even one of them their balance being mentioned. It's so fascinating that people, when they die and families are reading biographies and tribute, they don't take time to bring us records of the balance they left. But the values they lived for, the essence of their lives, is what is presented to us. And that is what it's for, the real meaning of life. The values by which you live your life. That is what is carried on from generation to generation. One may not be famous by the standards of the world or possess spectacular accolades. Yet, a life of faith in God translated into faithful service. Indeed, a life of service and legacies of sacrifice brings to us enduring benefits and blessings. A life of faith in the Lord leads one to spend eternity with God and that God takes care of their posterity as a heritage and a legacy for his own namesake. When you live a life worthy of the name of God, a life of faith, and you pass on, you spend eternity with God. But secondly, God also takes care of your legacy, ensuring that your legacy will be one that teaches people a way to live their lives. So David said that I've been young and now I'm old. I've never seen the righteous forsaken, nor their descendants begging bread. Because that one, God ensures. If you live worthy of the name of God, God will take care of your family. And so I bring this also as a word to the family, that God will not disappoint you. God will not forget you. God will keep his word. God will keep his faithfulness to you. If you believe with me, give me an amen here. A life of faith is that two things are the benefits of the life of the faithful. People of faith in the Lord, when they die, is simply an exchange. They exchange mortality for immortality, corruptibility for incorruption, perishability for imperishability, and pain for gain. Like Abel, our heroes have so made an exchange. Death has been swallowed up in victory, says 1 Corinthians 15, verse 53 to 57. They will never die again who die in the Lord, because they live eternally with him. Hallelujah. And secondly, Proverbs 20, verse 7 says, the righteous lead blameless lives. Blessed are their children after them. In Abel's case, Adam and Eve have lost a son, and yet God gave them a set as a replacement for the loss to the family. God gives a set in place of the godly Abels that we lose, so that their legacies will live on. May the Lord bless the family of our heroes and grant that great men and women who even come from their lineage, that it will be a testament to God's goodness and faithfulness. The righteous leave blessings on their descendants. Secondly, they leave a generational legacy of a blessing. Legacy is not what you leave for others, but what you leave in others, shaping lives and memories that endure beyond your time. With the passing of our heroes, may God give us a lot of sets in Ghana who will continue their legacy of faithful service. May their families, may their children take after them, longing to serve our nation well, longing to live lives worthy of the name of the Lord. May we have more sets coming from the Abels we have given up. Amen. And secondly, they receive divine favor. Dearly beloved, let me quickly draw some lessons that I believe will help all of us. As they pass on, may we who are alive take certain lessons even from this memorial service as we journey on in life. The first lesson I want to bring to us is that focus on impact over accumulation. Focus on impact over accumulation. Prioritize meaningful contribution into life, in the life of our nation, the life of others, over material gain. Victor Belfort has said that what we do for ourselves die with us. What we do for others and the world remains and is immortal. What we do for country, what we do for others, they live on after we have passed. But if you live for yourself, you aspire and they also aspire with you. May God grant us grace. The second truth is that inspire and uplift others. As you live your life, may one of your legacies be that you inspire and you uplifted others. Your legacy is strengthened by the positive influence you leave behind. Someone is sitting in a shade today because somebody planted a tree a long time ago. The shade, almost all the trees you ever sit under were planted by somebody else, and they provide you a shade. So may we also be tree planters. May we grow trees for others to enjoy. Your legacy is every life you have touched. That is your legacy. That's what Maya Angelou brings to us. Your legacy is every life you have touched. The third point I have for us is that create lasting memories. Create lasting memories. When they are writing biographies, they are writing tributes, they just reflect on the memories they have of that individual. So you also, dearly beloved, create lasting memories. The experiences and values you share with family, friends, and communities endure beyond your lifetime. Carve your name on hearts of people, not on tombstones. May your legacy be the memories you have etched on the hearts of other people, not just waiting for your tombstone. How many people take time to go and read what is written on tombstones? The last but one point, beloved, is that live intentionally. Live intentionally. As I said earlier on, if you get to live a legacy. Live intentionally. Every action contributes to the story of your life, the story of your legacy, shaping how you are remembered. Every action that you take is part of your own legacy. So live intentionally. Don't live anyhow. Don't live like an accident ready to happen. Live intentionally for the purpose of glorifying God and being a blessing to your generation. But last but not the least, dearly beloved, serve God. Serve God. If you may, can you tell the person sitting by you, serve God, serve God. Serve God. Serve God and leave a legacy of faith. May the souls of our heroes and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercies of God and faith in the holy name of Jesus our Lord rest in perfect peace. May we, the living, emulate their example of faithful service to God and country. And may the legacy of the faithful departed be an inspiration to the living, and their memories be a blessing to succeeding generations. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Make our nation great and strong. God bless you. Amen.
Thank you very much, Brigadier General Benjamin Gostin Kumiwood, Director General, Ghana Armed Forces Religious Affairs. Sir, thank you so much. We now have some reflections from the families. I invite Charles Ohene Oti for Honorable Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boama, Percy Anala from the Anala family, Naval Lieutenant Irajua Kumitreme for the Chum Ampedu family, and Mercy Amwa for the Mensah family. Please come on the podium and then have your memorial reflections read to us. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Mensah, Ajiman, Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. And good morning. On behalf of the families of the 8 departed loved ones and fallen heroes, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all gathered here today as we mark 1 year since the tragic helicopter crash that forever changed our lives. First and foremost, we give all glory and thanks to Almighty God for His grace, mercy, and faithfulness. While the past year has been marked by deep grief and loss, God has sustained us with strength, comfort, and hope. Though we deeply miss our beloved fathers, husbands, sons, and brothers, we remain grateful for the lives they lived, the service they rendered to Ghana, and the enduring legacies they left behind. We are also grateful to the Reverend ministers, imams, and all religious leaders leading today's interfaith memorial service. Your prayers, spiritual guidance, and support have been a source of comfort to our families throughout this difficult journey. Your Excellency, in the early 2000s, as a young IT professional, I was asked to assist a distinguished former Minister of State with a phone issue. To my surprise, it was the then former Minister of Communications, now the President of the Republic of Ghana. What began as a simple technical engagement became defining moments in my life. His counsel, compassion, and genuine concern left lasting impact on me. Ladies and gentlemen, the same humility, care, and empathy I experienced then are the very qualities our President has demonstrated in supporting and comforting the families of our fallen heroes today. True leadership is not revealed only in moments of strength, but also in moments of compassion. As families, we wish to express our profound appreciation to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency, the Vice President, the Government of Ghana, the Ministry of Defense, and the Ghana Armed Forces for the exceptional support extended to us from the very moment this tragedy occurred. Your swift response, state honors, dignified funeral arrangements, counseling, logistical assistance, and continued care for us, the bereaved families, demonstrated that our beloved once served a nation that valued sacrifice, patriotism, and service. For standing in dark moments, we say thank you. We also extend our special thankfulness to the people of Adansi Pro Yedu and the surrounding communities whose courage and compassion in responding to the scene and assisting efforts will never be forgotten. We would also want to thank the National Democratic Party, particularly and regional leaders, as well as constituency executives and party faithful, for their unwavering support. Our appreciation extends to all other political parties, traditional authorities, corporate organizations, professional bodies, civil society organizations, friends, and well-wishers who stood with us throughout this period of grief. Ladies and gentlemen, although our loved ones are no longer with us physically, their service, sacrifice, and legacy continue to live on. Their lives your love, support, prayers, and solidarity over the past years. May their souls continue to rest in peace, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Remarks by the Anala family at the interfaith service honoring the helicopter crash victims. Permit me to stand on the already established protocols as I deliver my message. On behalf of the Anala family, I sincerely thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic, government officials, security leadership, clergy, traditional leaders, friends, and everyone present here today to remember our loved ones who lost their lives in the tragic helicopter crash on August 6, 2025. Today marks 1 year since our lives changed forever. Though a year has passed, it feels like yesterday. The loss of our beloved Peter Bafemi Anala remains profoundly painful. The silence his absence creates can never be truly filled, and every day reminds us of the huge void he leaves. Peter was more than a pilot. He was a devoted husband, a loving father, a caring son, a dependable brother, and a pillar of strength for our family. He served his country with dedication, professionalism, and honor. We are proud of the life he lived and the legacy he left behind. The last year has not been easy. We have faced grief, unanswered questions, and tough adjustments, especially for his wife, young daughter, mother, and the entire family. Yet, we have found comfort in God's grace and kindness of many who have offered prayers, visits, encouraging words, and acts of generosity. For this, we are truly grateful. We also honor with respect the brave men who lost their lives alongside Peter. Their families share the same pain and longing. Today, we stand united with them in remembrance, hope, and prayer. May the memories of our departed loved ones inspire us to serve our nation with integrity and selflessness. We deeply appreciate His Excellency, the President and the Government of Ghana, for supporting the bereaved families over the past year. Your compassion and presence during our darkest days means a lot to us and will forever be remembered. As we mourn, we also look forward with hope. We pray for God's strength to continue, the courage to support each other, and wisdom to uphold the legacy of our loved ones. We also pray for divine protection for all those serving our nation, especially those facing danger in their duties. Lastly, we ask you to keep the families of the fallen in your prayers. Though time passes, grief remains. Your ongoing love, encouragement, and support are priceless. May the souls of Peter Bafemi Anala and all the victims of the helicopter crash rest in peace. May God comfort every bereaved family and bless our nation, Ghana. Thank you.
Merci. Amoa for the Mensah family. Please also come on the podium.
Good morning. I stand on previously established protocols, and I deem it a great honor to be here to share my reflection a year after losing my beloved husband. I am Naval Lieutenant Iraja Kumicherimi. I know I speak on behalf of all the other 7 women who lost their husbands a year ago that this past year has been a very long, heavy, and hard year. Even now, it is hard to reconcile the memories with the actuality that we've lost our partners. I recently had to attend a program. It was an inter-service quiz, and they were catcalling and jesting. And someone in the audience shouted, "Mayday, Mayday." And I immediately started panicking because I was wondering if that's how the final moments were for our husbands on that day. I have lost count of the number of times I have pulled out my phone to share a picture with him, only to remember that I will not get a response. It has been hard, but it is well. I stand here today grateful for my faith in God. It would have been an even scarier nightmare without God. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Presidency, the Military High Command, and all officers, men, and defense civilian staff, both serving and retired, who gave me a shoulder to cry on. Thank you. It truly takes a village when it comes to grief and grieving, and I would like to thank my parents, his family, my siblings and friends who formed a formidable shield around me in these trying times. To the men and women of God who interceded and are still interceding, God bless you. In the midst of my own grief, I have had to extend support to women caught up in the confusion of losing a husband. To everyone who may be in such a situation right now, I pray that you can look at me and find hope that this is an ending and not the ultimate end. It may not get any better soon, but it will not always be this heavy. Haruki Murakami has a quote which says, "Such wounds to the heart will probably never heal, but we cannot simply sit and stare at our wounds forever. Let us make the most of what we have while we have it, to honor the memory of our beloved ones. I pray that a tragedy of such proportions never repeats itself." Thank you.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished officers of the Ghana Armed Forces, family, friends, and all gathered here today, good morning once again. Today, we stand 12 months removed from a tragedy that still feels painfully near, a day that completely altered our lives as a family. For us, it was not only the loss of a husband, son, or brother, but a painful separation from a force that stood by and with us through every season of our lives. We stand here today with hearts that still remember, still mourn, and still honor the life of our beloved husband, son, and brother, Flight Sergeant Ernest Adomensa. Over these months, we have learned that grief is not something we simply overcome. It is something we learn to carry. We miss dearly his reassuring voice, his delightful sense of humor, and the ordinary moments we once shared. I, for one, have never known a person more optimistic than earnest. You could hardly remain sad around him. He will crack jokes and laugh at them more than you would, and before long you would find yourself smiling and forgetting the burden that had you troubled. This past year has really been a journey of deep reflection on the fragility of life. In the midst of all the sorrow, we have seen the incredible kindness of friends, colleagues, and strangers who stood with us when we could not stand on our own. As a family, we wish to specially express our profound gratitude to the President for the many ways in which he has honored the memory of our beloved one, and for standing with us when strength was hard to find. We are immensely grateful again to the Ghana Armed Forces for their consistent support and continued care through these 12 months. As we honor the memory of the 8 fallen heroes, we choose to remember not the tragedy that took them from us, but for the lives they lived, the love they had from their family, their dedication to duty, and the values they carried with honor. For we believe the measure of a life is not only in how it ends, but how it was lived and how it continues to inspire others. Our heartfelt prayer today is that we carry forward the good Ernest Adomensa, Flight Sergeant, gave to the world, to love more deeply, to serve more faithfully, to cherish one another while we have the gift of time. May God grant comfort to every grieving family, peace to the souls of our departed ones, and hope to us all as we move forward together. Thank you.
The Armed Forces Choir will give us one short song, please.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Ghana Armed Forces Squad. That was the conclusion. I want to invite the 4 other families' representatives to please come onto the podium. Please come onto the podium. Kaisha, Redwan, Limuna for the Muniru family. Professor Rufai Haruna Kilu for the Mutala Mohammed family. Emmanuel Papa Sapon for the Sapon family. Angelina Salami for the Abuaji family. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, distinguished religious leaders, families of the departed loved ones, ladies and gentlemen. 1 year ago, we stood before the nation in disbelief, struggling to find the words to say goodbye to our beloved Sandapirura, Alhaji Muhammad Muniru Limuna. Last year, we celebrated his remarkable life and spoke of him as a loving husband, a father, a brother, a mentor, and a man whose life inspired everyone who had the privilege of knowing him. Today, those words carry an even deeper meaning because for an entire year, we have had to learn what life looks like without him. The past year has changed us in ways we never imagined. There have been moments when we wished we could hear his voice one more time, seek his advice before making an important decision, or simply sit with him again. We have missed his quiet reassurance, his wisdom that always made every burden lighter, and the love that held our family together. Yet, even in his absence, his legacy continues to guide us. To the nation, he was a dedicated public servant and a trusted colleague. To our family, he was our pillar of strength. We had the privilege of watching him serve Ghana with the same compassion, humility, and sense of duty that he brought into our home. His life taught us that leadership is not measured by position, but by service to others. He taught us that true strength is found in kindness, that leadership begins with listening, and that integrity is life's greatest treasure. Those lessons have become our compass, reminding us every day of the man he was and the example he left behind. One of the greatest comforts we have found over the past year is discovering just how many lives he touched. Everywhere we go, people tell us stories of his kindness, generosity, and compassion. Through the way he lived, he gave us a family that extends far beyond our own. People connected to us not by blood, but by the love, trust, and respect he showed them. It reminds us that while we have lost a beloved member of our family, Ghana has also lost a remarkable servant. To His Excellency the President, the government of Ghana, our extended family, friends, and every Ghanaian who has stood with us throughout this difficult year, thank you. Your prayers, your kindness, and your unwavering support have carried us through our darkest days. People often say that time heals. Perhaps it does. But what this past year has taught us is that love never fades. It simply learns to live alongside the longing. We have learned to smile again, to carry on, and to fulfill the responsibilities before us. But there will always be a place that feels empty, a voice we still long to hear, and a man we will never stop missing. In moments like these, we find comfort in the words of the Holy Quran. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Indeed, we belong to Allah, and indeed, to Him we shall return. To our beloved, thank you for the life you lived, the values you instilled in us, and the examples you set. We are grateful to have called you ours, and we promise to honor your memory by walking with humility, serving with courage, and loving without limits, just as you did. May Allah, in His infinite mercy, grant you Jannatul Firdaus, and grant His mercy and eternal rest to all those we remember and honor today. May He continue to comfort every single family represented here. Daddy, until we meet again, may you continue to rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, Her Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Ajiman. I stand on established protocols, and on behalf of Alhaji Baba, the head of Dr. Ibrahim's family, on behalf of Alhaji Mahama, on behalf of Alhaji Sule and the entire family, I stand before you to make a very short remark. And the remark starts with a short quotation from the Holy Quran, chapter 2, verse 156, that reads, Inna lillah wa inna ilayhi raji'un. That indeed we belong to Allah, and indeed to Him we shall return. As a family, since last year, this has been our comfort as far as the Quran is concerned. This verse is a reminder that we hold close since last year and forever. That the verse teaches us patience, that we have to be patient, and we have nothing to do than to be patient. The verse equally teaches us how to accept the will of Allah. And we as a family, we accept that will of Allah, that it is Allah that taketh the life of our brother. His Excellency, it is with deep respect and heartfelt remembrance that we reflect on the life of late Alhaji Dr. Comrade Honorable Ibrahim Murtala. His passing a year ago left a profound emptiness in our hearts, yet his legacy continues to shine as a source of inspiration. So we as a family, we are inspired. He was more than his titles. He was a man of integrity, humility, with unwavering devotion to his constituency and humanity. His leadership was not defined by positions alone, but by the compassion and vision that he carried into every endeavor. Over the past year, we have seen how his values lived on in the lives of those that he touched. His memory reminds us that true service is measured not by words, but by the lasting impact one leaves behind. As we honor late Dr. Ibrahim today and others, let us carry forward his vision of hard work, unity, resilience, and kindness. May his soul continue to rest in perfect peace, and may we find strength in the example that he set. My brother, my friend, a true comrade, a father to Sudo, to Ruhaima, to Ahmed, and to Ajarabi, and a husband. Tasco, we affectionately call him. May Allah bless you with Jannatul Firdaus. To the President, we remain grateful. The ministers, departments and agencies of state, all the support that you offered us since last year, we remain appreciative. And may Allah bless us all. Thank you.
Remarks on behalf of the family of the late Dr. Samuel Sapon. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, fellow bereaved families, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I stand here before you on behalf of my family and as a son, remembering a father whose absence we have felt every single day for the past year. Dr. Samuel Sapon lived a life of service. To many, he was a public servant, a leader, and a comrade. But to us, he was simply that. Our father, mentor, source of strength and guidance. 1 year has passed since that painful day, yet his memory remains alive in our hearts. We remember his humility, his love for family and country, and the values he instilled in us. On behalf of my family, I express our profound gratitude to the government and people of Ghana and everyone who has stood with us through the difficult journey. As we remember our father, we also honor the other 7 precious lives lost alongside him. 8 lives, 8 families, united by one shared loss. May their service and sacrifice to our nation never be forgotten. May the souls of the departed 8 continue to rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Service Chiefs, my fellow bereaved families, and all who have come to remember with us. Good morning once again. I'm representing the wife of Samuel Akufo-Addo Aboagye. 1 year ago this morning, Samuel left for Obuasi. Obuasi was never just an assignment to him. It was his home, his people, the name he carried everywhere he went. He was going to fight for the land. He did not come back. Before he left, he said to me, "Take care, babe. I love you." I have tuned those words every day since. I no longer hear them as a goodbye. I hear them as an instruction. Samuel was 34, the last born of his father's house, a boy who grew into a man who never hid his faith, who worked hard, who laughed loudly, who could fill a room simply by walking into it. As deputy director for NADMO, his work was to reach people of the worst day of their lives. He did it well. But before any title, he was my husband, a father to our 2 girls. I will not stand here and pretend the year has been easy. Grief does not get smaller. You simply grow around it. There's a chair in our house that nobody sits in. Birthdays came anyway. Christmas came anyway. And our girls still ask me questions I do not have good answers for. But we have not carried it alone. To His Excellency, the President and the Government of Ghana, to the Ghana Armed Forces, to the party, to NADMO, to the people of Obuasi and Adanse, and to every Ghanaian who prayed for us and refused to forget, thank you. You held us up when we could not stand. And to the 7 other families here, we did not choose one another, but we belong to one another now. Let me say one last thing. Samuel died on his way to a fight that is yet not finished. The rivers he was going to defend are still being poisoned. The land is still bleeding. The truest tribute we can pay this aid is not a speech. It is to finish their work. Please, do not let us be the last year we remember them. And Yola, as I call you, I want you to know that God has held me. On the days I could not even pray, He carried me throughout the pain. Our girls are well. They have your laugh, and I am keeping my promise. I am taking care. Rest peacefully in the bosom of the Lord. Until we meet again, you will always be my forever. Thank you.
Thank you to all the families. May I invite Brigadier General Kumiwood to lead us in the prayer of remembrance.
Your Excellency, dearly beloved in the Lord, 1 year ago today, our nation was struck with grief. On August 6, 2025, 8 of our compatriots left us on national assignment in the Adanse area of the Ashanti region. Today we pause, not only to remember the pain of that loss, but to honor the lives of service, sacrifice, and dedication they gave to our dear nation, Ghana. In this moment, may God, the Father of all comfort, draw near to every family, every colleague, and every Ghanaian who still feels the void of this loss. Shall we pray? Eternal Father and God of mercy, the Lord of all nations, We come before you with heavy hearts, yet with hope that does not disappoint. You are near to the brokenhearted, and you bind up the wounded. Comfort the families who still grieve. Strengthen the government and the people of Ghana. Grant us peace that surpasses all understanding, and the assurance that those who die in service for God and country are not forgotten before you. May their sacrifices continue to inspire unity, integrity, and love for country. In your holy name we pray. Amen. Today we remember and honor 8 gallant sons of our beloved nation Ghana, who served with pride and fell with honor. Dr. Edward Kofi Omanibuama, Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Limuna, Dr. Samuel Sapong, Mr. Samuel Abuaji, Wing Commander Peter Bafemi Anala, Flight Lieutenant Manim Chum Ampedu, Flight Sergeant Ernest, Flight Sergeant Mensa Ernest Addo. To the departed, we say thank you for your service to our dear nation. You were patriots on duty, bound by honor and responsibility to our nation Ghana. May your souls find eternal peace, and may your legacy of service continue to inspire this nation. Amen. Shall we please rise to observe a minute silence in memory of our gallant compatriots. May the souls of our 8 gallant national heroes and the souls of all our faithful beloved who have passed on, especially in line of duty, rest in the peace of the Almighty God. Amen. Shall we pray? Almighty God, as we end this moment of remembrance, we commit the memories of these 8 heroes into your hands. Water their legacy like the trees planted in their honor, as symbols of growth, continuity, and hope. Heal our nation, O Lord. Heal the bereaved families by the ministry of your blessed Holy Spirit. Guide our leaders and teach all of us to live with the same courage to serve, and even to the point of dying a little for harvest. May Ghana rise stronger than because they lived. In the name of God, the compassionate and everlasting one, who comforts those who mourn, may this grace be with us, and may he comfort every grieving heart. May he grant us the courage and the grace to continue on, serving his purposes and serving our nation. May his Spirit continue to lead us, grant us wisdom for life, that each one of us, in our own unique ways, would leave a legacy that is honoring to the name of the Almighty, and a blessing to our dear nation, Ghana. Father, once again, may your uncommon grace and mercies be with every one of us. Bless us. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you. Please be seated.
Amen. Thank you very much. We now have some prayers to be offered, one to the families, one to the country and government of Ghana, and one to the security services. May I invite all those who read the tribute to please come in front here, and we'll say a prayer for you, representing your various families. Those who read the tribute, please come in front here, and we'll say a prayer for you. I want to invite the Very Reverend Father Ebenezer Akese, the parish priest of Christ the King Church in the cantonments, who lost 2 church members on that tragic day to the accident, to say a prayer for you. Please face the podium. The second prayer will be for the country and the government. We also humbly invite some government officials to please represent the rest of your colleagues. Then the priest will say a prayer for you.
Father in heaven, the psalmist prayed, "My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth." We entrust into your hands the families of our fallen heroes, and we pray that be their help, you who made the heavens and the earth. We are asking you, Father, in your mercy, to bless their future as you've blessed their past. We are asking you, Father of mercy, to send your Holy Spirit, who is the Comforter, to lighten their pain and to lift their grief. We are asking you, Father of mercies, to wipe away every tear. We are asking you, Father of mercy, to give them a reason to smile again. May the memories they have shared be their strength and their encouragement. May the memories they have shared uplift their spirits. May the memories they have shared give them hope for a brighter tomorrow. And may God, who is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, bless you now and forever. Amen.
Thank you very much, family representatives. We want to invite Right Reverend Dr. Asamoah Jedu, moderator of the Methodist Church of Ghana, to pray for our government officials and for our country, Ghana. After this prayer, we pray for the security services. So we also invite the security services to please stand by and come forward for a prayer. Ghana Armed Forces, Ghana Police, Ghana Prisons, and all the other services that are here. Please stand by.
Let's pray. Gracious Lord, we gather once again in this service where we remember the service of our faithful departed. And so, Lord, as your people stand before you, state officials, we commit all of them into your hands and pray that, Lord, you will continue to protect them, even as they continue to serve this nation.
Lord, grant them the wisdom and the grace to perform. The Lord, where you want to take this nation, you will show them and lead them so they can lead us as a nation. Even as they devote their strength and all their energies to serving this country, may you also look down favorably upon them and their families. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, government and country. We now invite the security services to please come forward for a prayer to be led by our Imam. Imam Mazu, Imam Mukhtar, Imam Abbas from the National Mosque, Kanda.
So we pray. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. يا ربنا يا خالق العوالم هل بيننا وبين كل ظالم. يا ربنا أنت ترى ما قد جرى فاقسم بكهر من علينا جسرا. يا ربنا عجل لنا بالفرج ونجنا من ضيعة وهرج. اللهم احرسنا بعينك التي لا تنام واكنفنا في كنفك الذي لا يرام واجعلنا في جوارك الذي لا يغفر ولا يدام. بسر سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are supposed to have an offertory collection, but I'm told there are no bowls around. Hello. So please, when you leave here, please do charity with your collection, with your offertory. Is that a good agreement? Is that a good agreement? So please, from here, go and do charity with what you would have put in the offertory bowl. Do charity with that, and God's blessings will also come back to you. And I want to invite His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, Mr. John Dramani Mahama. Let's welcome him with an applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kindly be seated. Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyemang, senior government officials, members of the Council of State, members of Parliament, members of political parties, members of the judiciary, traditional authorities, members of the clergy, Muslim clerics and religious leaders, families of our 8 gallant departed comrades, members of the diplomatic corps, the Chief of Defense Staff, Inspector General, and heads of security services, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, is one of those days when a nation deliberately slows its pace, not because history demands it, but because memory does. Exactly 1 year ago, almost to the hour, on the morning of 6th August 2025, Ghana awoke to news that none of us would have wished to hear. In a single tragic moment, 8 precious lives were cut short in a helicopter accident while in service of our nation. Some tragedies unfold quietly within families and communities. Then some tragedies touch the conscience of an entire nation. And this was one such tragedy. The silence that followed that announcement was unlike any other. It was a silence that was filled with disbelief, grief, and countless unanswered questions. It's just like yesterday. And all of us can remember that moment and exactly what we were doing. It was the silence of parents who had lost their children, spouses who had lost lifelong partners, children who would never again hear the reassuring voices of their fathers, colleagues who had lost trusted friends and comrades, and a nation that was left struggling to comprehend such a painful loss. Today, a year later, we gather not to relive that pain, but to give it meaning. We gather because remembrance is an obligation for every grateful nation. A country that forgets those who served it slowly forgets the values on which it is built. Memory, therefore, is not simply about looking backwards. It's an act of national character and value. It affirms that sacrifices matter, and that service is honored, and that lives dedicated to the nation will never disappear into the shadows of history. The 8 Ghanaians we honor today came from diverse backgrounds and diverse professions. They had different dreams, different personalities, and different stories. And yet they were united by one common purpose. They answered the call to serve God and country. None of them boarded that helicopter expecting that it will be their final journey. Like countless public servants every day, they set out to perform their duties. They left behind unfinished conversations, appointments they expected to keep, families they expected to return to, and dreams they believed they still had time to fulfill. That is perhaps the greatest lesson this anniversary teaches us. That life is fragile, that service is sacred, and tomorrow can never be guaranteed. As president, I've often reflected on the enormous sacrifices made by the men and women who dedicate their lives to public service. Much of their work goes unnoticed. They travel long distances. They spend countless hours away from their families. They endure difficult conditions. They make decisions under pressure. They accept risks because they believe that Ghana's progress is worth every effort they put in. And too often, we celebrate such service only after tragedy strikes. Today, we must resolve to appreciate public service even as it is performed daily, to appreciate those who labor faithfully, often without recognition, because they believe in something that is greater than themselves. To the bereaved families, permit me once again to convey the deepest condolences of the government and people of Ghana. I know that no speech can erase your pain. No anniversaries can fill that empty seat at your dining table. And no ceremonies can replace the voices that you long to hear or the embraces that you still miss. You've borne your grief with remarkable courage and dignity over the past year. In doing so, you have reminded all of us that love does not end with death. It endures in memory, in faith, and in the lives we choose to live thereafter. Please rest assured that the nation still mourns with you. Your loved ones did not die alone. They belong to all of Ghana, and Ghana will continue to remember them. Ladies and gentlemen, every nation has moments that test not only its institutions, but also its humanity. The measure of a people is not whether tragedy will visit. Tragedy visits every nation. But when tragedy strikes, the mark of a great nation is how we emerge from that sorrow with greater compassion, greater wisdom, and a stronger commitment to one another. Over the past year, I've witnessed countless acts of kindness from ordinary Ghanaians. I've seen people who had never met any of the 8 departed, and nevertheless, they offered prayers, encouragement, and support to the bereaved families. I've seen religious communities, traditional authorities, members of the security services, and citizens from every corner of our country standing together with these families in solidarity. Those moments remind us that beyond our politics, beyond our ethnic differences, beyond our religious beliefs, we remain one people united by our common humanity. That unity is perhaps the greatest tribute we can offer to those we have lost. Today should also be a moment of reflection for all of us who are entrusted with leadership, that every decision we make affects lives. Every public office is ultimately a sacred trust. Leadership is not measured merely by the authority we exercise, but by the responsibility we bear for the lives and welfare of those who serve our nations. Their memory therefore imposes upon us a solemn obligation to build stronger institutions, to strengthen safety standards wherever necessary, to invest in the welfare of our personnel, and to ensure that no lesson from this tragedy will ever be forgotten. The greatest memorial we can build is not one made of stone or bronze. It is one that is built through responsible leadership, improved systems, a steadfast commitment to protecting those who dedicate their lives to Ghana. My fellow citizens, our faith teaches us that death is not the end. Whether we are Christian or Muslim, whether guided by traditional beliefs or by another path of faith, we all hold on to the conviction that every life has meaning beyond the years we count on earth. And that is why we have gathered today in an interfaith service. We come from different traditions, but we lift up one prayer. We come with different expressions of worship, but with one shared hope. We pray that the Almighty God in His infinite mercy has welcomed our departed brothers into eternal peace. We pray that He continues to comfort every grieving family, and we pray for the wisdom to live lives that are worthy of the opportunities he has granted to us. As we leave this memorial service today, let us carry with us not only sadness, but also a sense of purpose. Let us honor the departed by serving our nation with greater integrity. Let us honor them by placing duty above self-interest. Let us honor them by treating one another with greater kindness. Let us honor them by building a Ghana where every citizen feels that their service matters and every sacrifice is remembered. 1 year has passed. The pain may have softened for some, but it remains raw for others. Our remembrance endures. The names of these 8 faithful servants will forever occupy a special place in the story of our nation. Not because of the manner in which they died, but because of the spirit with which they lived and served God and country. May their memory continue to inspire us. May their sacrifice strengthen our resolve to build a better nation, and may the Almighty God grant them eternal rest and perpetual light. May He comfort their families. May He bless all who continue to serve our republic, and may He continue to bless our beloved homeland Ghana. I thank you, and may God bless us all.
Please be seated. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again on behalf of the state and the families of the departed 8, I humbly welcome you to the Kofi Ohene Kunedu Auditorium here at the University of Professional Studies, Accra. Before the announcements, kindly permit me to acknowledge the presence of some very distinguished personalities. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we are so privileged to have in attendance the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Also in attendance is the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. The Chief of Staff at the Presidency, Honorable Dr. Julius Debra. The Senior Advisor to the President, Dr. Valerie Sawyer. Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Fifi Kwete. Ministers and Deputy Ministers of State, former Ministers of State, senior government officials, members of the Judiciary, members of the Council of State, the Chief of the Defense Staff, the Inspector General of Police, and heads of other security services. Leadership and members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of various political parties, the clergy and all religious leaders, traditional authorities here present, families of the departed 8, the media, and finally, our distinguished guests present. All invited dignitaries are reminded of the unveiling of a cenotaph ceremony at the Ministry of Defense later today at 1600 hours. That is 4 p.m. I have been your Master of Ceremony, Lieutenant Colonel Dela Donyo from the Public Relations Department of the Ghana Armed Forces. Thank you.
Once she's the MC, I don't know who I am. Quality Insurance Choir, please give us a song.
And from the National Interfaith Memorial Service for the departed 8, welcome to join us today. My name is Emefa Akosua Adeti. We're coming to you live from our studios here in Kokomilimli, Accra. We're also live on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125. Coming up this afternoon, hundreds of supporters of the opposition New Patriotic Party stormed the streets of Accra to protest against what they describe as the criminalization of free speech and selective justice.
Justice that we say emanates from the people is no more working in this country. Freedom of speech has been compromised.
We'll bring you details as the party leadership submits its first petition to the Judicial Service at the Supreme Court. We'll take you live to the ground for the very latest. We'll also take you to Sikaman, Akufo-Addo, where 8 Ghanaians tragically lost their lives in a military helicopter crash. Also this afternoon, a coordinated action to stop a number of high-profile corruption trials as lawyers for the former Buffer Stock CEO and former Signals Bureau boss write to the Chief Justice protesting decision to continue trial during legal vacation. We're joining you, we're independent, we're fearless, and we're credible. Please stay for details. Many thanks for staying. This afternoon, supporters of the New Patriotic Party have flooded the pavement of the capital to protest against what they have labeled as harassment, arbitrary arrest, and selective justice against members of the party. The protest, dubbed Democracy Under Attack, is intended to draw the attention of the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature to what the NPP describes as an alleged abuse of power and the growing use of arrests to suppress dissent in the country. And my colleague Fatal Bayaga has been with the protesters since this morning and will speak to him. But first, watch this.
But I mean, support Kakra. Yes. Because of what issue? Because almost 1 year now, no water. We are suffering the water. No water, don't know like no water, that's all.
So you're here to protest because of water issues?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me talk to you too. You are here this morning. Are you a member of the New Patriotic Party?
I am part, but since my sister has spoken...
You are a member of the New Patriotic.
Yes.
Why are you here today?
We are here today of what is going on in the country now. I think a lot of issues that even as I'm afraid that I will be caught, I'll be arrested. Now, I think petrol is high, electricity is high, water bill is high, education is even in danger, especially the free SHS. Now, all of a sudden, we hear this one has been arrested because of what he has been saying. You see, now petrol is high, they are not talking about that one. Just arresting, and it is too much, brother. Democracy is under attack. We are in danger. We are in danger. We are all afraid. That's why we are here today, my brother.
Free speech doesn't mean that you should be insulting people, isn't it?
You are right, my brother. I think a lot of them are not insult. One person like that, I thought he was, explaining or telling people about what some people have said. Like especially the man who said he has called 30-something cows for the NDC. You see, and that guy was even explaining, and later you heard he has been arrested. These are all things that is not good for the country.
Right, thank you.
It's under attack for sure.
Thank you very much. So he said he's afraid of his life because he believes that when he makes comments, he's arrested among other things, and that's the reason he's here today to join this particular protest. But these women are already dancing here. Let's hear from them what they have.
Hey, yeah, that's the new Japan 2028. Yeah, but life and color.
But why are you here?
Yeah, but support democracy in Yaba, democracy.
All right, so these are some of the supporters of the New Patriotic Party who are clearly dancing ahead.
In Ghana, and we see some clawing back of the structures that are meant to protect our democracy. And we think that we should signal to the executive that what is happening is not the best, and that they should pay attention and listen to what Ghanaians are saying. Indeed, we have seen these signals in bits and pieces, and you see the making of dictatorship is not really foisted on a nation in one fell swoop. Usually they come in bits and pieces. So if you don't flag these matters, perhaps the executive may not observe that what they are doing is wrong. The proverb is given to all of us that the trailblazer may not know that the path he's leaving behind is crooked, which is what we in the NPP want to signal today.
So you think are there signs of autocracy at the moment?
There are signs that the executive is endeavoring to really force itself strongly on the populace, which is not what is required of them. Now, look at what is happening within the judiciary. The selective justice that is going on, right?
The selective justice?
Absolutely.
Talk to me about that.
People were insulting Akufo-Addo. Which president in this country had been bastardized, taken to the cleaners than Akufo-Addo? Today,
but people were arrested.
How many people were arrested?
In fact, between 2022 and 2024, about 30 of such cases were reported where people were picked up. 2022 and 2024, about 30.
And how many now?
I think 15 or so.
You think?
Yeah.
You think how many?
15.
50.
15.
So, please, let's be truthful to ourselves. Let's be truthful to ourselves. I told you that the making of a dictator will not start with just one day, right? So what we need to raise the red flags that what is happening is not the best. Today, even TikTokers are invited without being offensive to the president. It's not true that the president himself has said of the then sitting president Akufo-Addo that Akufo-Addo had indicated to us, he had assured the nation that he wasn't going to steal from the public purse because Akufo-Addo knew that his brothers and cousins were going to steal for him, and he mentioned names. He mentioned the name of Gabi Ochedako. He mentioned the name of Nana Santi Bedietu. He mentioned the president's own brother, Bumpty, that they are going to steal for him. Did the president have any record that they were thieves? He said so. I remember in 2007, when we were gunning to elect our presidential candidate, when Kojo was about exiting, the chairman of the NDC, my own friend Sidin Ketia, he mounted a platform and said that, well, the contest that involves 17 of our compatriots in the MPP was amongst thieves to elect the king thief.
He said 17 glorified thieves.
Right? He said, a cromfo dun so amokoyi cromfo penny a NDC for yefa homben. Is that not the case? That was the greatest insult, that all 17 of them were thieves. What happened to them? What happened to them? And today, the same people are saying that, oh, this person has said so about the president, so let's go for him. Is that the case? Just 3 days ago, Sandema Ketia was saying that, President Mahama is very truthful. He's very much unlike Baumia, who is a liar. Is Baumia a liar?
You think should have been picked up?
No, I'm not saying that he should be picked up, but I'm just saying that these are very offensive statements coming from, the national chairman. What has happened to him? In 2007, their general secretary now, is he not on record to have said that Kojo had broken into the Bank of Ghana and stolen the gold billions? Isn't that the case? What happened to him? So you see, let's not pick and choose. I'm not saying that offensive language is justifiable. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that, you see, the president, if he wants to ensure harmony and peace in this country, the judiciary, the police, they should be wielding a double-edged sword. We should cut right and cut to the left. It shouldn't be selective. So MPP comes and anybody is today they are trying people who are alleged to have caused financial loss. Then you have an attorney general who enters the free and says that, well, I'm entering noli prosequi in respect of the high-profile personalities in the NDC. And within 3 months, all of them are left to go scot-free. And then they decide to go and pounce on the opposing side, elements in the opposing side. Is that right? So we should be careful where we are drifting to. There should not be any selectivity in this.
I mean, you also talk about the fact that the incarceration of Chairman Wontumi is, he's a political prisoner, among other things. The court has gone through the process and then he was eventually, convicted and sentenced. Why do you say that he is a political prisoner when the evidence, is quite clear in the judgment of the court?
What evidence do you have?
So,
let's take you back to where the protest started, and my colleague Fatal Bayaga is on standby. Fatal, if you can hear me, the party says it was going to start at the Supreme Court and present a petition to the Judicial Service. Were they able to do that?
We are currently covering the New Patriotic Party's protest today. They say that their party members are being intimidated, their party members are being arrested arbitrarily, and today they are on the streets of Accra to protest against that. And they are submitting 3 petitions. They've done, the first one at the Supreme Court, where they presented a petition to the Judicial Service. Was received by the General Secretary of the Judicial Service, Musa Ahmed, and also they would be presenting another petition to the President at the Presidency. So they are heading there very soon. But let me engage the Director of Elections of the New Patriotic Party, Evans Nemago. Thank you very much. You are live on Joy News. Talk to us about this protest. What exactly do you intend to achieve?
I think the objective is to ensure and communicate to the Presidency that the democracy we've known, the democracy we've adopted for ourselves, the foundation, the 1992 Constitution, is under threat now. What are we saying? Free speech is being demonized now. Once you critique the government, you are arrested. The manner with which the state is using the security to call people into submission is not the understanding of the democracy we've adopted for ourselves. And so we want the government to know that it is high time we all respect the constitution we've adopted for ourselves. We are saying that democracy should not be under threat. What we are seeing is not fair. We expect the media also to challenge the government and let them know that we must, as we have adopted for ourselves, respect the tenets of democracy. That's the essence of this demonstration.
The opposition claim, the governing party claims that you are just trying to use this in order to, in a way, canvass support for your party ahead of the 2028 elections, and not that there are actually real issues in terms of intimidation and harassment of your party members. How do you respond to that?
We've all seen the kind of intimidation, the harassment. That one is not in doubt. In terms of our support across the country, it's not in doubt. To put to the public domain 100,000 people is not an issue for the New Patriotic Party. We go into elections, we win over 6 million. So you can't tell me that we are using this to canvass support. The people of Ghana is yearning for the New Patriotic Party, and I can assure you, come 2028, the good people of Ghana will vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. MPP will be back.
But basically, based on the results that you garnered during the 2024 election, it's clear that your vote dwindled significantly, and that's why the governing party is saying that you want to just use this, in a way to be able to pep up the grassroots, in order that maybe when you head towards the 2028 election, you get something.
You've seen it for yourself today. 2024 elections has been done. It's over. We are making arrangements. We are strategizing as a party. We are going into the 2028 elections to win. And I can assure you, the New Patriotic Party will win the 2028 elections.
Finally, before you go, yes, just 2 days ago, the national chairman of the NDC, he said that, in fact, the third-term agenda, it is the MPP that is stoking that controversy, and that the NDC is not actually so much interested in that. How do you respond to this?
Let's throw that into the marine. They won't set any agenda. The 1992 Constitution, if you check Article 66(2), it's clear that the president will have 2 terms in office. When they nominated people to go to the Supreme Court, we monitored their engagement with the Public Appointment Committee. And so they can have their own issue. We are not looking at that. We are focused. We have our presidential candidate. We are going to the elections, and the good people of Ghana will vote for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia come 2028.
Thank you very much. That's Evans Nemakoda. He's the Director of Elections of the opposition New Patriotic Party. Let's have a conversation with the lawyer for Chairman Wontumi and also the lawyer for Edubuahen. Samuel Atacha is here. Thank you very much for making time to speak to us. You are part of this particular demonstration. In fact, yesterday we saw your petition, to the courts that you wouldn't be able to make it to the courts because we are currently expressing the legal vacation. Talk to us about that.
Well, in the first instance, what is special about the Hanan case and the Edubuahen case? What is special about them? Why should other courts rest and these specialized courts should continue? Are you giving an impression to the entire world that you are in an ambulance mood to jail people? Why should people not have their vacation? Why should all the judges who are handling rape, murder, robbery, and the rest of criminal cases rest? And why should this be hand-picked for adjudication? That is not the way to go. We can't have 2-tier system in which one is resting and another is hurrying people to jail.
But you yourself, you are interested in ensuring that justice is expedited. You want the courts to conclude the trial process. So you should be happy that the the Chief Justice wants this to be done as quick as possible.
It's unprecedented that even the Chief Justice is resting. Why should we say, in the name of we ending our cases on time, we should be working in vacations? And it's not cutting across board. It is just a hand-picked, pre-programmed arrangement under a warrant that 2 courts should sit to deal with 2 cases. So are we trying to say that we want justice or we want an ambulance justice? Which are we looking at? And this is sad. I want justice, but it should run the course. No impression should be given that the people are being hurried, so they are incarcerated at the end of the day. That is not justice.
And based on what you are hearing, are you sure that this particular petition would be granted? And the reasons that you've been given, do you think that these are material to be able to convince the Chief Justice in granting you this?
Yes, the reasons are compelling because what the Chief Justice is seeking to do is unprecedented. And we leave it to him. He is head of the judiciary. And then we leave it to him, but we will not give support to that. We have also our programs. We are also resting. And when we show up in court, we made it so clear in our letters that we are not showing up in court as lawyers. That is all that there is.
So next week we shouldn't see you in court?
No, I won't come to court because I wouldn't give aid to an expedited ambulance trial. I wouldn't support that. I wouldn't facilitate that.
Let's talk about one of your clients, Chairman Wontumi. He's been sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. How is he doing at the moment?
Well, he's fine. We've lodged the appeal, and the record is almost done. We also have the bail pending appeal filed today. So we'll see. We have to go back to the court and ask for bail, based on the fact that there are serious matters of appeal that the judge should be minded to look at and admit him to bail until the 3 wise men will look at the case anew.
And I am told that that particular case, including Sedna Samaklo, these are all the issues that, is culminating into this protest today. Talk to us about that. I mean, the court said they've done their work, but you describe them. I mean, you describe how these cases were handled as, inappropriate. In fact, you call Chairman Wontumi as a political prisoner and all of that.
Well, whatever it is, if the Attorney General should specialize in getting accomplices under a plea bargaining agreement converted into prosecution witness, what are you talking about? The man who is standing in the box to testify has bought insurance for his freedom. This is your freedom if you testify against a man. What kind of justice is that? So these are matters that will be challenged in the Court of Appeal. And I don't want to talk about the Sandema case and the rest of it, but you should go and read the High Court decision. When they read the High Court decision, they will come to terms with the hard fact that, look, this case was uncontested. On every material understanding of law, the case of the prosecution stands unchallenged because the culprit has absconded and was in foreign crimes. How can you then come and talk about the fact that, oh, the case was not proven beyond reasonable doubt?
But not just proven beyond reasonable doubt. The court made it clear that 34 of the charges were defective, right? And the rest of the charges, the prosecution could not prove them beyond reasonable doubt. Don't you agree with the court? And in fact, according to the court, enough particulars were not provided for the remaining counts, and that's the reason they decided to acquit and discharge at the moment.
Well, the court will have its view. I don't know whether the court also paid regard to the very scandalous matters that came out of the proceedings. I leave it to, those who are pushing the case to continue. Today, we're trying to give money to a bank. And when we give money to the bank, and the bank says that we don't want the money, we go and meet the bank officials in the filling station and collect the money. Are we selling granates? And the three judges didn't say, I'm sorry about this.
Thank you very much. That's Atachi there. His lawyer for Chema Wontumi and also lawyer for Edubuahen talking to us about the legal issues surrounding his clients before the Accra High Court, among other things. So the protest is on. Good afternoon. Are you a member of the New Patriotic Party, and why have you decided to join the protest today?
We see, as a party, we are a peaceful party, but we cannot sit aloof for president to tame us. Are you getting it? That's why we are demonstrating, for them to see that enough is enough. We've had enough of President Mahama's inhuman treatment. That's why we are demonstrating today.
When you say his inhuman treatment, what exactly do you mean? What has he done?
Look at the way he is arresting people.
So, as you know, the roadmap would be from the Supreme Court to the presidency. And my colleague James Alveji is stationed at the presidency to at least gauge the mood in anticipation to receive the demonstrators or protesters. Let's engage him. James, what's the situation over there?
Yes, Emefa, I'm sure you can hear me. We are here at the Jubilee House where we're waiting for the protesters to come here to deliver their final petition to the seat of government, the presidency. As you can see in the shot, there are a number of police officers here who actually have mounted different layers ready to receive the protesters in a peaceful manner to deliver their petition. If I take you to the exact frontage of the Jubilee House, you see there different layers of police officers. So those you get in touch with first are the ones who are fully dressed in their riot control gears, and you count dozens of them into the hundreds who are waiting in front of the first layer of the barricades, whereas others both at the left and the right side, including the median of the road, waiting for the protesters who are making their way here, who have just passed the Afikiko traffic light. You see a number of them now approaching where the police officers, the first layer of police officers are to get access to this place. If you go to the other side, you see other officers who are carrying assault rifle at the back of those dressed in the riot control gears, right at the front of the gate of the Jubilee House, who are not in direct contact with the protesters. And so that's the what you see here at the arrangement of police officers who are waiting for the protesters. A number of soldiers, I see about 5, 6 of them, who intermittently will walk in to just have interaction with the police officers and then go back to their posts at the gates in the Jubilee House, who are not carrying arms and also waiting. of the Jubilee House proper to station there as the protesters are making their way in here to present their petition. And so I can tell you, Emefa, that there are enough police officers on the ground to make sure that the final lap of the protest, which will be the final presentation of the petition to the presidency, happens in a very peaceful manner to crown the day's activity of the democracy under attack protest by the new patriotic party members and the leadership of the team. And so when they walk in, I want to believe their leaders will be allowed to get access to the inner perimeter, and then they can take to their left and go and present the petition to whoever will be available from the Jubilee House to receive that petition. And so that is the arrangement here as we speak in terms of police presence here for the receipt of the final petition. Emefa.
Well, thank you so much, James. We definitely wait till they get to the presidency and get to see who takes delivery of the petition on behalf of the president. But I'll take you back to Fatal, who is still engaging some of the protesters.
Accept views, other views, going forward.
All right, thank you very much. So let's take you in front. We are just approaching the Jubilee House here. Let me take you in front so that to paint a picture of how the situation is in front of the Jubilee House. I have been speaking with some of the supporters of the New Patriotic Party, and they tell me that they are here in their numbers because they believe or they think that free speech has been criminalized, among other things, and that's why they are here in their numbers. When we got to the Supreme Court, there was a little bit standoff between the police and then the supporters. It looks like a similar thing is going to happen here in front of the Jubilee House. So we'll get to talk to them just to appreciate what is happening here at the moment. But the party leadership, led by Justin Kudia from Pong and other leaders of the party, are all here, and they are expected to present a petition to a representative here at the presidency. So let's try and see if we can. Let's try and see if we can get inside to speak with
the crowd is too much, you can't enter. The crowd is too much and you can't enter. You can see the massive people here. They are all fighting for democracy. Our democracy is attacked. It's under attack, and we must fight for it. That's why we are here. We are here to fight for our democracy. The only thing that is for us is for democracy, and we have to fight for it. That's why we are here. That's why you can see the massive people around here. They are fighting. Our forefathers fought for it, and we are also fighting for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. Let me speak to what. Let me speak to you briefly. Talk to us about pharmacy of the Library Authority. Talk to us about your participation in this particular protest today. Why have you decided to join the protest?
I think it is important as Ghanaians that we stand up to protect the Constitution of Ghana. In the Constitution of the Republic, one of the fundamental rights that is enshrined is the freedom of expression. And under this government, we've seen an excessive abuse of state power to suppress citizens in expressing their views. We've seen how Ghanaian citizens, even in expressing themselves on social media, have been arrested, some of them, to the extent of being left in very, very, very poor condition. And so this demonstration is to be able to raise awareness among Ghanaians, to raise the consciousness among Ghanaians, to be aware that we cannot continue to sit in our homes for our right to be abused at this magnitude. And it is important that as citizens we all come together to be able to make sure that the government of the day becomes very much aware. Of course, maybe they might not be aware that this is the extent of the abusive nature of how state power is being used to suppress the citizens of the Republic. And so this is the reason why a lot of us are getting involved, to be able to make sure that we raise awareness, and for other state actors to be able to also get the Ghanaians to be able to know that that is not how the Ghana has been run for many years. That is not how we know this country has been run over the years. We've all gotten the opportunity to express our opinions on various state issues. How come that in the last 1.5 years, when citizens expresses their opinions about subject matters, they are arrested and detained? Why are we experiencing this at this time? And so it is important that all of us, and today you may think it is MPP, tomorrow it will be at various media houses, and it is important that we raise that consciousness among Ghanaians.
Thank you very much. We'll be back shortly to talk to you, but just look at the numbers here in front of the Jubilee House as the supporters try to push their way through here in front of the Jubilee House. The leadership of the party will soon come here to present a petition to the presidency. Why are we here this afternoon?
Our purpose for being here is to tell the government we are not happy with the way he's treating our democracy. This country has thrived through our democracy for the past 3 decades. And we cannot sit down and allow this government, who is a beneficiary of free speech, to destroy and also to downside our constitution as a republic. This is the main reason we are here as a political party, NPP.
And you think that this protest today would help to change anything?
Yes, because in a democracy, if you do not rise up to speak about a matter, you rather turn the country into a dictatorship. And we are not in the rule of a dictatorship, we are in a democratic dispensation. And that must thrive, that must continue as a country.
Thank you very much. So we are still standing in front of the Jubilee House, where the party leaders are expected to deliver a petition to the presidency, talking about their party members being arrested, being harassed, and they say that a few comments that they make on TikTok and other social media platforms, they are arrested. In fact, they also spoke about the arrest of Chairman Wontumi and his eventual incarceration, 20 years in prison with hard labor. They describe that as inappropriate. They say that Wontumi is a political prisoner. I mean, the evidence that was presented in court does not really support his conviction. And this afternoon they are protesting about all of that, and also the recent decision of the Court of Appeal acquitting and discharging Sedna Tamaklo Atienu. They say that want to so we are trying to make our way to get to appreciate what the party leaders would say, and also what the presidency would, what the response of the presidency will be as far as this particular petition is concerned. So we will get all of that right here in front of the Jubilee House, but the numbers are huge here, as all of them, the supporters, they themselves say that their counterparts have been arrested. Apart from that, this is not putting fear in many of them. They fear to express their dissenting views about the current state of the country, and they believe that if they do so, they may be arrested. In fact, I put a question to some of them that freedom of expression does not mean that they should go and insult people, but basically what the response was that, I mean, some of the things that they say do not warrant arrest of or some of their counterparts. So we will get to appreciate the situation here in front of the Jubilee House, and you see the security set up here. You see the security set up here in front of the Jubilee House. A lot of police officers, some of them armed, others not, and they are all here waiting for all the protesters to arrive. And when they do arrive, the leaders will be presenting a petition here. And what happened at the Supreme Court was that when they got to the entrance of the Supreme Court, they just allow a few leaders of the party, to go and present the petition. And it looks like that would be the situation here, or the same situation will be experienced here, where the party leaders will meet an official from the Jubilee House, where they will receive a petition from the protesters. So it's been a very packed morning till now, and the protesters, in fact, are not wavered in their effort to make sure that the right things are done. But let me still continue to talk with more people here. Are you a member of the New Patriotic Party?
Sure.
Why have you decided to join this protest today?
My name is David from Shai Osudoku. I decided to join this protest because of my regional minister. We don't have even common bank in Shai Osudoku. Our roads are very poor. And the whole Ghana, the place that they used to use the stones to do this road is from Shao Sudoku. To be frank, the regional minister is not trying at all. From 91 up to today, go and see Shao Sudoku. We don't have companies apart from Okada and Aboboya. Only that's the only work in Shao Sudoku. We don't have any work in Shao Sudoku.
So you mean unemployment is high there?
Unemployment is very high. Very, very high. Go and see. We don't have even one street light in Shao Sudoku. Go and check it. Go and check it. You can do your research. Nothing is working.
Thank you so much. Let me talk to a lot more people. What do you also make of this protest today?
Everything is going on well. We hope to see a change. As you can see, democracy is under attack, and we are here fighting for the people of Ghana, including yourself. Yeah.
But freedom of expression does not mean that you should go sit on social media and say things that are not proper. Don't you think that if you cross the line, isn't it appropriate for the security agencies to arrest you and ensure that it deters other people from doing same?
The current president himself, absolutely, the current president himself should be arrested. Sami Jemfi has to be arrested. Yes, Sami Jemfi has to be arrested.
When he was in opposition, it was a benefit to it.
Yes.
He benefit from that thing. Because when Sami Jemfi and Co and Sam George were insulting Nana Akufo-Addo, the former president, he didn't come out and say anything. The insult when NDC people, most of the MPs, most of the executive now who are in government now, they insulted Nanado. When they were in opposition, they insulted Nanado. Can you say a former president, you tell yourself that God should kill a president? Who is a president, who is a leader of the first gentleman of the land, that you should tell him that God should kill him. It's not fair. It's not fair. So John Mama, he brought Kevin Taylor. Kevin Taylor did so many things, insulted so many chiefs, so many other people, big men. But is he arrested? No, he was not arrested. He came here and they freed him. He came here, even they gave him a room of the former vice president.
We can't substantiate that. We can't substantiate that. This is just an allegation.
No, it's not an allegation. When he came, it's a fact. You know it. When he came to Ghana here, we got policemen and soldiermen who were guiding him. He got a lawyer. He got a lawyer who protected him when he was acquitted and he went back to America.
Thank you so much.
His benefit of that. So that is why we are telling him that he should stop.
So we are fighting for Ghanaians and we are fighting for you as well, you the media. So that is it.
Thank you very much. I've seen some of the party officials arriving here at the front of the Jubilee House. You see that building there. Very soon, an official would emerge from there to receive a petition from the New Patriotic Party. We're waiting that at the moment, but you see the security arrangement. Some of them heavily armed this afternoon, waiting for the party leaders to make their way here. I see some of them entering into the crowd. We'll try to get to talk to them about what exactly they intend to do here. In fact, when they presented the petition at the Supreme Court, the General Secretary made it clear that the country's democracy is currently on its knees, and party members are being arrested, among other things, and that's the reason why they want something changed at the moment, in order that that situation would be addressed. You are young people. Why have you decided? Are you members?
You definitely want to stay with us because we shall take you back on ground. They're currently nearly at the presidency to deliver their petition to the presidency, as they indicated. But you recall that just a few minutes ago, my colleague Fatal Bayaga engaged Samuel Latachia, who's not only lawyer for convicted Chairman Wuntumi, but he is also lawyer for Edu Boahene, who is a former CEO for Signals Bureau. And it's a matter concerning another leg of what they say is democracy under attack. Legal vocation in matters arising. So this afternoon, There is a legal showdown over the decision to continue some high-profile criminal trials during the legal vacation. The Chief Justice has authorized a number of High Court judges to continue some criminal cases under the government's flagship anti-corruption drive, the operation to recover all loot, which you know as oral. The trials involve former Buffer Stock CEO Abdul Hanan Wahab and former National Signals Bureau boss Akufo-Addo Buahini. Kweku Asante, my colleague who is our legal desk head, joins me in studio with some more details on that. First of all, Kweku, let me understand what generally a legal vacation is, first of all, for those who do not know.
Yeah, so every year, the courts, in particular, the superior courts, the Court of Appeal, before that, the High Court and the Supreme Court, go on legal vacation for 2 months at the end of July up until the end of September. So the whole of August and the whole of September, where they go on break after very lengthy work. It, however, does not mean that the superior courts do not sit at all. The Chief Justice has the power under the Courts Act, under the CI 47, to designate some courts as vacation courts for them to sit on very important matters. And it's happened a couple of times. In fact, the Chief Justice then Jasafre, at the time, the quality grain case, that case was for vacation. And then a couple of years back, Justice Tokono also designated some courts as vacation courts. What the Chief Justice Bafuboni has done is to designate the criminal court and the specialized court to continue sitting on a number of very high-profile anti-corruption cases involving Abdul Hanan Wahab, the national service cases, as well as the issues having to do with the procurement of some security equipment from Israel involving the National Signals Bureau. And so all those cases, under the warrant of the Chief Justice, are expected to proceed even during the vacation. But the lawyers of these accused persons are not taking it lying now. In fact, just yesterday, they've written letters to the Chief Justice insisting that it is not fair for the Chief Justice to actually demand that they continue to sit during the legal vacation. If you look at the letters written by Godfrey Yabo-Adame, who is lawyer for Abdul Hanan Wahab in the Buffer Stock case, and Samuel Atachia, who is lawyer for Akufo-Addo Buahini, they say that they've worked over the year, they've made plans for themselves, personal commitments to travel and other things during the legal vacation, and forcing them to continue the trial within the legal vacation will mean that they would have to sit, their firms would have to come in there and work. They do not believe that this is something that will give their clients justice, and that is why they've petitioned the Chief Justice, asking him to reverse that decision to allow Justice Achibonga and Justice Audrey Kokuvite to sit during the legal vacation, because as far as they are concerned, it is completely inappropriate. And as far as they are concerned, it will not lead to justice being delivered in these cases. Not only do they want the Chief Justice to rescind that, they threaten that if the Chief Justice does not rescind that, they do not intend to attend proceedings from next week. In fact, the legal vacation started this week, but the judge decided that this week will be enough time to just rest, and from next week, the oral cases will be back in the drive. But the lawyers say if the Chief Justice does not reverse that decision, next week, they will not show up in court, and that will mean that the cases would have to proceed without them, the lawyers, perhaps with just their clients in court.
Interesting. 2 takeaways. So it's not that it is very strange for courts to be sitting during a legal vacation. You've just been telling us that you want to throw more light on that. It's not strange at all.
Not at all. In fact, the Chief Justice, under his warrant, can assign some courts to sit as vacation courts. In fact, right now, if anyone is arrested and they wanted bail, there will be courts at the High Court right now who will sit. In fact, in the case of Sedina Tamakulu, we've heard the Court of Appeal say they are going to seek a warrant from the Chief Justice to be able to sit and be able to deliver judgment or a ruling on the application for state execution filed by the Attorney General. Even the Supreme Court itself, if it finds it necessary, will be able to recall its members to come and sit during vacation. So it happens in the Quality Green case, it did happen. Justice Tokono assigned several courts to sit as vacation courts, and this one is also not different. There will be courts today. In fact, the Miracles Abuaji case having to do with the freezer of his assets. These are vacation courts that have been sitting during the period and making these orders. So it is not at all irregular for courts to sit during the vacation. The concern of these lawyers is that these are high-profile cases. They believe that they've done enough work, and that in the interest of justice, justice must not be seen to be being sped up. they want some rest. 2 months is not anything. They'll be back in October to continue the cases.
Do we have cases like this where the Chief Justice has listened to the petition and has decided that, okay, courts should not sit?
It usually do not happen because for most people who are standing trial, they want actually the proceedings to go as quickly as possible so that if the courts find them not guilty, they can just move on with their life. They do not want trials that go on for a long time. So for me, in my years of reporting in the courts, this is the first time that I'm seeing such a letter go to the Chief Justice. In fact, there are people who actually write to the Chief Justice asking him to actually give them a warrant to sit during the legal vacation. Okay. This is the first time I'm hearing that some are saying that, listen, we are tired, we just want to go and rest. So the ball is now in the court of the Chief Justice. He may accede the request or he may not at all respond to the letters. And that will mean next week, the accused persons in particular would have to show up in court because if they do not, their bail will be forfeited. There will be the bench of court warrant to be issued against them. They will be arrested. So if their lawyers say they will not attend, they would have to attend and perhaps appoint new lawyers if they so desire.
Kojo, thank you so much. We'll talk about your hair tomorrow. All right? Right. It's a solemn and reflective moment for residents of Sikaman Brofuyedru, where 8 Ghanaians tragically lost their lives in a military helicopter crash. 1 year on, memories of the devastating tragedy remain fresh. The haunting scenes of the crash continue to linger in the minds of residents as the community pauses to honor the lives and service of the gallant 8. Meanwhile, beyond remembrance, residents say they are still waiting for the government to fulfill the promises made in the aftermath of the disaster. They urge authorities to expedite the interventions pledged to support the affected community. And Emmanuel Kojo visited the community to capture the mood and reflections of residents a year after the tragedy.
In this community, in memory of the 8 persons that unfortunately lost their lives during this unfortunate incident sometime a year ago in this particular community. And as you can see Dr. Mane Boama, the Minister for Defense. You can also see Dr. Alhaji Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Dr. Samuel Sapon, Muniru, and then the squadron also all in there, the sergeants and all the other crew members in there. In fact, the community, as I have come to see, it's quite calmer in this particular place. Most of them are going about their duties. You find them, if they are selling anything, you find them by their shops and all, ensuring that whatever they have to do for the day, they do it. It's quite a reflective moment, if I should put it, quite a reflective moment for a number of the residents that are here, because exactly a year ago this unfortunate incident happened. At about this time, some of them were even in the forest looking for the wreckage and in fact the bodies and the child remains of the 8 individuals. And so I have some men with me to speak with. They actually went to the scene. They went to the scene to look at what really happened, and I'll quickly interact with them and find out from them what they make of this entire situation, find out from them how they feel. In fact, a year after this unfortunate incident, I'd want to find out from them what they make of this incident. In fact, it's easy mamu bebre asana yeba ekano chem say enra no mukoho na mukoye den wo
ebacho de 1 year no esie no nti wo say ye kokohwe de ekoso ho na ye mpenifo no bisa ya ne yenya asem bi aka kire wo mo nti na ma ye nra yetumi ko osoro
ti muko na eho ne tisen
ebacho ye ko ho ne de na eho no afu Fupa Penifon Castle baby, but a woman to me, my auntie, a one also a fool.
Okay, I'm finding out if that day na semnisi and now one hypoti and a semnisi and oh yeah, dempo can be better.
Me bacho na Yakofu, Tie Bano, Anna, plain Ebersin, and check be 2 minutes time. Na BBC was wanting. Me catch a minion and say, yes, you know, a aeroplane na Akosua. Ono ka chem say nya no anam so be 2 minutes time ye be hu de be koso nti mefre no nti midu abonti mo na nkofo jinjin na me say sa de a me enko top on enko ye na ebi mu so adi kan wo nti ye ko no na class no asi ayamba
mu coin na eja dem ntu mutimi yi body ni biana
me pacho me coin de na nkofo ho a omo ho bebre ba se na yete no aloko a amna bia no nti untumi nko na eja no so nti untumi nko wokọ a won so kura obehwere wo nkwa nti wo se nete na yetutu edugu so because wo be poso ensuo ni ho bibia ni ho enti na edin me ankasa me ko na incident na si no na me nukure no pampa ni no me bia na ekoso ho nti me ba kra me akwa me be yale na nye ize kula na wo hwe nipa wunua pa na wakọ sa ho am masa na nye ize endu ase ye ko soro me akra de me kaya na misu because obi papa onya me papa kura sabe obi papa na o man hu do nti o ko ba bi sa na bibi sa akoto no de masa very sad.
It's quite a solemn moment for most of them. In fact, he's just telling me that yesterday when he went there, he reflected on the moments and when the incident happened, and even reflecting on those thoughts was quite a solemn one. But me person finding out from one subium asemi esi no esen na ema ofili wo ma meti asese emoya wo hu sem painful efrim but daily day na den na etimi ba otrim incident ne sie no esen na ya na etimi ma ofili
me dia nukure ni dia esie no dia na eyeme ya because ewo dia ewo homa nipa dasani bia but se na be ya nipa no obewu dia eya na no ma bi o ma na edin pa se wunu bi ko ba bi na eja sa dia ekwakwahye ne dia in fact mom dia na edin pa we ase obi abekọ na so ekwa obefa so obekọ ne dia enye sa movement we dia enye
okay me hu se unu anu so kan bibi ma me so mi enunu nkomo se na na so etie ma
o papa ekọ no plane no ekọ na afi omu nyina wo inside ama ekra rehoi afi asoje fo na omo ban nyina sa so omu na omu nyina afo suro ti ba wo ka kire se ntinu ni ewoi sometimes papa de na si awie nti wusi ni bofa wo so kura na wunya ba bia wo begina nti ho no so no amena so nti wunya ba bia wo du na besi nti e boy ho modinga krankra nti ko pe kuku boto amla ye besesa omuno na ya pake wo munyina gu mu na ekekere na enyina ye swai me reho me nkasa me reho na me diagro me reho pa ya skamambo fu ya pa timbacho ya kram nisumit me aka
okay sure me da say oni edin ko that mama finally mama sum any ending come in fact now che say o hye nkofo gu a e fa ne mrante krom wom no na ye o ya pa
papa bi say o se me twemu ha na se me hu sabe board ya na me hu ye papa no na enua no na titru youth na ewo mu no me nka se obi awu nya ya na emom youth na ewo mu te se sam abwaje mu se ne de bia me hu pe na me yama hyeme we kire se etwa se nipa bia no wo ho a otutu anam si se na be ya ba bia betu obi a no obetimi anya nkwaje.
And the souls of these 8 gallant men rest in perfect peace. I shall now take you back to the Jubilee House where the NPP demonstrators are nearly presented their petition.
Draped in black and white. I want to believe that she is the one who will be receiving the petition from the protesters. A number of the party leadership from both parliaments and including the party national executives are all around waiting to be allowed access into the inner perimeter in order to perform that final lap of the protest, which will be the presentation of their petition to the presidency, and we're waiting on that as they make their way in. They've been protesting on the principal streets of Accra from the Supreme Court area, as my colleague Fatah Baga has been with them all the way here to the Jubilee House. Have been allowed to in here. The officers are now going to see what the arrangement would be in order to see if they could allow us in order to get access in there to capture. now. They're saying only 2 media persons will be allowed. The microphones in there in order to take the petition.
Only two. So give it to where? Only 2. So give it to
it looks like the security arrangements are changing now. We are told only 2 persons will be allowed to send the microphones in there. And there are more microphones. It looks like the 2 people may not be able to carry the number of microphones in here as we are struggling.
Okay. Wait. Okay. I said wait.
Okay, sir. Sorry.
Don't move. Wait. After them, then you follow. Only 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. All right. 1, 2, 3. What are they?
Charlie, camera, you good? You good? Winner one.
Where's Nana B? Where's Nana B? Go back. I'm a bumble bumble. Well, I know Nana is coming. Nana is Nana B. Please, Nana B. General. Say what mama media na ma. Say me media na. What you trying to say? The media man.
Charlie, send away vacation. Send us why can I connect to you?
No, I'm a
So we've been able to now get in here to finally say what the presentation would look like as they try to organize themselves in order to present that petition to the presidency now. And it doesn't look like the arrangement is in place. Leader,
yes.
Thanks for your time. We have here Honorable Habib Idrisu. What's going on?
Yes, at the moment we've just been given some specific number to enter to present the petition, but they are not allowing the media to enter, and we are also saying that the media must be allowed to enter the inner perimeters so that we can be able to present our petition to them. They are not allowing us to do that, and more to the point, we were expecting that either the chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff, or the president or the vice president should have been those coming here to receive the petition, because our democracy is under attack, and it is something that they really needed to come and meet us and take the petition from us. So at the moment, that is what is going on.
Okay, the earlier arrangement, the previous arrangement we've always had would be the last barricade here. Those who accept the petition will stand in here, and then yourself and the media would be out there to receive that. Why did that change? Any explanation?
It is the same arrangement that the police made. We were coming to present it. They did their organization. They made their arrangement. Okay. So the arrangement is made by them, not by us.
Okay. Thank you. And the majority whip, the deputy majority whip, Habib Idrisu, explaining to us that they will not present the petition if all of the media is not allowed in here in order to cover the presentation.
We will do that.
Haruna, what's happening?
They are asking us to give the petition to Nana Yajantua. We will not do it. We won't do it.
Why won't you present it to her?
She is below the petition we are submitting. We want the president. The president is there for us. us. He must be prepared to listen to us.
So you want John Mahama himself to come?
Yes. Yes.
What about his, presidential staffers and
we don't need Nana Yajantua. She's trained. She's below the petition we are submitting, and we are not going to present it to her. This is very disrespectful to us.
Could it be that what's the explanation for which reason the presidential the chief of staff or any of the deputy chief of staff cannot be here?
They haven't given us any reason. They are just being disrespectful to us. We will not submit any petition to Nana Yajantua. We will not do that.
So what happens if none of them comes out?
It means that they have decided not to receive petition from us. This is absolutely disrespectful, and we are not going to accept that.
Thank you. Haruna Mohammed is the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, and the other opinion he's been telling us is that indeed Nana Yajantua, a presidential staffer, is the one ready to receive the petition, and they are not ready to present the petition to her. They want either the president himself to come out here and receive the petition. And so you see a number of the NPP bigwigs now in the inner perimeter. I see Oseche Mensah Bonsu, who was a former leader in the House of Parliament, also in the midst here. Leader, thanks. My name is James. Thanks for joining us. I mean, what's happening? This was supposed to end peacefully, where you present your petition to the presidency and then we all go home. What's delaying all of us? Any explanation from the securities here?
Really, when we got here, they were not too sure of the numbers to allow into this place. And when we settled on that, they said nobody else was coming. But the presentation should be covered by the media. So we insisted that the media should be allowed in to cover it, which is why you yourself, you are here. Otherwise, they're not going to allow you in. So that is the reason why we are holding on for this brief thing. Yes.
Some hold the view that it is either the president or the chief of staffs come to accept the petitions.
Well, what does it mean? It may signal that the presidency doesn't take it serious. It may. But for whatever it is worth, if the president deems it appropriate to send a propagandist, so be it. So be it.
Thank you. We need to move to the other side of the aisle now in order to pick the petitions. And we're waiting to see how long this will take before the final petition will be presented to the presidency. We're still waiting on that. The arrangements are still being done every now and then, altered every now and then in order to present that petition. What is some leaders of the party have made clear is that they will not present the petition to the presidential staffer, Nana Yajantua. They want the president himself or the chief of staff to come here and present and receive the petition from them. Other than that, they will not present the petition. And so we're still waiting if any of the persons they are mentioning would come out here to receive the petition from them. But I can tell you that a number of the leaders of the party are now in the inner perimeter at the frontage of the Jubilee House, and they are now waiting for the police to finish their arrangement in order to allow a receipt of the petition from the members of the New Patriotic Party on this petition.
Calm down.
So, we're still waiting. We're still waiting as the arrangements continue in order to get the petitions through to the presidency. Now, it is still unclear what is holding the activities up as the boss. Why did they park? We're still waiting to see how long this will take for the petition to be presented as the police continue. They are now mounting another barricade here in front of the pressmen to.
And now we are here
as we still wait for the petition to be presented and what the response of the presidency would be. For those just joining us, it is a live coverage of the Democracy Under Attack demonstration by the opposition New Patriotic Party to lay bare their grievances over a number of issues. Arrest of some persons under the provisions of Section 207 and 8 of the Criminal Offences Act, who some have been tried and sentenced to prison for posting materials and making comment on social media that the security persons deem flammable. And they say that persons who make such comments or post certain things on social media need not be treated or taken through criminal prosecutions and sentenced to prison. It is an attack on free speech. We have the issues of the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the party also coming up strongly as the party continue to object to the court's decision to sentence him to 20 years in jail for engaging in illegal mining. All of that are parts of the reasons why the opposition believes that the democracy of the country is under threat or under attack, for which reason they've been on the streets today from morning from the Supreme Court, where they presented the first petition to the Judicial Council and proceeded through the ceremonial street all the way here to the Jubilee House here, waiting to present the petition. They've been here for over 30 to 40 minutes now, and I'm sure the final arrangements have been done now for the petition to be presented. You see right across me the leadership of the party in some kind of consultation. They've gathered there having some tete-a-tete among themselves. It's unclear what they are discussing. They're now approaching us to see if they want to believe that will be a move to present the petition now to the presidency to mark the final lap of their procession or demonstration or protest all along. And so we can get to them once they are ready in order to present. Where they go? Go back and stop pushing.
It's okay. Behind the barricade, you know where he found. He should come and control the crowd. Excuse me, Mama Menkuto now. We are very disappointed. Disappointed because as a
to present a petition to the president, drawing his attention to some excesses. The youth are being arrested and jailed just for speaking truth to power. There is selective justice. Our democracy is under attack. Unfortunately, as is expected, the chief of staff, deputy, or a very senior member should have been part of the business and to lead it. We feel that, with great respect and without prejudice to your presence, to nominate only you to come amount to disrespecting us as a political party. I'm the leader of the party in parliament. You have the general secretary of the party here. You have the
Chief of Staff of the Flag Bearer. We have the Chairman of the Constitutional Affairs Committee of the party. Members of Parliament and the leadership of Parliament are all here. But to disrespect our democracy by only nominating you to come, like I said, with great deference to you, it doesn't match it. So it means that the government does not even take serious the grave issues before us. That notwithstanding, we are Democrats and would want to respect the bona fides of democracy. So our deputy youth organizer, who is a woman like you, would do so on behalf of the party. But we want to say, Madam Staffer, that please convey to government that the history of this country tells us one thing, that no political party stays in power forever. You promised creating jobs, 1 job, 3 shifts, 24-hour economy. You promised that electricity tariffs would be lower. You promised that cocoa prices would go up. Today, we're seeing the opposite of petrol. Instead, you are bullying, intimidating your political opponent. Why should Wuntumi be in prison? What has he done? How can a judge say that he having a lease allows somebody to do galamsey, so he's vicariously liable, so he should go to jail? We all thought Wuntumi was involved in galamsey, not knowing that was not even the charges. So you put him in jail, 20 years. You removed the Chief Justice. What did she do? Because you wanted to capture the judiciary. And today, as all judges are on vacation, the government has directed the Chief Justice to give dispensation to some judges only to try matters involving MPP activists. That is wrong. Again, Iyoko, what Iyoko is doing, they invite you, you go, they say go and bring property worth millions of cedis before you are granted bail. Very onerous bail conditions. That's also wrong. So we are taking this opportunity to remind you that, you see, there's an election ahead of us, 2028. Unfortunately, Mr. President is not going to stand election again. This third-term agenda you guys are pursuing, has failed. It will not going to happen. It will not happen. So you're going to have your own difficulty looking at how you have failed the people of Ghana. And you are definitely going to be in opposition. Would you be happy if such a thing happened to some of your members? Already, IMF has announced losses of 9.6 billion in the gold board transactions. That's IMF. The IMF report. So that in itself is enough meat. We are hearing of all the malfeasance in many public institutions. So be mindful that some of these things would happen to you. So if you don't treat the situation today with a human face, how do you expect that tomorrow, when MPP comes to office, you would also be given a human face? So these are things I want you to think about. The choice is yours as a government. If you think you are going to be in power forever because you have 189 in parliament, so be it. But we are saying democracy is under attack, and let's all take steps as players in the governance structure to correct it, to make Ghana a better place. Thank you very much indeed. Sandra, you have the permission of the party to hand over the petition.
So on behalf of the New Patriotic Party, we are here this afternoon to hand over this petition to the presidency, the entire state agencies, to let them know that our voices will not be subdued as young people.
Open it, it's a sign, so that they don't say it was not signed. Open it and hand it over.
Our voices will not be subdued as young people. We will not be intimidated by the tactics and the antics of the NDC. Our our democracy is under attack. Now you find young people who make posts and they get arrested. There are specific courts that these people are taken to. Our people are being arrested. The media, you are here. Today, you might think it's MPP. But then, it's our entire democracy, which is under attack. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra can listen. No, we should not listen. Let's go. We should not listen. We should not listen.
Make your phone calm down.
And I'm happy that I am so worried. I want to assure you that I'm a senior member of government, and this petition will directly get to the government. And they should also remember that in this country there are laws. There are laws that is put together to help us regulate our lives and our people.
Sorry. Someone is calling you from behind.
Hey, relax.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, my
I know they see my microphone. And so the party has finished presenting that petition now, and they're now chanting patriotic songs now in front of the Jubilee House now. And I'm sure after this, they will be dispersing.
We shall wait to save Ghana. We to save Ghana. Save Ghana. I wasn't there. I was standing behind.
And that marks the end of all of the activities here. Haruna Mohammed, where do we go from here?
From here, leadership will be meeting to take steps for the engagements that is going to happen. We have successfully submitted all the petitions. We are waiting on to get the responses from the various institutions that we have submitted those particular petitions. However, we are so much dissatisfied with how we have been received at the Jubilee House today. We took this petition very seriously. We brought together all the leadership of the party. We have former ministers, we have incumbent members of parliament, former members of parliament. We have all the national officers here, led by the general secretary of the party. The Jubilee House decided to send somebody that is below the senior officer rank to come and receive the petition. That is how they have belittled the petition that we are sending to them. It signals that they are not prepared to listen, they are not prepared to read, they are not prepared to act. But we will continue to defend our democracy. We know that our forebearers started this game. They brought in Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, paid him, make sure that the democratic process in this country was grounded. We made sure that multi-party democracy was grounded. We made sure that we contributed to changing a lot of dynamics in our political system. We changed the OPIC ballot system. We changed it to the color system. We make sure that we had all the ballot boxes being open. We have contributed immensely to the democratic in terms of voting. So we will continue. If they decide to belittle the petition, we have attached seriousness to it and we have submitted a petition to them.
I mean, after the submission now, is this the end of the democracy under attack demonstration, or we expect a number of activities to proceed after this?
Because the democracy is not a human being. The democracy we cherish it, and it's something that all of us continue to enjoy. So there will be several other events that will be lined up to be able to protect the democracy that we have. because they are not interested to protect the democracy, we will remind the good people of Ghana, we will use several other avenues, including the media, to let the people know that our democracy is very important. If you check...
Has there been any specific response after the presentation of the petition to you?
If they have not attached seriousness to the petition, what response are they going to tell you? We have received it, you hear from us. That is the usual response that they have. But we would continue to talk to the people of Ghana. We will raise the red flags. We will let the people know what is wrong. We will continue to make sure that the selective justice system does not happen in this country. The judiciary that we have, we will not allow this particular government to make sure that everybody will take their eyes off the judiciary. They are bringing down the image of the judiciary, and we are not going to allow that. We cannot continue to remind ourselves of a judiciary that continue to remind us that the Idi Amin era is there, the animal farm system is there. I don't think that that is where we are supposed to be. The power that we have, the constitution we have, is not for the NDC alone. It is for the citizen of Ghana. If an NDC person commits a crime, please take him through the process. If an MPP person commits a crime, take him through the process. But we are not surprised because all the atrocities that has happened in this country happen under the PNDC and the NDC, and we are not surprised. But we will continue to work on. We will not fear. We will not be intimidated. If they want, they can arrest everybody. But at the end of the day, people will certainly come out of the prison, and we are going to cherish this. And we ought to assure them that 2020 now we will be back to this house. We will be back to this house, and Dr. Bawumia will be the president of Ghana. I cannot tell so, because the law would have to work, and there is crime has no expiring rate. It has no expiring date, and when we come and there is crime, we will act on crime.
Thank you. And Haruna Mohammed, he is Deputy General Secretary of the party. Honorable Abna Osasari is also addressing the media, saying her opinion on what's been happening in the course of the day.
The judicial system in this country now, it's like it is selective in a way. All we are asking is go by the rule book, because we cannot have a nation where we don't go by the rules that we have set for ourselves. So we are asking the president, let them go by the rule book. People don't just wake up one day and give, bail conditions that are clearly not right, that are way over and above even what the crimes they have committed. All we are asking is, Mr. President, let the people go by the rule book. It is true that the people of Ghana have given one party 2/3. It is something the constitution never ever envisaged that it will happen. But yes, it has happened. And so we expect them to use this and use it properly to the benefit of the larger nation and not abuse this. That's all we are asking. Recently, you saw the Cocoa Board Amendment Bill. That now you are asking cocoa farmers that if they dare decide to change the use of their cocoa farms for something else, they ought to come to Cocoa Board and seek permission. Mia Masasi, Mia Major Padie, Mr. President, come again. We can amend this law. Remember, recently you came, the tribunal bill was amended again, even though it had been passed not long ago. So come back, look at it again, and come back and let's amend this. Otherwise, clearly, you are taking properties, you are taking livelihoods, you are taking things that belong to the people without their permission. Because you cannot say that if today I want to change the use of my land from, say, a cocoa farm to something else, if I don't come and seek permission from you, it is illegal. I have committed a wrong. Respectfully, Mr. President, I know you listen. So listen to this and come and let us amend the bill just like you did to the tribunal's bill. That's all we are asking. Mr. President, listen to us, because remember, you have 2/3 majority in Parliament, and I'm sure the people of Ghana gave it to you for a purpose. Let's not abuse this. Use it right and use it right for the building of the nation. That's all we are asking for. Thank you very much.
And Honorable Abna Osasari, MP for Etiwa East constituency and chairperson for the Parliament Public Account Committee, part of the representation from Parliament, also here today to do this. My colleague Fatah Abaga is here. He has been covering this from the Supreme Court from morning till now. Fatah, I think your day is over now. Our day is over now. Would you describe this as a peaceful, protest, as you have covered all the way through to this place in the course of today?
Absolutely, James. So, in fact, as early as 7 a.m., the protesters were at the community center, which is just opposite the Supreme Court, and their numbers. And just around 9 a.m., they began to move to the Supreme Court itself. It was at the entrance of the Supreme Court. In fact, a number of barricades were mounted there in order to ward off the protesters. In fact, they wanted just the leaders inside the Supreme Court to present their petition, but some of the supporters wanted to make their way inside the, the inner perimeter or the premises of the Supreme Court itself. That was where there were a little bit of issues, and then it was resolved. The police handled that professionally. It was addressed, and then eventually the General Secretary of the party headed inside the Supreme Court and then presented the petition.
The petition to them. And thank you so much, Fatah Bayaga. He's been the man in court as well as covered that from morning. And the petition has been presented. Key issues have been the issues about the treatment to the judiciary. Alexander Penyo marking the minority leader in presenting that highlighted the removal of the former CJ, Justice Gertrude Tokonu, and how he said government is using that to capture the judiciary and its ripple effect on the judiciary. Talked about the Wuntumi issue and other issues that they believe are issues that are attack on the democracy of the country. The presidency said they will hear from the government at the appropriate time as Nana Ajantua took that petition on behalf of the presidency, bringing an end to today's democracy under attack demonstration here on the streets of the Jubilee House. My name is James Savaji. We'll bring you more in our subsequent bulletins.
And my name is Emefa Akosua Adeti. Thank you so much for staying with us all through the beginning of the demonstration and other stories. Do stay. There's more on the pulse.
Misses, bad referee decisions. Don't let your child's grade suffer a bad match. Ensure a straight win this academic season with curriculum-aligned textbooks and interactive tools from Pegasus Publishing. From preschool to senior high school, we have the exact game plan your kids need to ace their classes. And because it's World Cup season, you get a massive 20% off every single book. Don't drop points. Call 059-50-10175 or dash to Pegasus Publishing in Accra, Newtown, right opposite the Total Energy Station. Free delivery within Accra when you call. Pegasus Publishing, shaping minds, winning futures.
That's right. Did you see that? That is me. Without me, that tap would just be decoration.
That's so. So when the water comes, where exactly is it waiting? Pipe. I also didn't see any bedroom no. Me tank. Me na me kura.
At least I move water.
And I keep it safe.
Without me, nothing flows.
What's happening?
I bring the life.
I preserve it.
Hey, why is the water going on and off like this? Maybe I can do it alone.
Maybe I need you too.
Strong, reliable, built for every home. Syntex pipes and tanks, the perfect water team. Syntex, are you strong? Are you tough?
We're kicking your year off in all her glory. With more, because we got you.
You get it?
We got kicks. We got scores. We got action. We got roars.
It's my specialty.
We got drama. We got fun. We got more for everyone. With an upgrade on us, just for you. More channels, more shows, more reasons to stay.
We got you.
DSTV.